Chapter 23. With each travel through time, the doc realized how hard life really was here in the 19th century. Oh, the children would have a good life, a better life than many generations of children would have. But they also faced some of the problems of children from that time. The most important was the medical knowledge. Many diseases that were basically unknown to the people of the 20th century or later were still killers in this time. He was reminded of this one day as he came into town. He and his children were all immunized against those diseases, as was Clara. But then the typhoid fever outbreak came to the small city. Jeremiah Jones and his brother Clarence had been out of town doing some buying of cattle. 1 week after their return, Jeremiah did not feel well. The next morning he was delirious with fever and very ill. Clarence had ridden into town to have the doctor come out. The diagnosis was a bad one. It was typhoid fever. The fever had been hitting some of the outer towns in the area, and now it was in Hill Valley. Although Doc Brown was not a medical doctor, he had a doctorate and had always been called by that name. Here in the 19th century, the people of Hill Valley had always assumed that he had at least some medical knowledge. It was true that he did have more knowledge than most of the townspeople, just because of where he came from. As the town people started to get sick more and more, the town was in real trouble. The people of Hill Valley were all coming down with the disease, and the rate of fatality was extremely high. The doc went to work at the local schoolhouse taking care of the sick. There was no place in town for the people to go except the schoolhouse and courthouse. They needed the running water that both places provided and the warmth of the walls. He worked tirelessly and saw many of his new friends die. For weeks the town teetered on the verge of collapse as more and more people got sick. But finally the tide turned. People started to get better and wanted to go home. For nearly 3 months the town had been in a turmoil, and out of a population of 800, 355 had died. As the doc cleaned up the schoolhouse once more, he shook his head at the things that he had seen. So many good people, women, children, older people, so many had died. The ones that survived were going to need moths to recuperate. But he was tired, very tired, and he needed to go to bed. He would go home and come back to work again tomorrow. Clara saw the doc coming up the driveway and ran to get him something to eat. But he didn't come in. She waited and looked to see if he had gone into the barn. But no, he was nowhere to be found. Then she looked out in the driveway once again. The doc was lying on the ground. She ran over to him and tried to help him get up. He could barely walk, and she had a terrible time getting him into the house. He had no fever that he could tell. But he was barely conscious. The doc didn't know what had happened. He had been walking back to his house when he just couldn't walk anymore, and the next thing he knew, Clara was calling him. It had been all he could do to walk with her help back to the house. He told Clara, "All I need is rest," and with that he went to sleep. Clara did not like what she saw and thought of her friends Marty and Jennifer. She went right to the time machine and started it up. She tried and tried to wake up Emmett, but he was unconscious. She grabbed her 2 boys, put them in the time machine, and set the machine. As she arrived in the 1990s, she found Marty delighted to see her. He thought how strange it was. He had not seen the family in almost 3 years, but the boys looked as they had the last time that he had seen them. But then he noticed the terror in Clara's eyes. As Clara told him what happened, he said, "Let's go with that." They were back in the 1890s once again. Marty went right over to the doc and with Clara's help got him into the time machine. Once they got the doc back into the time machine, the 5 of them headed directly to the 1990s and somehow managed to get the doc back into the house. From there they called an ambulance. As Clara sat there in the emergency room wringing her hands, she held on to her 2 boys. Marty's sister came to see how the doc was and insisted on taking the boys home. Clara didn't want to have them leave, but she knew that Linda was right and waved to them as they left. Finally, after what seemed hours, the doctor came out of the room where Emmett was. "He is suffering from high blood pressure and complete exhaustion. We are going to want to keep him for a couple of days. Then he will go home. We gave him some fluid and then gave him something to help him rest. He is going to be all right." As Clara made her way back to her home with Marty and Jennifer, she smiled. Jennifer was still pregnant. No, this must be the second child. It has been a couple of years since she had seen them. She was going to have to talk to the doc about all this time travel stuff. She was starting to get confused. Maybe they should stay here in the 1990s after all. The doc laid in the hospital bed thinking. He had worked himself to the point where he almost had a heart attack or a stroke. He knew that he was no longer a young man and days without a break had been too much for him. He listened to Clara and her thoughts on moving back to the 1990s. This was a hard choice, but for the good of the boys he still thought that they belonged in the 1890s. Thank you, Clara, for your thoughts. You saved my life once again. I love you, but we belong in your time. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Each time the doc and Clara traveled through time, they had each enjoyed the education and learning that they had seen and lived. The future was indeed a promising one. The people of Hill Valley will survive and endure the trying times and the good times. The doc had seen it all. But now Clara wanted to make the 20th century their home time. Clara had been born in the last century and had a chance to see what life was like in both centuries. She found herself at home in both places, now, and had several friends at both time periods. But now her husband was starting to get old and he was having medical problems. She did not want him to pass out in her time. She knew that if she had not taken Emmett into the 20th century he would not be alive today. She then thought of her two boys and how if they got injured or sick, what would happen to them. The doc had been kept in the hospital for a week and it was time for him to go home. There had been no arguing the fact that he was needed here in the 1990s, that is until he was released by the doctor. There were prescriptions to be filled and he was going to have to monitored for the next 6 weeks. As they brought the doc back to his house, Emmett couldn't believe how weak he was. It was all he could do to climb into his bed and go back to rest. The doc was now an old man, and as Clara, Jennifer and Marty shut the door they looked at each other worrying. Marty had nearly carried the doc into the house and he was so pale. They knew that he was still not out of the woods. But as the days went by, Doc Brown did get stronger and within a week he was coming into the living room for a couple of hours watching what's happening. I can't just lie there, Clara. I was going stir crazy just counting the dots on the wall. I can walk now and am all right, the doc assured her. Every day Marty and Jennifer came over and so did George and Lorraine. Marty's brother Dave came, as did his sister Linda. They helped with the care of Emmett and kept him busy but relaxed. Clara was so lucky to have so many good friends here in the 1990s. This was where she belonged. Jules was sitting at his desk working on the new computer that Jennifer had bought. Clara could not believe that there on that tiny little computer was nearly everything that man had ever known. There were games and history. Jules was learning to read on it and was now way ahead of other children his age. He did math and many other things all while at the table. Clara knew that he could not be helped but be affected by the difference in the times. She watched as Vern was watching what his brother was doing and knew that soon he would be using the computer himself. Doc Brown could not help but notice how Jules had adapted to this time. He now had his favorite television shows and was very good at using the computer. He was a smart child and was learning new things every day. He was learning new things that wouldn't even be invented until another 100 years. How can he go back to the 1890s, he wondered. Clara had been in the kitchen watching Emmett and Jules as they worked on the computer together. Jules was a smart boy and was ready for school here in this century, not in hers. She thought about what she could do in the 1890s to cover what Jules had learned. I am a school teacher. I will tell the people who ask about my son's education, I will tell them that the doc and I are teaching them at home. The people that they knew from her time thought of Emmett as a doctor and they knew of how she was their school teacher. The doc was watching Clara and remembered how they had first met. She was like him. She belonged in no time. She had almost gone into a ravine when her horse that she had been leading in a buggy got spooked. Marty and he had saved her that day. It was not until afterward that he learned that Clara Clayton had almost fallen into Clayton Ravine. This was where Marty had told him that a school teacher had landed in the ravine and he had known that Clara was supposed to have died that day. Clara and his two boys did not belong in that time. Everything that they did could change the history of the town, the planet, the country. Oh, he just didn't know. He should have never invented that machine. Jennifer and Clara had finally gotten some time to themselves. It was a rarity that they were alone. But Jules had wanted to stay home with his dad and Uncle Marty, and Jules had been sleeping. Although the doc was starting to act like his old self, Clara still didn't feel comfortable about leaving him alone, especially with two lively boys. Clara looked at her friend and said, "I would like to stay in this time. Of course it would be good to visit the hill valley that I came from, but this is our home." I can see it in Emmett's eyes as he looks around. The boys know way too much now. Jules is working on the computer like a pro now, and frankly, I like the modern conveniences. Jennifer was surprised by what Clara had told her. She always was under the understanding that Clara was the one that wanted to back in time, not the doc. She smiled at her friend and said, "I miss you when you are not here. You do have a time machine. Perhaps you could come to our time more and more often." Clara thought about that. Jennifer was right with the time machine. She could go back and forth between the 19th and 20th century. But what about the boys? She could homeschool them. That night Clara and Emmett a long talk, and it was decided that they would go back to their own time. They needed to be seen in time. The doc was going to explain their absence by his sickness. That will work, they both thought to themselves. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. As once more the doc and Clara arrived back in the 18th century, they felt as though they had come home once more. The home looked the same and everything was as they had left it. Clara put the two boys to bed and started to dust around the home. The house was extremely dusty, and as Clara cleaned she heard a noise outside. She looked out of the front window and saw her friend Seamus. He had come to make sure that everything was all right with Doc and Clara. No one had seen them for a while and he was worried. As he came up the front porch, Clara met him at the door. "Good afternoon, Seamus. Please come in," Clara told him. Seamus stood in the living room and smiled. Emmett came out of the back room. "Hello, Emmett, the people in town have been worried about you. We have not seen you in nearly 10 days. Is everything all right?" he asked them. "Oh, I am sorry. All of that work and taking care of all those sick people had exhausted me. I did not feel very well for the last several days. I am much better now. How is everyone? Have there been any new cases at all?" the doc asked him. "No, the sickness is done. There has been no new case of typhoid in the past 2 weeks. Some of the people who have been sick are still weak, but most of your patients are all right and almost back to normal now," Seamus told him. "Good. I am glad to hear that. Some of them were very ill. It is a miracle that so many people survived. But now they are fine and I will be going back to the stables in the morning," Emmett told him. Seamus was glad to see that his friend and his wife were fine. They had lost so many of their neighbors and so many children. But Hill Valley had survived and would build back up, he was sure. He said goodbye to Emmett and Clara. Then he headed back to his own farm. Maggie had been very ill with the fever and was just starting to have the strength to take care of their son. He had been saddened to find out that the child that she had been carrying had not survived. As he had buried his son, he named him after his old friend Clint Eastwood. Emmett and Clara had decided to lay low for a while and stay in this time. Emmett went back to the stables and went to work. The stables were busy, but there was the new thing that people were calling the automobile. One day Emmett thought about perhaps building himself a car. That was all he needed to do, was think that it sounded like a good idea, and the doc was off to another invention. The doc spent any hours that he had available planning and building his car. He knew many things about an automobile and was having a good time building it. The car was finally ready for driving some 6 months later. As Emmett started the engine, he climbed into the seat. He was going forward indeed. The car had a top speed of just 20 miles an hour, but it worked. Clara heard a horn outside of the house and looked out the front window one more time. There she saw Emmett with a grin on his face. He was sitting in what looked to her like a carriage, but it had a motor on the front of it. He called to her and the boys to come into the car and go for a ride. Jules looked at his daddy and the strange carriage. He was excited and climbed eagerly into the back seat. Vern had to think about it for a moment. He then went running up to the car and climbed into the back seat with his brother. The roads were all dirt at this time, so the ride was not a smooth one. As the Brown family rode down the street, they headed to their friends Maggie and Seamus McFly. Seamus had been out in the barn when he had heard the strange noise. He had come out along with Maggie and their son. William was growing up fast. When he saw Emmett and his family coming up to the house in the strange vehicle, William was now almost 13 and he was very interested in the new invention called the automobile. Emmett answered the many questions that William had and showed him what the car could do. It was a crude car and the car still had no steering wheel. It was steered by a stick. The engine had 2 cylinders and a large coolant system. It ran on gas. Each member of the McFly family took their turns in the automobile. Seamus even tried his hand at driving it. When they were done showing the vehicle to the McFly's house, they drove up to the main street of town. As the Doc and Clara proudly showed their new car off, the townspeople looked at it with questioning looks. Mostly the men stopped them and asked questions about the workings of the vehicle. The Doc willingly took many people for their first ride in an automobile. Some were not impressed with the loud, slow-moving machine. But still others were very interested in the new invention. They had read about these vehicles in magazines and newspapers. The mayor of Hill Valley wanted Emmett to make him a car. Emmett had started something that was going to change the face of America later on. As the Doc and Clara went to their home and parked the car out front, it was strange how their house had become the talk of the town once more. First with their flush toilets and electricity. Now the people were interested in the new vehicle that the Doc had made. They wanted to know more about it. The Doc now knew that he might be changing history once again, and both he and Clara knew what damage that could cause. As Emmett went to bed that night, he did not feel comfortable. He was worried about how much things had changed because of him once again. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The time had come that Hill Valley was now entering the 20th century. There was going to be a big celebration on the town commons, and the Doc and Clara had joined the committee that had been selected to plan the festivities. The Doc and Clara both knew what the new century would bring. After all, it was the last century of this millennium, and the committee wanted the celebration to be the biggest party that Hill Valley had ever seen. The town decided that there would be a parade with floats that were going to be made by the townspeople. Clara and Doc and their family would be riding in their new car. The parade was going to have both the military band that consisted of some Civil War veterans and the school marching band. Clara worked with many of the women of the town and did some planning of their own. They were going to have a pie baking contest at the event. They also had much to do with the decorations and other plans. Clara worked every day to get ready for the party. But the Hill Valley school teacher was moving out of town. Clara wanted the job so bad that she could taste it. Children went to school as early as 3 years old, and Vern was now 3. Jules was ready for school also, and she knew it. That was when the Doc and Clara appealed to the townspeople. Clara was a good teacher and she wanted to go ahead and teach them as she had planning to before she had met with the townspeople. They had made her give up her wants and wishes and had gone back to working on the farm side by side. Clara and Emmett went to the town meeting where the people were going to discuss the prospect of getting another school teacher. Clara had stood right up and said, "Why would you send to another town for a teacher? I am a teacher and a good one. My 2 boys are now school age and I am ready to teach now once again. There should not be such a rule that if a teacher gets married they can no longer teach. Towns lose many good teachers with that rule. Each teacher should have the right to remain at their post as long as possible," she had told them. It was still a few years away before women would have the right to vote, and many of the men at the town meeting did not appreciate the fact that Clara had gotten up and spoke. This was for the men to decide, and many of them thought that she should have been home taking care of her 2 boys. But they did need a school teacher, and Clara had been the students' favorite. She had taught their sons and daughters well. The vote was not unanimous, but the town voted to hire Clara once more as a school teacher. As Clara prepared for the upcoming school year, she went through each and every one of her papers very carefully. School was going to be very different from the school that she had seen in the 1980s and 90s. School went from 6 in the morning until 6 at night 6 days a week. There were few holidays, and even when the weather was bad the school was open. Many of the children in town had no heat but a fireplace, and the school was always much warmer than their homes. The town had provided a large wood stove and the room was small. So when the weather was bad, some people would come to the schoolhouse to spend the night. The school was closed during April and September for harvesting and planting, and then during the month of July for a summer vacation. There were no strict grades, as each student moved at their own pace and could be at different levels in different subject. Clara could have up to 35 students in her class at once, and they would range in age from 3 to 16. Many of the students had no paper or books at home and brought with them their family Bible. They used the Bible to learn to read with. Some children had to share their books with up to 4 brothers and sisters. There was no free library in Hill Valley yet, and that was the doc and her next project. Each morning at 6, Clara would ring the school bell. The students would then come in and say their prayers and the Pledge of Allegiance. The students would come in and out of school at different times throughout the day. Many of the older children would leave for a few hours and come back. They would go home and do their chores or take care of younger brothers and sisters. Clara never knew when one of her students would leave. Sometimes their father would just walk in and take their child. They would nod their head to Clara and leave. Schooling was tough and almost everything had to be written on the giant blackboard on the wall. Each student would do their work up on the blackboard and other students would help them if they had a question. The process worked well, and this year there was a young man who was going to be going on to a local high school. Clara was very proud of him. Most of her students would stop school before high school. High school was not like the high schools of the 20th century. Parents had to pay for their children to attend the high school, and the ride was a long one. The high school was almost 10 miles away, and a student would have to walk most of the way back and forth every day. If someone in town was going in that direction, they would give the student a ride, but that was the only time. Even in the winter he would be walking. If the weather was too bad, the students would stay overnight at the high school. Clara was very proud of this young man. He wanted to be a doctor and said he would come back to Hill Valley and open his practice here. Clara wondered if he would or not. She could look him up the next time that they went into the future, she thought. But no one should know too much about their own future, the doc was always telling her. Back at home, the doc had been working once more on perfecting the time machine. He had made some more adjustments and was now wondering where he and his family should go next. Chapter 27. Clara had been wondering when she and Emmett would be traveling in time once again. They had been now almost a year since they had made a trip and were starting to get in the mood for another trip once again. Emmett looked at his wife that he had found quite by accident and smiled. He was waiting for her to tell him where she would like to go, and she smiled. I think that I would like to go the city of Boston during the time of the beginning of the Revolutionary War. There is no specific date other than the day of the Boston Tea Party. I would like to meet with the people and get their feelings and how they lived firsthand, she told him. This was a great idea. Emmett thought that it would be interesting to go back to the day before the Patriots dumped the tea into the harbor and get a real feel for how people lived during this time in American history. So it was decided that they would go back to the day December 15, 1773. This was before independence was declared, and there were many English soldiers. They both were aware of the story of how a group of men known as the Sons of Liberty dressed up as Native Americans and dumped an entire shipment of tea into Boston Harbor. It would be interesting if they could see the men do this and possibly see and meet a few of the members of the start of the Revolutionary War. The preparations were to be made. First, Emmett needed money for the trip, and then he and the children would need appropriate clothing. Also, they needed to study up on their history a little and make sure that they were prepared for the trip. Within a week, the family of 4 was ready for their trip into Boston. As Emmett sat them all in the car that they now used for transportation, he sent the camera ahead for a few minutes and found the best spot for the family to land. As they landed and walked outside of the invisible car, Emmett sent the car back into the air where it would be safe from discovery. As the family came into the city, they found the city not to look as much like the city of the history books. This was a very busy city, and there were many people walking the streets and many vendors also working on the streets. The colors were vibrant and the people very friendly. There were some English soldiers amongst the people, but they did not seem to be of any interest to most of the people. As they found a small inn for them to spend the night in, they were met by a friendly woman named Claire. She was proud of her little inn and showed them to a small, but clean room. There was no running water, of course, but she and her husband had a bucket of water downstairs at all times for her guests. After they had seen the room, they went back out and walked towards the harbor. There in the harbor were the 3 ships that were to be raided on the next day. They had arrived and were causing a stir among the people. As they walked the pier, they could hear the talk of the people. The 3 ships, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor and the Beaver, were docked outside with some guards, but for the most part were sitting there in the water undaunted. The dock took pictures with his hidden camera of the ships and noted the man who seemed to be observing the ships themselves. He recognized one of the men as being Samuel Adams. He knew that he was the leader of the raid. The man was doing his best to look casual, but the doc and Clara both knew what he was up to. There were some other men with him, but Emmett was not sure of what their names were. One of the things that Emmett had always wanted to do was to get a piece of real Revere silver. As he walked through the shops, the Brown family came upon the shop that was run by the famous Paul Revere. He had without a doubt the most talent of any silversmith, and soon Emmett and Clara had purchased a large bowl from the man. He was a friendly man. Emmett had decided that he would go to the South Meeting Hall and see the men as they talked about the situation with the 3 ships and the governor's refusal to allow the ships to leave without unloading the tea. He knew that after the meeting the men would meet and unload the tea into the harbor. This would be the start of the Revolutionary War, and he had traveled through time to see what happened on that night. The rest of the day was spent on the streets of the city. Many of the buildings were still there, but something about the atmosphere was different. The old church where they would hang the lanterns, the cemetery where many of the patriots would be buried, and just the shops of the people made life look wonderful and peaceful. Little did the people know of what was soon to happen to their quest lives. That night the family all took to their beds late and did not sleep well. The time change was sometimes hard to adjust to, and this was an exciting day for everyone involved. The next morning they all got up early and headed out to do some more touring. There was so much to see and so little time. The 2 boys were strong though and walked along with their parents. They fit right in with the people of the city and had not drawn any attention to themselves. There were many people that came and went, and they were just travelers as others were. Then that evening the doc attended the meeting at the Old South Meeting House. He joined with about 7,000 other men. He listened to what was said and recorded everything. As he left the meeting he went down to the harbor. There at just past midnight he saw the men as they approached the ships carrying the tea. One by one the crates were thrown into the harbor. He watched in amazement as they destroyed all of the tea. But everything was now on camera, and the doc now knew the true story. The next morning Clara, the doc and the 3 boys went back to their own time. The visit had been a good one. Each of them had learned something very interesting, and history had not been changed. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The new century was arriving within a few days to the town of Hill Valley, California. The town had seen many changes even during the 15 years that Emmett and Clara Brown had been there. The school was now a larger school with 3 classrooms for grades 1 through 8 and a high school that boasted of 2 classrooms of its own. The town now had a library that had been generously stocked by the Brown family, and life was good. The winter had been a relatively mild one, and even though Christmas had come and gone there was only a few inches of snow on the ground. There was to be a big party at the town hall for the last night of the century, and it was thought that everyone was going to be there. Emmett had been in the stables working when Clara had heard the familiar sound of the time machine arriving in the barn. She never was sure who would be arriving, but knew that they would be friendly. There were only a few people that knew about the barn, and even fewer who were known to travel through time. As the De La Rayon door opened, Marty and Jennifer stepped out. It was good to see her friends, but she was surprised at just how old the 2 friends had become. She would guess that they were in their 40s or maybe 50s now. Marty and Jennifer went over to Clara and they each gave her a hug. Time travel was sure strange. Jennifer looked at her friend Clara with a smile. She and Marty were now both 52 years old, and Clara was a much younger woman, still in her early 40s. There had been a time that Clara was at least 10 or so years older than the 2 of them. The McFlys had decided to come to Hill Valley to see the coming of the new century. They had read that there would be a big party, and they had thought that this would be a great time to visit. It had been a whim and hoped that they were welcome. It wasn't as if they could call first. Clara told them that the doc was at the stables. So Marty decided to go into town. The town had changed quite a bit since the last time that he had traveled back. He thought that his age might draw some stares, but people recognized and welcomed him immediately. He should now be only about 33 to 35 years old, and he and Jennifer were now 52. As Marty walked into the stables, he saw the doc working on one of his many inventions. The doc never stopped working on something new and looked the same as he had the last time he had seen him. The doc never changed, and when he saw his friend he ran right up to him. "Marty, this is indeed a surprise. Are you here for the celebration?" he asked. Marty looked up at his friend and told him yes. "Jennifer and I could not miss such a big celebration. This is the year that turns into the next century. It would be like you missing the day that 1999 becomes the new millennium. You and Clara need to be there for that celebration," Marty told him. Doc Brown had not thought about that. Marty was right, there must be a huge celebration for that night. As he looked at Marty, he was sure that he was from past the beginning of the 21st century. Marty looked at the doc and smiled. "If you are wondering how old I am now, I am 52. Jennifer and I are still together and happy. She is here with me. Our 2 children are both married now, and we are going to be grandparents soon. Marty Jr. is expecting a little boy in about 7 months. We couldn't be more excited," Marty told him. As the doc and Marty finished off the work for the day, they headed back to the house. The car that the doc had was something else. It was like many other cars of his time, and the snow and mud made it so the car barely made it to his home. As they approached the house, Marty saw Clara and Jennifer in the kitchen through the window. How strange it was to see his wife and Clara together, and Jennifer being the older one now. He would never get used to the changes. That evening the 4 of them went into town. Marty and Jennifer could not believe that Jules and Vern were now old enough to stay at home alone. Jules was now 14 and Vern was 12. They had become responsible young men. Clara said that they had been left by themselves many times. Sometimes children grew up faster in this time, because of the needs of the family. The town hall had been decorated for the celebration, and Marty and Jennifer were both well remembered. As they went over to speak to Seamus and Maggie McFly, they saw a young man standing there. It was William. He was now almost 16 years old and had begged his parents to be allowed to go to the dance. He had met a girl, Carol, and he wanted to dance with her. Marty recognized the name, as she was to become his great-grandmother. They made a lovely couple, and Marty and Jennifer both smiled as they were introduced. The celebration and dance were wonderful, and as the time ran out for that century, the people celebrated by throwing confetti and blowing horns and ringing bells. The time was very festive, and neither Jennifer or Marty would have missed the good time. Marty and Jennifer returned to the Brown farm with the doc and Clara. They had so many things to tell each other. Each one of them found themselves talking until well into the night. Finally they went to bed. Jennifer awoke to the smell of breakfast cooking, and as she and Marty went down the stairs, they were greeted by their friends Doc and Clara Brown. Jules and Vern were becoming young gentlemen, and they each spoke eloquently about their lives and many journeys that they had taken through time. As Marty and Jennifer headed back to their own time, they smiled. Life was good for them and the Browns. They would meet again for sure. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. As the 4 friends arrived back at Doc Brown's house, they celebrated with a nice relaxing evening together. It had only been 2 years since Marty and the Doc had traveled through time and gone back to 1955. Now they had Clara and Jules and a little one on the way. Marty and Jennifer smiled at their friends and told them, "We have an announcement to make." He looked down at Jennifer and took her hand. "I have asked Jennifer for her hand in marriage, and she said yes." Both Emmett and Clara jumped up and hugged their 2 friends. "Congratulations to both of you," they both told them. "When did this happen?" Clara asked. "Marty proposed to me at Niagara Falls. He said that it was known to be a place for honeymooners, and he wanted it to be romantic," Jennifer said with a smile as she showed them the ring. The rest of the evening was filled with laughter and fun, but Jennifer and Marty wanted to go to their parents' houses and let them know the news. The first place that they went to was Jennifer's house. John Parker was watching a football game, and Jennifer's mom was in the kitchen talking to her brother Rick. Jennifer told her family that she had something that she wanted them to hear, and the 3 of them took a seat in the living room. As everyone sat down, Jennifer showed them the engagement ring. Her mother and father had been expecting this at some time, but still thought them a little young. But Rick was thrilled and shook Marty's hand heartily. Her parents smiled and hugged them both. Her mother smiled and asked, "Will this be a long engagement, or will you be getting married soon?" Jennifer smiled and told them, "We have not thought about a time yet. But I want to get married in the Chapel of Love," she said as she took Marty's hand. Good, John Parker thought to himself. This meant that she was in no hurry to get married. The Chapel of Love was booked for months. But out loud he said, "That sounds great, sweetheart. We will be happy to help you with anything to do with the wedding." Marty was glad to find that the Parkers were happy at the marriage. He wanted their approval very badly, as it would make it so much better for Jennifer. As Jennifer and Marty pulled up to the McFly house, they saw that everyone was home there, also. As they went into the large living room, they were greeted by the family. Jennifer went to take a seat when Linda let out a little yelp. She saw the ring on Jennifer's finger. That night there was much celebration at the McFly home. Everyone loved Jennifer and were glad that she would be soon joining their family. Each and every day from then on went to doing some work on the upcoming wedding. Jennifer called the Chapel of Love, and did indeed find that it was booked until that September. The weather in Hill Valley was good until the middle of September, and September 5th was available. It was decided that they would get married on September 5th, 2987. This would be a Saturday, and they could invite all of their family and friends to attend the wedding. The wedding reception would be just 2 miles down the street, and Marty and Jennifer made the decision to be taken to the reception in a carriage with a white horse pulling it. Jennifer found the perfect wedding dress and she asked Clara to be her bridesmaid. Linda was her maid of honor and Dave was Marty's best man. Rick was asked to be the usher. As the day approached, Jennifer got very nervous. Clara was now getting a larger stomach and would soon be outgrowing her gown. But everything was working out well. Emmett and Clara had come back to the year 1987 to give birth to another baby. Clara went to the same doctor as before and waited anxiously to find out what she was having. They went and heard the baby's heartbeat. Once again the baby had a strong and steady heartbeat. Just 1 month before the wedding, they found out that it was going to be another boy. Neither one of them could wait to see this little one. They carried the picture out with a big smile on their faces. But Marty and Jennifer were getting married and it was time for their celebration. The doc could not wait to attend the wedding and the day was finally here. The weather was wonderful and Jennifer and Marty shined as they stood for all the photographs. The doc had decided to allow his 2 friends to use the DeLorean. They could travel to any time, future or past, and Marty had thought hard and long about where he had wanted to take Jennifer on their honeymoon. Jennifer had no idea where Marty was going to take her. She hoped that it was going to be a beautiful place, where they would have privacy. She thought of the time that she and her family had gone to Carmel by the sea. It was beautiful up there and she hoped that Marty would consider going there. But Marty thought that perhaps they could go to Hollywood and see the actors of yesterday. There were so many people that he would have liked to see and thought of Harry Houdini and many others. That is where he would go. Hill Valley was not far from there and they could park at the Doc's farm in Hill Valley. As Marty and Jennifer headed back in time, Jennifer saw that Marty was going back just 60 years and he was going back to Hill Valley. As they stepped out of the Doc's garage, they were greeted by a young man of about 30. He recognized the 2 people who had come to his time and shook their hands. "My name is Vern Brown," he told them. Jennifer smiled at the young man. This was the baby that Clara was carrying and he was a young man. Vern smiled and said, "My mom and my wife have just gone into town for a while, they will be happy to see you." Clara had been coming up the street with her daughter-in-law Laura when she had heard the familiar sound of the time machine coming into their time. She had not heard the sound in quite a while and hoped that it was Jennifer and Marty. She had lost her beloved Emmett 10 years before at the age of 93. She was now 72 herself and was getting tired. As Marty and Jennifer saw Clara come into the house, they were saddened to not see their friend Doc Brown. Clara told them that he had lived a good long life and that he was at peace now. Chapter 30. Doc and Clara were now thinking about the beginning of the millennium. Emmett was getting up in age and knew that he would not be going on these trips through time forever. He was now allowing with time travel and such just a little over 75 years old. He had been through some rejuvenation but knew that each day he was feeling the effects of age. The boys were now reaching the age where they were going to be wanting to go through time on their own. Jules had his father's interest in science and was now his side-by-side partner on each and every improvement that Emmett made on the vehicle. Vern was a softer sort. He was as smart as they came, but he had no interest in the workings of the time machine. He went with his mother and father willingly, but when it came time to go out and work on the machine, Vern always had an excuse as to why he didn't want to do that. Vern wanted to be a geologist and wanted to go ahead in time to the 20th century. Jules and Vern had always been in between the two centuries. They traveled between the 100-year span as easily as most people walked down a hallway. Jules had always felt more comfortable in the 19th century, where Vern preferred the 20th century. Both Emmett and Clara knew that this could mean that their sons might someday be separated by not only space but time. Sometimes this worried them, but their sons had their own lives to live. It was now the 20th century and the Brown family would soon be arriving in Hill Valley. The Doc wondered if he would be alive when he was born. How strange that would be to meet himself, he thought. But he knew that was not a good idea, and if the time did arrive, he and Clara would probably have to move away from Hill Valley. There was too many things that he knew that could change the history of the town and his family. He then wondered, could Clara live in Hill Valley with his family? This was beginning to worry him more and more as the time for their arrival got closer and closer. But today the family had made the decision to make the trip once more to the later part of the century and visit with their friends Mary and Jennifer. As the family climbed into the car for another ride, the Doc noticed how crowded the car had gotten. Now that the boys were almost full-grown men, the back seat was very crowded. But they left for the year 1999 and the home of Emmett Brown of the 20th century. Marty and Jennifer had been busy working in the shop when they heard the familiar sound of the time machine arriving at the house. Jennifer spent many hours there every day perfecting the time machine along with her husband. As the Doc and Clara climbed out of the car with their two children, Marty and Jennifer smiled. Jules and Vern had grown up so much. Come, good friends. Jennifer and Marty now had a little boy, Marty Jr., and Jennifer was due to have a little girl at any time. They were going to name her Marlene. Jennifer and Marty were glad to see their friends and knew that they had come to celebrate the new year. Tomorrow night was not only going to be the first day of the new year, but it was going to be the first day of the century and the first day of the millennium. There was going to be a huge party in town, and they were glad that their friends Clara and the Doc were going to be there. Lorraine and George McFly were still happily married and were thrilled when they saw the Doc and Clara walk in their door with the two young men, Jules and Vern. Lorraine always had a little trouble with the difference that she would see because of the time travel. The last time she had seen the boys was just 3 years ago, but the boys had aged at least 10 years. They were both good young men and very well behaved. They seemed comfortable in the 20th century, but had no interest in the festivities that were going on that evening. They wanted to be allowed to stay at Marty's house and watch Marty Jr. They had been raised in the 19th century for the most part and had been left alone since they were young. Marty and Jennifer were a little nervous about the prospect of leaving Jules and Vern babysitting, but were surprised to find out that they were now 15 and 12 years old. So with some serious instructions, the boys were trusted with Marty Jr., who was now in bed. This was the year almost 2000, and Marty and Jennifer both owned cell phones with which Jules and Vern could call them if they needed to. As Dave and Linda joined the group, the party went into full swing and each and every one of them danced. When the time came for the turning of the century and the millennium, the town put on a huge fireworks display. They stood there and watched the fireworks that lasted nearly 1/2 an hour. After the fireworks, the party simmered down and they made their way back home. When they came home, they found both Jules and Vern watching the changing of the years on television and wide awake. Marty Jr. was sound asleep and safe in his bed. Everything had worked out well. That evening the Brown family went back to their own time in the earlier part of the 20th century. This had been quite a trip. Just a few short weeks ago they had been celebrating the coming of the 20th century with a much older Marty and Jennifer. Traveling through time was strange but never boring. As they stepped back into their home, they were relieved one more time to find out that everything was the same and nothing had changed. Chapter 31, Chapter 31. Now that Emmett and Clara had been back and forth through time so many times that they could hardly count, figuring out their true ages was quite difficult. Jules and Vern were, according to their birth certificates, just 15 and 13. But in reality Jules was going to be 18 soon and Vern was going to be 16 this year. The age had not been hard to hide with Emmett and Clara, but one day Seamus remarked on how grown up Jules had become. His son William was more than 2 years older than Jules and they looked about the same age now. The doc knew that the family was starting to draw attention to themselves and he knew that he was going to have to be more careful about his many trips through time. The doc was now doing automobile repairs at his stables. Each and every day there were more cars on the road. Soon there would be more cars than horses and he didn't want that day to come too soon. But he was from the future and knew the truth. Doc had been at his work when he heard the terrible sound of a screech as a car slammed on its brakes. The brakes of a car in the early part of the 20th century were not very reliable, and as he heard the thump of the car striking something he ran outside. There in the middle of the street was Mrs. Cartwright. She had been struck by the car as she had attempted to cross the road. The people of Hill Valley were still not very familiar with cars and did not understand that a car could not stop like a horse. She had stepped out onto the street without looking and Mr. Carter, who was driving his new car, had no place to go. Mr. Carter had only been driving for a couple of weeks and was not experienced. He had done his best to stop the car, but couldn't. As the doc ran over to the side of the lady he knew that she was in very poor condition. She had evidence of several broken bones and was breathing very poorly. The hospital was just a half hour away and he was not sure that she would make it. "Go get the doctor," he told the man standing next to him. "You're the only doctor we have here. Dr. Clemens has gone out of town for a few days and won't be back until Friday," he told Emmett. The townspeople had always thought of Emmett as a doctor. Ever since there had been the epidemic in town they had gone to him with medical problems. But Mrs. Cartwright was in very bad condition. He did what he could do. He tried to immobilize her broken arm and leg and then placed bandages on some of the more massive cuts. But she had other injuries that were going to require a real doctor. Mr. Carter's car was still drivable, so Emmett had Mrs. Cartwright put into the car. During the ride over to the hospital, Doc Brown did everything that he could do to help the lady, but she was turning blue. As they approached the hospital, 2 orderlies came out and carried Mrs. Cartwright into the hospital. Mr. Cartwright came up to the hospital about 20 minutes later. Doc Brown went into the examination room with the other doctors and took a look around. The things that these doctors had to work with were just about as useless as he was. But they did have an X-ray machine. This was a new piece of equipment and the hospital was proud of the purchase. As the doctor and Emmett looked at the X-ray, they knew that the damage to the lady was worse than they had anticipated. She would need to go into surgery immediately. Emmett went to talk to Mr. Cartwright. "I am sorry, but your wife is going to need an operation immediately. She has a lot of damage to her intestines." Emmett knew that her only chance for survival was probably a blood transfusion, but that was not to be used for another few years. The typing and cross-matching of blood would not be started for another 5 years and he could not change history. Mrs. Cartwright put up a good fight for her life, but died halfway through the operation. Hill Valley had passed a milestone, a bad one. Hill Valley had its first automobile fatality. As the doc made his way home, he stopped at his store. There in the front was a group of townspeople. They wanted to have automobiles banned from downtown or regulated somehow. They were there to hear what the doc had to say and if he had some ideas. Emmett knew about many of the regulations that were made to make the roads safer for the public. Yes, it was time for there to be some changes made in town. Soon there would be many more cars and they needed to follow the rules of the road. Unfortunately, the people who walked the streets needed to learn the rules of the road also. "I will look into it and let you know some of my suggestions at the next town meeting that will be in 2 weeks," he promised the men. But Mrs. Cartwright was dead and the people were being more and more demanding of the regulation. Emmett read up what he could about early regulations and at the town meeting addressed the issue. "We are going to have to put a speed limit of 5 miles an hour through town and place a stop sign at the corner of Main and School Streets. That can become the safe place for people to cross also," he told them. There was a lot of discourse among the people, and it was decided that no automobile would be allowed on the city main street between the hours of 8 and 5. That way the school children would not be in danger either. The cars would have to be parked on one of the side streets during the day. It was not the best solution, but TI would work. The rules that were adopted at the town meeting would stay in force for the next 20 years. The doc hoped that he hadn't changed the history of Hill Valley too much. Chapter 32. Jules and his friend Marty had now arrived at the college that they had both wanted to attend as long as he could remember. As Marty and Jules got to their dorm room, he looked around. The room was not a large one, but they had their own private bath. That was something that Jules could appreciate. He had lived most of his life in the earlier part of the 20th century, and most homes did not have any indoor plumbing. Marty, on the other hand, had been raised in the latter part of the 20th century and was used to all of the modern conveniences. The room to him was small and there weren't enough wall plugs. Each of them were going to need to plug in their computers and then their television, and there were only 3 plugs in the whole room. Marty shook his head in disgust. Jules knew that his mom and dad were going to be going between the earlier part of the century and the time that he was in now. This gave him some more responsibilities than his friend. He could not just call his mom or dad if he needed something. He was going to have to make all of his decisions on his own. Yes, it was true that he could ask Marty or Jennifer anything, but ultimately all decisions were going to be his. From the time Marty and Jules had been old enough to walk, they had been working with time travel. As the two of them watched their professor struggle with the concept, it was all that they could do not to show them what they could do in their sleep. But every day there was another challenge for the two of them, and the school was a very difficult one. They were among the best of the best, and some of the brightest young people in the world were there to learn. Doc and Clara had worried about their son. He was smart, one of the smartest people that either one of them had ever met, in fact. But the change in time was a difficult one. The students that he was now going to college with had spent their entire lives in this time zone, and he had not. Things that could appear strange to Jules were common to them. Vern was now getting to the age where he was going to be considering college soon. He was now in the 11th grade and the college tests were going to be given in October. Every day he studied for the test because he wanted to go to Harvard. He was a straight A student as his brother was, but with the change of times that he faced, sometimes Clara knew that things were tough for him also. But Vern was now working with Jennifer on a totally new invention. Up until this time, to travel in time, you needed a vehicle. The shock of traveling through time was too much for the human body to endure by itself. Even the car and the train that the doc had used sustained damage every time that it had traveled through time. Vern and Jennifer were working on a shield that could protect someone when they went through time. If they were successful with this shield, it would become possible for them to travel through time by themselves with no vehicle whatsoever. The work was tedious and the doc did not want to interfere with their work. He was tired and did not have the energy to work as many hours as he once had. The years were getting to him now every day. He was getting up in age and now at the age of 80 plus, and knew that his days were numbered. Age was something that he worried about every day. The only thing that he could do was to make sure that his family was set once he was gone. As far as money was concerned, his family was set. He had become extremely wealthy as he had traveled through time. Some of the items that he now had in his study were worth millions of dollars alone. He had things from the original Titanic, things from the Alamo, and now he had things from colonial America. The Revere Bowl was worth a great deal of money alone. Clara had been in the kitchen making something to eat when she had looked over at her beloved husband. Emmett was not doing good. Here they were in the 21st century and the doctors had done all they could. Emmett had a bad heart and his age was catching up with him. She had tried in vain to get him to go further ahead in time and find out if something new was discovered, but he had refused. He had been through the rejuvenation process once before and had been told that he could not go through it again. Emmett smiled at Clara as she brought him a cup of tea. He was tired but knew that he was going to be around for a while still. They sat together and enjoyed the quiet until Jennifer and Vern came in. The four of them sat down to dinner and talked about the next trip through time that they wanted to take. Marty and Maureen had been busy at work all day. Maureen was finally becoming interested in the concept of time travel. She knew about her father and mother and the doc but had never traveled through time herself. She thought that it was not a good thing and that it was too dangerous. As a child she had listened in horror to the stories that they told. So many times their travel through time had gone wrong. Her dad had almost been killed by a train and the doc was looking older and older. The next trip was planned, but unfortunately the new invention that Jennifer and Vern had been working on. The first test had been a success and Jennifer insisted on being the first person to test it out. The rule was that she would go back in time for 1 minute and then reappear. But she did not reappear. To their horror the time belt that she had been wearing came back but she did not. Chapter 33, Chapter 34. Jules and Marty Jr. had decided that they would go home for the holidays. The school had been a difficult one to attend, but they were both top students and had in mind where they wanted to go. Doc and Clara and Marty and Jennifer were very proud of their children. Each one of them had been placed in the top of their class. As the young men approached Hill Valley at the beginning of the 21st century they had plans on where they wanted to go. They were now both young men and actually older than Marty had been when he had first made his trip through time. The two men wanted to go to the future and make sure that they would be graduating from college. It was their hope that they could meet themselves and pick up any pointers. Both Jules and Marty were smart and knew how to run the time machine themselves. Once the two of them arrived at their home they approached both of their parents about the prospect of going through time themselves. Their parents looked on with respect. They were all aware that it was time for the next generation to use the machine. After all, their children were now in college and the machine was much safer than it had been when Marty and the doc had traveled through time. Jennifer and Emmett had added several safety features to the car and time travel was much safer. "Do you have an idea where you would like to go?" Marty Sr. asked them. "We want to go to our graduation at MIT and talk to each other. We want to get some good hints on things to do," Marty Jr. told them. The doc was not sure that he liked where they wanted to go. It was dangerous meeting yourselves in another time. But, with precautions things might be all right. It was then that they told what Marty Jr. and Jules had come up with for an idea to make the trip safer. They reminded their parents to keep the day and time in their mind and be aware that on that day they would be arriving at that time. There would be 2 Mary Jr. and 2 Jules there for the day. The doc and everyone knew about it and there would be no shock factor. It was agreed that Marty and Jules would meet themselves at noon in the park. The bench was specified and everything was all set. The two young men got into the time machine once more and headed out to Boston and MIT. As they approached the campus they looked over at the bench. The time was now 11:45 when they got to the bench and took their seat. But the time came and went and by 1 o'clock they were wondering what had happened. Marty and Jules were just about ready to leave the park when they saw their friend Kyle. Kyle looked over and couldn't believe who he saw standing there. Jules and Marty had not been at the school for the past several days. Jules' father had been very sick and he didn't think that Jules or Marty were going to be attending the graduation. This was such bad news for the two young men. They listened as their friend talked about how glad he was that they were going to be able to be at their graduation. Doc Brown would not have wanted them to miss the graduation. This was the worst thing that either of them could have imagined. This was something that they needed to find out what had happened. As they set the time machine for the time and place to be once more Hill Valley, California, the young men worried about what could have happened to Doc Brown or their dad. As the two of them arrived at the house once more, they looked around. The house looked just as it had when they left. As they stepped out there in the living room was standing themselves, only themselves in 4 years. Everyone was there and there was an obvious sadness in the air. "We must ask you to leave. You cannot know the future and the future is here." But Jules saw his father's bedroom door and he went to it. He opened the door and there lay his father. Doc Brown was very weak and could barely speak, but when he saw his younger son Jules coming into the room he told him, "Son, I have had a good life. It is the way that things were meant to be. We will have a lot of laughs and loves and I will see you again. Do not mourn me, celebrate me. With the time machine, you can go back to any time you wish." Clara had come into the room to be with Emmett. The doctors had done all that they could to help him and she knew that his time was short. As the doc slipped into a coma everyone came into the room. Vern was just 19 and was in pre-med. Jules and Marty headed back to their own time. There Jules's father was standing there tall and strong. The two of them made up their minds then and there that they were going to spend as much time as they could there with Emmett. He was a good man and they were lucky to have been with him. If time was going to take its toll in another 3.5 years, they were going to make sure that he had the best life possible. Chapter 34, Chapter 35. It was time for the Doc and Clara to go back to the year 1900. They had been in the 21st century to get Jules into college and time had gone fast. This time they had to go forward some 6 months from the time that they had been there the last time. There had been too much time spent in the 21st century and too many changes for just a day visit. But little did they know that their friend Seamus would become concerned about the fact that Maggie and he had not seen their friends Emmett and Clara and had gone to the farm to make sure that everything was all right. Seamus was not a nosy man, but when he had entered the house he had called out each of their names. As he had walked through the house he had seen the strange pictures on the table. The pictures were in color and the strange things on them had made him look even a little closer. The pictures couldn't be real, he thought to himself. But Seamus found no one there. It was then that he went out to the barn. He called out Emmett and Clara's name but got no response at all. He opened the barn door and what a sight he saw. There in the middle of the barn was the strangest automobile that he had ever seen. When he looked inside he couldn't see anything. But, when he opened the door there he saw what was labeled time circuits. Seamus stood back and stared at the vehicle. He had always thought that there was something strange about Doc Brown. Now he knew the truth. He was not going to tell anyone. Not even his beloved Maggie. But what time was the Doc in now? Where were Jules and Vern? What about his friend Marty? As Marty only showed up once in a while, he wondered. The last time that he had seen Marty and Jennifer both he and Maggie had noticed how much older they both appeared. Was the time machine the reason for this, he thought to himself. But Seamus was getting ready to leave the barn when he heard a deafening noise. There was a large cloud and when he turned his head toward all of the noise he saw another car appear in the barn. As he watched in amazement Clara and the Doc got out of the car. The Doc looked over at Seamus and then looked to his wife. Doc Brown knew that his secret had been found out and hoped against all hopes that Seamus would keep their secret. The Doc smiled at Seamus and said, "I think that you and I need to talk." Seamus went with Emmett and Clara into the living room and took a seat. "I am sorry, but I did not mean to pry into your business. You had not been seen in town for weeks and everyone was worried. I came over here to make sure that everything was all right. At first I just went into the house and called out your names. But when I got no answer I went out to the barn thinking that perhaps you were out there working. I did not mean to see anything. But, now I am wondering just exactly what you have been doing," he told his friend. "It is true I came to Hill Valley in a time machine in the year 1885. The first time that you met me I had just recently arrived from the year 1885. My friend Marty and I both came from that year. I met Clara and we married. We have lived our lives in both centuries. We have been in the beginning of the 21st century for the past 6 months, and that is why we have not been here." All of this was just a little unbelievable. But Seamus had seen the time machine and then had watched the car appear from nothing but thin air. Seamus thought of the young man named Clint Eastwood and how much he resembled him. "Marty, your friend, that is the man that you called Clint Eastwood?" Seamus asked the Doc and Clara. "Yes. His real name is Marty," the Doc told him. Seamus had to know one thing. "What is Marty's last name?" he asked. "It is McFly," the Doc told him. Seamus couldn't believe what he was being told. "Is he related to me and Maggie then?" Emmett had not wanted to tell Seamus very much, but the questions that he was asking were reasonable. "He is your great-great-grandson." Seamus now had a huge pill to swallow. The man that he had thought of as a friend was his great-great-grandson. So that is why William was so fond of him, he thought to himself. "Is there a way that you could show me the time machine and how it works?" Seamus asked him. The Doc and Clara looked at each other and smiled. "I can do you one better. Would you like to come with me to meet Marty? I can take you back to the year 2010 you wish." That is the year that your great-grandson and his wife Lorraine celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary. Clara and I actually have plans to go there in the morning. The doc told him. Seamus was interested in the concept of time travel, but the thought of it did make him very nervous. But, what a chance! He was being an opportunity to meet his ancestors. He smiled and then told the doc all right. The next morning Seamus arrived at the Brown house early. He had been promised that they would return within a few minutes of the time that they would leave. As he took his seat with his friends he took one last look at the old bar. He felt a jolt and then quiet. As he stopped out of the car he was in a strange place, a very strange place indeed. Chapter 35, Chapter 36. The doc and Clara had given Seamus clothes to wear and he felt very uncomfortable in them. The clothes were strange, but he wanted to fit in with other people in the year 2008. That was the year that had been chosen for them to arrive in. Seamus stepped out of the car nervously and felt better once he saw that the room had not changed that much. Oh, it definitely had some strange objects in it, but the room was the same size as it had been in his time. Seamus looked around the room in wonder. He was nervous and then he saw his friend and great-great-grandson standing there in the doorway. He had always known him as Clint Eastwood and it was hard to think of him by his real name Marty. Behind him was his lovely wife Jennifer and they each greeted one another with hugs and kisses. As he stepped into the house, though, Seamus found himself in a completely new world. There were things in the house that stopped him in his tracks. He could not even imagine what some of the things did. Oh, he had seen the electric lights, but there were other things all over the house. There was a large screen of some sort that had pictures on it. The screen had a voice and the people on the screen appeared to jump out at him. Marty showed him the different things in the living room. To him and everyone else nothing seemed out of place, but to Seamus it was like going to another planet. There was a thing called a computer and appliances like an automatic washing machine and a machine that washed dishes. The list went on and he was amazed at all of the different things in the home. But, as he stepped out into the world of the 21st century he had a real shock. The town did not resemble his town in the least. There were stores everywhere, and automobiles that crowded the streets. Everywhere he looked he could see nothing that caught his eyes. Then he saw the clock tower, the tower that he had witnessed as it had been raised and turned on for the first time so long ago. It was the town square, but nothing looked the same, just the clock. Marty had been thinking about his grandfather and how at the age of 92 was still vibrant. He was now living in a rest home because of his medications and a slight stroke that he had suffered a few years ago, but he still had his mind and remembered Seamus well. Seamus had died at the ripe old age of 90 himself. His grandfather was 35 when he died and his father remembered him also. He had just a few memories as he was only just a little past his 5th birthday when he died. But he remembered the old man who used to tell jokes. Marty and Annette had been showing Seamus around when Marty told him that his father and grandfather were both alive and that they both had known him when they were younger. Marty knew that it was important that Seamus not know everything that was going to happen in his life. But, he thought that Seamus might like to meet his grandson and great-grandson as he had met him and his daughter Marlene. Seamus thought about it for a second. Of course I would like to meet my grandson and great-grandson. Are they from my son William? He asked. Yes, they are from William. They both remember William also. I remember him too. I was younger when he died but I remember him. Marty told him. What about my wife Maggie? Do you remember her? Seamus asked. Marty knew that the question was going to come up. He just didn't know how to tell him that Maggie was going to get typhoid fever in the late teens and would not survive. She survived the fever without getting sick once, but when the fever came to Hill Valley again she got sick and died. He sighed and said, I cannot say what happened to your Maggie. But, I did not meet her. I am sorry. This sent Seamus into a spin. His Maggie died before him by a long time. He could tell by the actions of Marty that she died long ago. He wondered how long he would have with her. The tears were forming in his eyes as he thought of the woman he so truly loved. Lorraine was thrilled to meet Seamus and welcomed him into her home. She had met him as a little girl at her dad's store. He had been an old man who liked to sit out on the front porch with her grandfather. He was always sneaking her candy, She knew that she couldn't tell him much, but she told him how she remembered him as he used to hang out in front of her father's store. Seamus was thrilled to see George walk into the house. He was a good man and had raised 3 great children. As he met Linda and Dave, Seamus was impressed. That afternoon he was taken over to meet his grandson Bruce. He was an old man but very up to talking to his grandfather. It was a dream come true to get to talk to the grandfather who had died many years ago. Seamus was just the way he remembered him, and the visit was an honor for both men. All in all, the visit was a good one. Seamus now knew that the world would be around for a long time to come and that his family was going to be both happy and continuing. He also knew that he would see them all again, and that was very comforting. But his Maggie, what was to become of her? Chapter 37. Doc had arrived back in Hill Valley another century behind where he had just been. Seamus was with him and had been very quiet about what he had seen. The doc knew that what he had seen must have been a shock and would wait for Seamus to say the first word. Seamus had been thinking about what he had seen. He was going to be the first of many McFlys who were going to also live out their lives in the town he loved, Hill Valley. He was glad to see that his son William would marry and have children. He had now met the children and grandchildren and so on and so on. It was going to be a wonderful future. But all he could do was think about his Maggie. He had to save her from her future where she would die so many years before he would. Thank you, Emmett, for what you have shown me. The future indeed is a strange place to go. I found out that Maggie and I will be the beginning of a long history in Hill Valley. The best thing is that I liked everyone in my family. They are successful and happy. One can ask no more of their future than for their family to be healthy and happy. The doc knew that Seamus was worried about his wife Maggie. But he had to tell him that the future should not be changed. It is dangerous to know certain things that are going to happen, Seamus. That is one of the hardest thing about time travel, he told his friend Seamus. Seamus decided that now was not the time to discuss Maggie with his friend and left for his house shortly afterward. He walked slowly toward his house, heavy with the thought of losing his wife that he loved so dearly. As he walked into the house, he took her in his arms and held her dearly for a few moments. Maggie laughed at her husband. He was so funny sometimes. I love you, Seamus, she laughed. Doc took a seat in his living room and watched as Clara made dinner. He had never thought of what it would be like for him to lose her. He had always assumed that he was going to be the first one to die. He was much older than she was, but one could never be sure how much time they had. Something could happen in a split second and change everything. He thought of the typhoid epidemic that was going to hit Hill Valley in a couple of years. It was going to kill Maggie and so many other good people that he called friends now. Clara had been acting as though she was busy cooking, but in reality she was just thinking about her friend Maggie and all of the other people who were going to die in the typhoid epidemic that was going to hit Hill Valley in a few years. It was tough knowing what the future was going to hold. But a person knowing too much about their own future was never a good thing. She knew it, and so didn't the doc. Vern had been in his room doing some studying. It was strange for him. Just earlier on that day he had been sitting in his room in another century working from his own laptop. The room looked so different. He liked both rooms, but sometimes he took a couple of days to adjust to the way of one century to another century, and this was going to be one of those times. He missed his brother Jules. But, he was away at college and had a lot of work to do. As for Vern, he had to study very hard if he wanted to get into Harvard Medical School. That was his wish, and he needed to study very hard to get accepted. The next morning Emmett headed back to his shop. Hill Valley was changing daily and the stables had become more of a filling station. There still were no cars allowed on the main street of town, but the men who riding horses were getting less and less. The doc had been lucky. His building was the next to the last building that cars were allowed on. As many people turned to go around the other side of town in his driveway, they would stop for gas and repairs. Doc was getting pretty good at figuring out the cars and enjoyed the business. No matter how hard the doc tried, he had never been able to remember the exact time that his father and mother had arrived in Hill Valley. He knew that it was sometime around World War I, but that was all. It was now 1917 and World War I was raging in Europe. He knew that the United States would not officially declare the war until April 6, and it was now February. He was busy at the stables working when a young couple came up to his store. As the man came out and introduced himself, Emmett could hardly contain himself. The man standing in front of him was his father. In the automobile next to him sat his mother. They looked so young and happy. He wanted to hold each of them in his arms. Erhard von Braun and his wife Sarah were new in town and were looking to settle in a home somewhere near the center of town. He was a lawyer and had plans to open an office in town. Emmett knew of the home and where it was located. He was going to be raised there. He had driven by the home many times and it had just been placed up for sale. I know a home that is perfect for you. It is just down the street and has a large front entryway. There are actually 2 front doors to the home. The second door goes directly to a small room that would make a perfect reception room. With just a little work, the home could work well as both a home and an office for a lawyer. As Emmett went to hand the address to the couple and said, "I will be glad to bring you to the house. I know the people that are selling it very well. They are moving out of town to live with their daughter. The man built the house about 10 years ago and is very proud of it." Emmett offered them. With that, the von Brauns moved into their new home and a new life began. Chapter 37, Chapter 38. Emmett had something that he needed to tell both Clara and Vern. One of the problems of traveling through time was that things could get out of order. This was going to be something that was going to be hard for a normal person to swallow. But Doc knew that Vern and Clara were used to the strange things that could happen because of their traveling through time. Clara had been at school working when she had seen Emmett talking to a new family that had just arrived in town. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she thought that the man sounded just like Emmett when she heard him talk, and the man looked like Emmett as well. She wondered if they were his parents. But at dinner that night, Clara got her answer. The 3 Browns had taken a seat at the table and were eating when Emmett told them of the new people who had just arrived in town. "They are my parents. Vern, they are your grandparents. In this year my mother was just 18, a year younger than Jules and a year older than you. She married my father at a very young age. My dad is just out of law school and is just 26 himself." The doc told them. Vern was open to anything such as this and found it fascinating. He had thought that his father's parents would be arriving soon. He knew that they were the Van Brauns and that his father's father was a judge in Hill Valley for many years. "I would like to meet them. They will not learn from me who I am, I promise." Vern promised his father. Clara told Emmett, "I would like to meet them too. Your mother is new in town and I know how that feels." Doc wasn't sure if the idea of Vern and his wife meeting each other. But they were right in a town the size of Hill Valley. He was sure that they would run into each other sometime. "Just be careful of anything that you say," Emmett warned them. But Clara was just too curious, as was Vern. The next day was another day of school and they would be walking by the house that Doc's parents were purchasing. For now they were living at the local hotel, but the house was going to be their home soon. They knew that the people that were selling the house were going to be moving out in a few days. The next morning Clara went to the school and worked the entire day. As she left the schoolhouse, she stopped at the local store. There she met the woman who would not ever know that she was actually Clara's mother-in-law. She was a pretty young woman and was busy ordering things for her new home. The house that they had purchased was furnished, but there were still many things that they would need to buy. Also, they were going to have a law office at the house, and that would require equipment. Clara introduced herself to the lady, and Sarah and Clara could feel that they were going to be friends. "I would be glad to help you out with anything that you and your husband need. I am the local school teacher. Do you have any children?" Clara asked her with a smile. Sarah blushed as she told Clara that her husband and her had just been married 6 months ago and so far there were no children. But she was glad that Hill Valley had a school already. She had seen the children as they had walked to school. As Clara walked by the house where her beloved Emmett was going to live out his childhood, she smiled. Emmett was over there with his father and the owner, the setup of the house. Emmett found that he couldn't stay away from his parents either. When Emmett saw Clara, he excused himself and walked the rest of the way to their house with her. She smiled as she watched her husband. He had a guilty look on his face. "Emmett, it's all right that you went over to talk to your father. I would have too. It is not everyone that gets a chance to talk to their father as a young man." "You are lucky," she told him, and with that she took his hand and squeezed it. Clara always knew the right thing to say, and Emmett was already feeling better about going over to see his parents. The house looked very much the same as he had remembered as a young boy. He remembered the office and the kitchen and his mom baking. His mom had been a great cook and a great mom. Emmett had been a lucky young man. He had learned the law from his father and the sciences from his mother. Vern had been at the store when his grandfather had come in to order some building materials for his new home. Vern had wanted to stop by and meet his grandfather earlier, but had not been able to come up with an excuse for being there. But, by accident, his grandfather had come into the store while he was there. His grandfather looked a little like him, he thought. But when he spoke he sounded just like his father. As Vern watched his grandfather give the man his order for the work that needed to have to do the construction on the house, he offered his help. When his grandfather was introduced and he found out that he was Doc Brown and Clara's son, he took the help with a smile. Vern got to do something that he would never forget that day. He got to spend the day with his grandfather. He got to know him that day. His grandfather was smart and determined and very much in love with his grandmother. That day he got to have some cookies and milk with his grandmother, and Vern couldn't wait for the opportunity to present itself again. Chapter 38, Chapter 39. Now that the doc knew that his mother and father were here in Hill Valley, he knew that he was going to have to be careful not to let them know his true identity. His father had been so young and so strong. As he had helped with the loading and unloading of material for his father's house, he had felt at home once again. His dad would go on to be a judge for the country. He would be successful, and his mother would go on to be a great mother. The doc always had thought that they were the reason for his success. They had both encouraged him as a child and were always interested in his scientific research. His father had wanted Emmett to follow his footsteps and become a lawyer, but had supported his son all the way. Clara had found it amazing that Emmett's parents had now arrived at the town. She had liked meeting them and could not wait to talk to them and get to know them. Oh, she knew what Emmett said, no one should ever know too much about their future, but she couldn't help it. They were both so young and friendly, and she wanted her sons to get to know them. Perhaps they could be told the truth, she thought to herself. It had been a good day and Clara's students were flourishing in her school. She not taught grades 7 and 8 and was dedicated to getting her students ready for the new high school that had just been built in Hill Valley. It was a small school, but most of the children from Hill Valley were now graduating from the 11th grade. Unlike their parents, the high school that they attended was now town-owned and free to residents. Before the new high school had been built, anyone who had passed the 8th grade had to travel 10 miles to another high school and pay for it also. But Clara had been thinking about where she would like to go next. She had read the history books about the bombing of Pearl Harbor. She had heard that the island had been a very different place prior to the attack and would like to visit the island herself. She thought that she and Emmett could enjoy the islands before the attack. Perhaps they could spend a couple of days on the island and then watch the attack from a safe distance in the invisible time machine. Emmett had come home to a delicious dinner and Clara approached him on the subject of Pearl Harbor. "I was thinking that our anniversary is coming up next week and what a wonderful place to visit Hawaii would be. I have heard that the island was very different before the attack. What if we went there and spent a few days together and then watched the attack from a safe distance?" she asked him. The doc didn't have to think about the prospect of a few days in Hawaii. The idea sounded great to him. He knew that they would be safe for a period up until the day of the attack, which was December 7, 1941. He smiled at Clara and said, "That sounds good to me. We could arrive on December 2 and spend 4 days in paradise. It shouldn't be hard to find lodging. I am all for it." Vern smiled at his parents. He would love to go with them, but he knew that this was their wedding anniversary and he wanted them to have a good time, too. "Have a great time, Mom and Dad. I will keep the fires burning here for you," he smiled. The next few days Clara and the doc got ready for their trip through time. Clara made the proper outfits and Emmett made sure that the time machine was ready for the trip. As he went over everything he smiled and was pleased to see that everything was ready. Clara was busy once again making outfits for Emmett and her. She used an old magazine to make sure that the outfits were authentic and finished the job with pride. Just 2 days before their anniversary they were ready for another trip through time. Emmett set the time for December 2, 1941 and the time for 1 in the afternoon. As he set the camera to make sure that everything was ready and clear for their landing, he found a hotel that he and Clara could stay at. It was very near the beach and the harbor where the attack would occur. The view would be spectacular also. With the place and time decided, Emmett and Clara headed ahead in time to the beautiful islands of Hawaii. As they landed and hid the car in a good spot, they went on to the hotel. The hotel was as beautiful inside as it was on the outside, and they got an ocean view room. The room was large and very romantic. As the two of them stepped out onto the balcony, they breathed in the clean sea air. From their room they looked at the ships in the harbor. It was hard to imagine that this peaceful paradise was going to become a living hell within a few days. The weather was absolutely perfect and the Doc and Clara went out to the beach. There they enjoyed the sun and the beaches. They spent 4 days in heaven. But the day that the harbor was going to be attacked was going to be tomorrow morning, and they had to get to safety. The Doc and Clara went and got back into the time machine. From there they watched as the Japanese airplanes bombed the American ships over and over. It was too much and they went back to their own time. Clara and Emmett were both rattled by the sights that they had seen that day. But they had 4 beautiful days on the Hawaii Islands and would not trade that time for anything. As they arrived back at their farmhouse, they breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was the same as it had been when they had left. Vern was standing there smiling as they got out of the car. Chapter 39, Chapter 41. Marty, Jr. and Jules had come back from their trip to colonial America and had been very successful with their new mode of time transport. Wearing a belt that carried the time-traveling device was the best thing that the Brown and McFly had invented so far. As the 2 young men came home for spring break, they brought their time belts with them. The device was very simple looking but was actually brilliantly built. What amazed the Doc and Jennifer and Marty Sr. was how compact the device was and how light it was. It reminded them of a fanny pack. The device could fit just about anywhere on the body and would not be seen. Jules and Marty had now graduated to the point where they were true inventors. The time belt could win them a Nobel Peace Prize or any other prestigious reward now. But they all knew the dangers that time travel presented. If the information got into the wrong hands, the world could be changed in an instant. No one has ever forgotten what happened to Hill Valley when Biff had gotten hold of the time machine back in the year 1955. That could never happen again. But Marty and Jennifer had been talking to one another about the time traveling. They were both sure that there were other time travelers out there. It was true that they had not met another one yet as far as they knew, but if they could invent it, so couldn't someone else? As Jennifer and Marty Sr. came over to talk to the Doc and Clara, they decided to approach the subject. Dinner was always a pleasant experience at the Brown house, and as Jennifer and Marty took their seats, the conversation soon became very lively. There was a lot of excitement in the air about the new invention that their children had made. But Marty wanted to talk to the Doc and Clara about the possibility that they might run into another time traveler at some time. Once dinner was done and everyone sat back to relax for a moment, Marty approached the subject. Jennifer and I have been wondering about the possibility that we might someday run into another time traveler. We have been wondering that since we have been able to travel through time with such ease, perhaps someone else would. What about our children or grandchildren? Will they travel through time like we do? We already know that our children are traveling now without us. Doc had worried about this himself. It was true that with each passing year, traveling through time had become easier and easier. They now had several safety features, and the chance that someone else had built a time machine was definitely in the realm of possibilities. I have thought and wondered about that myself. So far I don't think that I have met any other time travelers. But perhaps I wouldn't recognize them. We go to great lengths to fit in with the time that we go to. Perhaps they do the same thing. They might try to blend in with the time also. Jennifer spoke up and said, I sometimes wonder if the reports of UFOs and strange beings that are reported are actually time travelers. We know that everything evolves with time. Perhaps the beings that are being seen are from another time. Clara had been listening to the conversation and she tended to agree with what Marty and Jennifer had said. So she spoke up and said, there is a way for us to find out if that is true or now. What we should do is go to a time that we know of a UFO sighting and go to that time. She said thoughtfully. That's it, the doc said as he jumped up. We can go to a famous UFO sighting and see if we see something ourselves. We can remain invisible and observe. With that, the doc was off thinking and planning his next trip. They would go to a UFO site and see if they find out anything. The books that Emmett kept on world history were remarkable. He had shelves and shelves of books in a room that he kept hidden behind a hidden door. There were dozens of books on strange sightings, and as he went through them one by one, he wrote down the time and place that he thought would be the best place for them to travel. But to his shock, he had overlooked a small article in one of the local newspapers. The article detailed a sighting that was reported by over 100 people in the town of Hill Valley, California on the next day. The doc grabbed the article and began to read it with amazement. It seems that an aircraft was spotted in the field behind the Brown farm. The lights went up and over the city, and as people left for church they saw a saucer-shaped vehicle climb into the sky and fly over the town. The doc couldn't believe what he was reading and went back out into the living room. As everyone turned because of the obvious excitement that the doc was showing, they saw the slip of paper in his hand. I think that we will have our answer soon, and he handed the article to Marty. Marty read the article and Clara and Jennifer read over his shoulders. The three of them were amazed. According to this article, the Brown farm would have an alien encounter on the next day. They were sure that whoever or whatever would be arriving on the next day would be arriving in the barn. I am sure that whoever it is knows about our time machine. Clara told them. This made sense, and everyone was sure that they were going to have a very interesting day tomorrow. But apparently the article was wrong. As they sat in the living room, they heard the familiar sound of the arrival of someone from another time. The four of them all looked at each other and headed to the barn. They knew that all four of them were there and that Vern was in town doing some work for his grandfather. Who could be coming to their farm, they all wondered. As they entered the barn, they saw a strange saucer-shaped vehicle, and as they watched, the door opened. Chapter 40, Chapter 42. The four friends were not sure what to do. Should they run? Should they? Oh, what should they do? Later on, the security cameras that the doc had set up with the look on their faces. As they stood there in the barn, they watched as two young men stepped out of the saucer door. The two men were dressed in clothes from the correct time, but something about them was different. They were definitely human, and so the four friends relaxed a little. The young man that came out of the ship first offered Doc Brown his hand and introduced himself. I am Carol Bone. I am here to meet you and your wife and your friends Marty and Jennifer. This is my brother Morel. As the doc introduced everyone, they all shook hands and walked into the house. The friends had been through time many times and knew by the looks on the visitors' faces that they were new to this time. Jennifer noted that the men appeared to be somewhere in their 20s. They both had somewhat dirty blonde hair and were a little short, even for her time. They were about 4'7" or so. But they were very polite, and she was anxious to hear what they had to say. Carol was the first to speak. I am sure that you are wondering who we are and how we came to land in Hill Valley in the year 1918. My brother and I have been traveling through time with each other. The ship that we use is shaped like that because it's easier for the traveling through space and time. We go to many other planets also. The doc and the rest of the group had so many questions for the young men, but Marty was the first to speak. How did you learn about our location here and the year? Morel smiled and said, we are your descendants. Our family has been going through time ever since you sent Marty to the year 1955. We have been keeping tabs on the real history of the Earth and many of our sistering planets. It has been our wish to come and meet you ever since I can remember, and to meet the four of you all at one time is indeed an honor, he told them. What year are you from? Clara asked the young men. We are from the year 2410. In our time it is common to travel between the different planets and stars. But we have continued your legacy and travel through time also. We were born in Hill Valley, California also. The city is now a large city with over 100,000 people living within the city limits. But it is a good place to live. We just wanted to see what the town looked like 400 years ago. The doc stood up and said, would you like to come and see the town? I have a shop in town and I can show you what it has, he offered them. As the two young brothers walked out the door to a time that they had never seen in person, they were amazed at how different the town was. All of the skyways were empty and the roads were made of dirt. The main street of town had no moving sidewalks and there were no lifts to hold their packages. But the people were very much the same and both were welcomed as friends of the Brown family. Doc thought that the young men might like to meet his parents. As he went to the Van Braun home and rang the bell, his father answered the door. Both Carol and Morel were welcomed into the house. Doc could see that they were very excited to meet his father and the judge. He knew that his father was in the history books for the work that he had done for the town. He was now a young man like the two time travelers and spoke freely to them. Sarah came into the room and the two young men stood up. She was impressed to meet the two young men. They were a little odd, but they were friendly and something about them seemed very familiar. They spoke eloquently and were gentlemen. She was sorry to see them leave. As she and her husband smiled and waved to two people that they had no idea would be their ancestors. Clara and Jennifer went out to the kitchen to make something to eat. The two brothers were not used to eating meals. In their time there were pills that you took and eating food had long been out of style. It was a new experience and the food smelled good. We use our ship as a home. We have stopped living in a house 2 generations ago. Our parents and grandparents all have saucer-shaped vehicles. There are other saucers also. We try to keep ourselves hidden from radar or detection, but once in a while we have been seen. My great-grandparents were among the first to travel into time in one of these vehicles. They were killed in Roswell, New Mexico. My parents just barely got them out of the Army's hands in time before they had an autopsy performed on them. It was a close call and our secret of time travel would certainly have been discovered. Morel told them. So what they had suspected was true, the UFOs were time travelers. The doc thought to himself. But when he spoke up he asked, could we see the inside of your spacecraft? Morel smiled and said, come on, we would be glad to show you. As the 4 friends came over to the spaceship they were a little nervous. But as they looked at the many lights and buttons, they were impressed. There was the ability for the ship to go past the speed of light. There was a place for the men to sleep and the food bank was an assortment of pills. But, the visit had been wonderful and it was time for their new friends to go back to their own time. We will see you again, the doc said. With that their new friends smiled and said, you can count on it. As the spaceship left the barn it went over the town and past the church. The townspeople stood in awe as they spotted the ship take off to the sky at a very high rate of speed and disappeared. They had just witnessed a UFO. Chapter 41, Chapter 43. As the 4 friends went back inside once again they smiled. So it was true what they had thought. Time travelers were in at least some of the spaceships that had been seen throughout time. Their future relatives would be the cause of one of the most famous UFO sightings ever. They were sad to hear that their great or many great-grandchildren would die in a time travel accident. But, the 4 friends were not prepared for what was to happen next. The townspeople were coming down the street towards the farm with lit torches. They had seen the spaceship as it had lifted up off what they had thought was the field. They had watched as it lifted off of the field and flew over the city of Hill Valley. They had witnessed this themselves. The 4 friends came out onto the front porch and greeted the people. Doc and Clara tried their best to calm the people down. Everyone spoke at once and Emmett waved his hands. I saw what you did. I have no idea what it was. I think that it landed out behind my fence. But to his horror the whole town ran towards the back of the house. As they all wanted to see the barn, Emmett had to think quick. In there were all of his secret time travel equipment. He told them, I am sorry but all of my science equipment is in there. It was then that he heard the sound of the time machine start and knew that Marty and Jennifer had taken both vehicles out of the barn. He relaxed and allowed the people to look inside. Inside of the barn were things that the people from town could not imagine. They saw gadgets and things all over the place. But there was no spaceship or any indication that the spaceship had ever been there. As the people left, Emmett and Clara breathed a sigh of relief as the people left one by one. There were lots of questions from the townspeople but they accepted what their friend Emmett told them. But Emmett's father was a little curious about this man named Emmett Brown. Something about him was very odd. He was going to find out who this man was. He remembered how Emmett had been almost at home as he had gone through his house. The man looked so much like his father and when he talked he swore that he was his father. Everyone in Hill Valley was used to the strange behavior and happenings at the Brown house. But, this was a spaceship and they were sure that no one in the Brown family had anything to do with the arrival. Most of the people had heard strange noises coming out of their barn, as they had that night. Emmett had a lot of equipment and they had always assumed that the noise was coming from the equipment. In the meantime, Marty and Jennifer had been watching from their camera, making sure that when they returned to Hill Valley everything was all right. They wanted to make sure that everyone was gone before they came back. No one in town knew that they were in town and they would like to keep it that way. They were now getting older and soon would have to be introduced as Marty and Jennifer's parents. As Jennifer and Marty arrived back in the barn safely, they were met by Emmett and Clara. "Marty, Jennifer, we must be much more careful. If it hadn't been for you being here, we might have been discovered for who we really are. That would change the entire history of the town maybe," Emmett warned them. But there was nothing that anyone could have done. They were visited by people from the future. But they now knew that their legacy was going to continue for generations to come. Doc Brown was proud of his family and he was glad to know that his family would survive and live on for many generations after he was gone. As the four friends sat back down to relax in the living room, they talked about a system that could be left for future generations. In this book they could write who they are when they came and any information that would make the time travel safer. Each day the keeper of the book could check to see if there was someone coming. It would ruin the surprise, but it would make the time travel safer for everyone. "But I have an idea," Jennifer said. "What if this book was written just an hour before they were due to arrive? We could start the story now and make sure that the book was kept through the generations. With each trip the book could tell about the impending arrival of a time traveler. It would not be perfect, but it would let us know not to have company over during the day. If they could write the time, it would be helpful too. A book for our time-traveling family to fill out." "That is a good idea, Jennifer. It isn't perfect, but if we had the book today we might not have had the trouble that we are experiencing. I will purchase a logbook tomorrow. Anyone in the future will know of the book because it will have existed since this time." "Yes, this is a good idea," the doc said. But Marty and Jennifer had been at the beginning of the 20th century for too long and it was time for them to go back to their own time again. "I will look for the book when we get home." "Where are you going to put the book?" Marty asked him. "I will put the book in the back room. It will be in the bookcase to the right as you enter the room. The next time you come to visit we will know in advance," Emmett told them as they climbed into the car. In a moment there was a loud noise and lots of colors and Marty and Jennifer were on their way to their own time. Chapter 44. Marty and Jennifer arrived back in their own time once more. The year was now 2018 and they wanted to find the book. In the book should be every trip that they and others had been on since the time that Doc started keeping the book about 100 years ago. They went into the back bedroom where the book was to be kept and found it there on the back shelf as the doc had said that he was going to put it. The book looked old now, even though just moments before he had put the book there. As Marty pulled the book out his hands shook. He looked over at Jennifer and thought for a moment. If Marty and Jennifer read the log they would know their future and that was never good. He shook his head and opened the page to that day. On that day's page there was no information and he now knew that no one would be coming that day. From that day on the book was only opened every morning and the page for the day would be looked at. Each and every generation had to be warned that nothing but that day's information should ever be looked at. To look at the other pages could change the way that things were supposed to be and that was never a good thing. Back in the earlier part of the 20th century, Emmett and Clara were settling down to life in their time once again. The book would sit there unused for anything else but people who would be arriving at their home. It spoiled the surprise of seeing someone arrive, but would help make time travel easier, and he knew that safety and secrecy was the most important thing for him and his family. Clara had a large class of students this year and she was enjoying her teaching once again. But the students were interested in so many of the new inventions that were being made. They knew that Clara's husband was a great inventor. So, she took them on a field trip to the barn where the doc showed them the different things that he was working on. Emmett was a brilliant man and was working hard on perfecting a refrigerator for his home. Right now the refrigeration units were large and not fit for the average home. He had made one back in 1885 and even had invented an ice cube maker. But the machine was huge and would take up almost an entire cellar. The unit he now had would be large but would easily fit into an average-sized kitchen. Clarence, one of the smarter students in the class, was fascinated by the workings of this unit. He studied the unit up and down and could see where there was a lot of room for improvements. He and the doc talked for hours and he stayed even when the rest of the students left. Clarence had several ideas on things that could be tried, and before Clara knew it, the two were hard at work together. Clara loved watching Emmett and the bright young man work together. Emmett had so many things that he could teach him. He could not mention the time traveling, but there were so many other things that the doc had been working on. Erhard von Braun had been impressed with what he had seen in the barn. There were things in there that Doc Brown had been working on that were imaginative and useful. As he asked around town, he was surprised to find out that the man had arrived about 30 years ago, but not too many people in town knew much about him. He and his wife were well respected in the town but were still not known well. As Erhard worked in his office, he wondered about the strange man. He thought of his name and how he wanted to take on that name now. It was an American name and he lived in the United States now. As Sarah came into the room with his next appointment, he thought of her and the children that they someday might have. Yes, he would take the last name Brown. It was the better name for where they now lived. That evening at breakfast, Erhard told his wife Sarah of his decision to change their last name and she agreed. The name was better suited for their new home in Hill Valley. With that, she painted a new sign for the office. Erhard hung the new name on the front of the home and a new era had begun. The next morning Doc was on his way into work when he went by his childhood home. They had changed their name. The sign now said Erhard Braun, attorney at law. He smiled as he read the sign. He looked over and saw his mother sweeping the front porch. "Good morning, Mrs. Brown," he told her. Sarah liked the man and said, "What do you think of the new name?" "I think that it is a good solid name. We now share the same name and I am honored," Doc Brown told them. Erhard had heard Emmett out front and came out on the porch to say good morning to him. The conversation was a pleasant one. But, once again, Sarah and Erhard Braun had the feeling that the man was acting as though he had something to hide. Every day Erhard found himself busy at the courthouse and with his practice. The town of Hill Valley was getting large and had a real need for a good lawyer. Erhard was surprised when he was asked if he would be interested in sitting on the bench instead of just being a lawyer. "You are the best lawyer we have in town and we have a great courthouse. It would be an honor for you to become our first judge," the mayor had told him. That afternoon Erhard Braun became the first permanent judge in Hill Valley. He would keep his private practice for the rest of his life. But he was now a judge first. Chapter 43, Chapter 45. Sarah Tannen had done her best to raise her son Josiah to be respectful and kind. She had moved from Hill Valley hoping that without the influence of the town and his father's legacy her son would turn respectful. But genes can carry a heavy load and her son had picked up the nickname of Muggsy and was proud of his criminal ties. Muggsy had always heard of a man named Doc Brown and what he had done to his father. As far as Muggsy was concerned, Doc Brown had murdered his father. If it hadn't been for the man, he would have had a father. His father had been a good man who had just had a bad childhood. His mom had told him over and over that his father was an innocent man. As Muggsy Tannen approached the town of Hill Valley, he looked for his mother's family home. He knew that his grandparents were still alive. Although they had nothing to do with him or his mother, Muggsy was sure that he could wiggle himself into their life. Martha and Jonathan Gibson had carried the guilt of knowing that their grandson was the son of Bufford Tannen. They had not heard from their daughter Sarah or their grandson in a long time and wondered how they were. Jonathan was now in his 60s and wanted to see his daughter and grandson. Martha was also almost 60 and missed her daughter terribly. Jonathan had been at the general store when he had seen the strange man ride into town. He was on a fine horse, but something about him looked very familiar. As Jonathan looked again, he knew who he was looking at. He looked just like his brother, and he must be his grandson Josiah. As the man got off his horse and headed to the local hotel, Doc Brown came out of his stables. Something had told Emmett that there was something going on in town. He met Jonathan Gibson outside and the two men watched as the man entered the hotel. Words were almost not necessary, but Jonathan turned to Emmett and said, "That's my grandson. He is Buford Tannen's son," and then he turned and looked Emmett with a worried face. Doc Brown was very worried about the man that had just come into town. He had not heard the name Buford Tannen in a long time. "I wonder what he wants," Emmett said to his friend. With that, Jonathan turned to Emmett and told him, "I don't know, but I am going to go over and talk to him." Emmett knew that Jonathan and Martha had missed their daughter and grandson, but Josiah had been a child in trouble almost since he was born. He had been a bully at school and had no friends. Josiah and his mother had moved away almost 20 years ago, and he couldn't have been happier. "Would you like me to go with you?" Emmett offered. "No. That is all right. I must meet with him alone," Jonathan told him. "Call me if you need anything," Emmett offered. When Emmett got back to his shop, he gave the school a telephone call. He wanted to tell Clara about the new visitor to town. Clara was very upset about the news. "What good could he want from us?" she asked Emmett. But Muggsy had his own ideas. He was there to make life miserable for everyone in town. He now had a young boy of his own, and he was going to settle down with his family. There the family would do everything to make life miserable for the McFly family and the Brown family that he and his family could do. Muggsy's son was a big boy for his age and had the same cruelty that his grandfather had. Josiah was proud of him. He would live in Hill Valley and avenge his grandfather's death. The two of them would make life miserable for some of the residents of Hill Valley. Muggsy had stolen and bullied enough money from people to buy a small home in the town. He would do some mechanic's work for a living. He was a good mechanic and would open the second gas station in town. Even if he didn't make much money, he knew that he would cut down on the Doc's business, and that would be the start of his problems. Doc Brown had married a school teacher. That was a dream come true. A miserable student could ruin a teacher's life. Muggsy was sure that his son was going to be very miserable. Josiah Jr. was going to be too good to get in real trouble, but bad enough to make the Doc and William McFly's family very unhappy. William McFly was the proud father of Arthur McFly. Arthur was a thin child and somewhat of a teacher's pet. Jonathan Gibson wanted to believe that his grandson had come to Hill Valley to clear his name. He had a son and wife now and had never done anything very wrong as far as Jonathan and his wife Martha knew. Josiah Tannen did move to town with his wife Jennifer and son Josiah Jr. They bought a small house just 3 blocks from where Doc Brown had his filling station and opened a filling station of his own. It turned out that Josiah was a good mechanic and his business was mostly working on cars. School would be starting in 6 weeks, and Emmett watched as the young boy walked around town. It didn't take the Doc long or most of the other people in town to realize that Josiah Jr. carried a grudge. He was disrespectful to everyone when they were alone and polite when there were witnesses. Emmett could see that the young man got his jollies out of other people's miseries. One evening when Emmett and Clara were at home eating dinner, the Doc saw Josiah Jr. walking down the street towards town. He gasped in horror as he watched the young boy kicking his dog in the head as he walked. Doc yelled for him to stop, and that is when he saw the boy turn his face. Terror struck him. Josiah Jr. sneered at the Doc and said, "You can't tell me what to do, and either can your wife. I can't wait until I get into your classroom. Kicking a dog is nothing in comparison to what I can do at her school." And with that he laughed and kicked his dog again. Chapter 44, Chapter 46. The last thing that Clara and Emmett needed was a Tannen in town causing trouble. But Emmett knew that they were trouble to his friend Marty and Seamus's family throughout their history. "I never realized that Buford Tannen had a wife and child. I knew that Biff was going to be coming along if things were the same as before, but I had hoped that the family would not show up until the 50s when Marty and I contact him. Because of what Marty does, Biff is brought down to size then. It never occurred to me that there would be other members of the family in town to cause trouble. Now I see the trouble has begun," Emmett told Clara. "Don't worry about me, Emmett. He is nothing but a big bag of air and will not have his way with me. You forget that in this time children were still required to respect their elders, and if the boy causes too much trouble I will throw him out of the school in a heartbeat. But he won't bother me, I know how to handle his type," Clara told her husband and gave him a kiss. Emmett knew Clara was right. She would handle him in her own way. But he knew that this boy was going to have a McFly for a target too. William's son was the same age as the Tannen boy and he was sure that there was going to be trouble there. I am going to talk to William and Seamus about this boy too. I don't want any trouble for them because of the lad, the doc told her. Mugsy had found some of the people in town who were more interested in his type of living. He had no intention of working too hard. He would hire some wimp of a lad to do the work for him and then bully him into working for practically nothing. It had been as though he had dreamed of such a person and they had stopped by the station one afternoon. The kid couldn't have been more than 16 and he had been looking at Mugsy's garage with awe. He was skinny and short for his age and still had pimples of all things. Mugsy had offered him a job and Luke Parker had jumped at the chance to work there. Mugsy had laughed to himself as he watched the boy run out to the front of the garage to wait on a customer. Now all I have to do is to get complete control of this idiot. Then I can have all the profits and he can do all of the work. Mugsy laughed to himself. Even though Josiah Jr. was much younger than Luke Parker, it didn't take him long to realize that he was a pushover and that he could force the guy to do anything. Look, I told you, I need my car washed and waxed now. I don't want to hear how you are supposed to be done with work. You will just have to stay here until the job is done. Next time work harder. And with that he had left Luke to clean his car alone. As Josiah left, he kicked over the bucket of soap that Luke had just gotten and laughed at him. As Luke was standing there cleaning the car, his friend Arthur showed up. Arthur was a little younger than him, but they were best friends. The two of them cleaned the car end to end and were just getting ready to go home when Mugsy pulled into the yard. It was way after 6 at night and both of the young men were tired. But Mugsy didn't care. Hey, I am glad that you finished my son's car. Now I need you to do my car. I want it cleaned inside and out. Both friends started to protest because of the hour, but Mugsy said, I don't want to hear it. I am the boss, not you. And with that he had left to have his supper. Sheridan Parker had very strict rules about dinner time, and when Luke had not shown up at home he had been concerned. He placed a call to the station and was surprised to hear the voice of Arthur McFly on the other end. Arthur, what are you doing at the station at this time of night? Aren't you supposed to be home for supper? Where is Luke? He demanded. Luke got on the phone and said, it is my first week on the job and both Josiah and his son needed their cars cleaned. Arthur has been helping me so that I can get home soon. We are almost done. I am sorry, Dad. Sheridan Parker knew how important it was that Luke have this job. The family needed the money desperately as the crops had not been good that year. All right, come home as soon as you're done, he told his son with a sigh. That night Josiah and his son went to the Gibsons' house. He wanted to get to know more about his grandparents. He thought of them as well-to-do and wanted to see if Jonathan and Martha had anything that he could either weasel out of them or steal. He was not sure which one he was going to do and he really didn't care. As he drove up to the house he looked around and saw how nicely it was kept. There was a car in the driveway also. So, he had been right, his grandparents did have some money. But tonight Josiah decided was a good time to make a good impression with his grandparents, so he was the perfect gentleman. Josiah Jr. had learned to take his cues from his father and was the perfect gentleman also. They had a good time together and Martha made them a plate with leftovers that her grandson and great-grandson could have the next evening. But Doc had been at work all day and heard about all the work that Luke Parker was now doing for Josiah Tannen and worried. He knew that this man was the grandfather of Jennifer. He vowed to have it to wait and see what would happen. Chapter 45, Chapter 47. Hill Valley had certainly changed over time. Marty and Jennifer had been married for over 10 years now and were the proud parents of 2 children. Sometimes due to the nature of their business they found their lives to be full of changes, without warning. Each and every time that they would go through time there would be a small change. Sometimes the change was a major change, where sometimes the changes would be minor. Marty missed his time with Doc and always had it in his mind to go back and see him. But, time was strange, days could turn into weeks and even months. Sometimes it would be many months before he would once again have the pleasure of seeing his partner in time, Doc and his wife Clara. He thought of them as a sort of aunt and uncle. But, time had been good to the McFly family now that they had corrected the wrongs that had been done to both the Doc and the McFly family. The best thing was that he and the doc had saved Clara from going over the ravine that day. They had their children and their children had children and so forth. There was now a large group of people who knew about the time machine. Now, Marty was looking at the newspaper and found another birth announcement. The doc was now an official great-great-grandfather to a little boy named Emmett. He knew that the doc would find a way to find about his future family and he hoped that his friend would show up today. But, much to his despair, the doc did not come. Jennifer, who was now working in the quantum physics department at a local college and was enjoying her work immensely. She was very good at her job and was working towards getting her doctorate. She was a good mother and wife and Marty loved her very much. As for Marty, he had stayed in Hill Valley and had remained doing experiments on the time machine. He had become a stay-at-home father. It was not his intention when he and Jennifer got married, but he had found his work very rewarding. Jennifer and Marty had found their niche in life and they were both happy. Marlene and Marty Jr. were becoming good kids. Both were doing very well at school and had been on many trips through time. They were lucky because they had their father home during the day. Marty's mother and father lived only a couple of miles away and had readily accepted the fact that Marty and Jennifer traveled through time thanks to an invention that Doc Brown had made. Both of his kids loved going to their grandparents, even when they knew that their parents were going on a trip through time. Most of the time they both wanted to travel with their parents, but sometimes it was not safe. Doc Brown was now feeling the effects of growing old. No matter what he had done to stop the aging process, age was catching up with him. He was now having a hard time hearing and concentrating. In the year 2025 he had been given time by a rejuvenation process, but now he was slowing down once again. He didn't like to think about it, but he was true age now 93. He had been adding up all of the years and taking into effect all of the time travel and his true age. He was now 93 years 3 months and 10 days old. He was still walking without a cane and was still mentally competent. But how long, he thought to himself. It was then that he decided to write a letter to his best friend and time-traveling buddy Marty. As the doc took a seat at his desk he thought of his wife and family. His invention had sometimes felt like a curse, sometimes a blessing. One of the blessings of being able to travel through time was that he knew that each and every one of his family was going to see him again. They would see him in the future as a time traveler and be able to relate with him. Strange, but he had those memories too. Doc wanted to write a letter that would not be found by anyone but Marty. A long time ago, they had come up with a place in the back of his bookcase, as the place to put things for reading in the future. The doc would date the envelope so that Marty would know when to open the letter. As Emmett sat at his desk he picked up the pen and began the letter. August 11, 1920. Dear Marty. I have now reached the age of 93 and wanted to let you know my wishes. I have had a long and fruitful life. Clara and I have a good life. I have been happy here in the early 20th century. It is my wish that the original time machine remain with you upon my death. I leave Clara my train time machine and all possessions from this era. All my possessions that remain from the 1980s are to belong to you and Jennifer. I love you and always will. My time is near, I fear, but still I will make at least one more trip to the years 1985 and later. Emmett Brown. Each and every day Marty would check the location of the doc's communication. On this day he found the letter from the doc. He read it and felt the tears forming on his cheeks. The doc had always wanted to take care of him and his family. It was true that his friend had not made another trip to see him, he had passed in his sleep that night. He closed the letter and thought, I will wait to see you again. I know that you will come back during your many time-traveling escapades. This the story goes. Chapter 1. Dr. Emmett Lathrop Brown had escaped with his girl, the women that he had met when he had traveled back to the year 1885. The date was September 7, 1885, and they had witnessed the crash of locomotive 101 as it had crashed into Shonash Ravine. It had been a spectacular crash and the doc and Clara had rushed to the side of the ravine to make sure that the DeLorean had not crashed but had made it back to the year 1985. They both breathed a sigh of relief as they saw that the car had not crashed. The doc had to think fast, for the people of Hill Valley were going to want some answers. They had destroyed a train and stolen it as it came down the tracks. They had forced people off of the tracks and had left them on the side of the tracks standing there. The people heard the crash of the train and ran as fast as they could to see what had happened. Clara and the dog thought a minute, and as they watched the people running down the track they hid the hoverboard. The dog started yelling, "Clint!" He ran towards the people who were coming down the track and told them, "Clint, he saved you all." He knew that there was something wrong with the train and he tried to stop it, but it exploded in flames and kept going faster. "He saved Clara and my life today. By pushing us away from the engine and trying to stop it on its own. He not only saved all of your lives but he saved our lives too." The engineer came over and looked in the ravine. It was obvious that no one would have survived the crash. He declared Clint Eastwood a hero. Everyone there cheered and headed back to town. That morning the men of the town went to the crash site and try as they could, no trace of Clint's body was found. There were parts of the train that were so damaged that you could barely tell what was and what was not there. They were afraid that Clint was lost forever. Everyone in the small town of Hill Valley was in mourning. This man Clint had come into their life and saved them from the evil Buford Mad Dog Tannen. He had been charged with the robbing of a stagecoach along with his friends. Finally the people of the town were safe. 2 weeks later there was a town meeting led by the mayor and Doc Brown, where it was voted that the ravine where the train crossed would be named after the hero Clint Eastwood. It was voted that once the bridge was built they would place a placard for all to see for the next few hundred years in his name. In the meanwhile the doc had been working on looking at some of the mechanisms on the hoverboard. There were some things that made the hoverboard fly that might help him build another time machine. He had the time machine that he had arrived in the year 1885 that he could use for parts, and he thought that he might be able to make another time machine. Yes, he would work on that. Clara was the woman of his dream. His best friend Marty had told him that love can be at first sight. The moment that he had saved her from the horse and buggy that had almost landed in Shonash Ravine, he and Marty had made the horrifying discovery that Clara Clayton was supposed to have gone over into the ravine that day. They had changed history by keeping her in the year 1885. She was supposed to have died before coming into Hill Valley, and he was not due to be born until 1920, some 35 years in the future. Doc worried about what he was doing to the future and dedicated himself to do nothing but good things for the town. The trial of Buford Tannen and his gang was quick, and Buford was sentenced to the state prison for the next 10 years along with the rest of the men in his group. Hill Valley was a safe place to be and a good place to raise children now. Seamus McFly and his wife Maggie had become good friends with the doc and Clara. They owned a small farm on the edge of town, something that the doc and Clara thought about getting for their own someday. Courting in the year 1885 was very different from courting in the year 1985. It was considered improper for the two lovers, he and Clara, to spend time together alone in her or his home. She was a school teacher and the town looked upon her much more critically than they did other women. So they spent their times together at church, and Emmett found himself spending many hours working with Clara at the schoolhouse. Each time that they were together he felt himself falling in love a little more each day. The holidays were coming and Thanksgiving was just 2 weeks away. Emmett had been raised in the 20th century and was not sure about the way that the holiday was celebrated in the 19th century. But he listened to the people and Clara helped him. They were both invited out to the McFly farm and the doc was treated to a wonderful Thanksgiving feast. It was the first celebration at the McFly farm as well. They did have a turkey with potatoes and turnips, peas and bread. For dessert they all celebrated with a piece of apple pie. The food was delicious and the atmosphere was cheerful and happy. The doc thought that he had found his piece of heaven and did not want to ever lose the woman he loved, Clara Clayton. The days were starting to get chilly and the nights cold. Emmett was used to central heat and running to a non-efficient wood stove of the year 1885 to get the little heat that the stove provided. The doc was glad that he had not moved to the northern part of the country. The snow would be there shortly, and he was getting much better at taking care of the animals at his stable. The doc had ordered a ring out of a magazine for Clara and had held it in his pocket for the past 2 weeks. He was going to ask him to marry her on Christmas Day. He thought that was a good day and wanted the day to be special to both of them. Every day he worked and then went to the schoolhouse to meet her. She lived in a small house next door and he had gotten into the habit of walking her home on a daily basis. Everyone in town knew that they were in love, and the doc would tip his hat to people as he walked through the town. Whenever the doc had a spare moment, he worked on his time mechanism. Between the hoverboard and some pure luck, the machine was starting to come along. It was going to take him months, maybe even years, to finish it, but he was determined to travel through time once more. He had decided to purchase an old train and make it the time machine. With the flying circuits from the hoverboard, he had been able to figure out how to make it fly. He could fly the darn thing, but it was not going to be able to go through time as of yet. He had learned so many things from his time travel before, but was it going to be enough? He knew that if Marty had done things as he had asked him, the time machine had been destroyed in the year 1985, but perhaps if nothing else he could leave some kind of message for Marty in the future. No, that would not work. He needed to do this himself. Clara was a brilliant lady, and a lady she was. She was kind, smart, and loved children. The two of them were happy no matter where they went and were always laughing together. The doc could not wait to marry her and go ahead with their lives. Clara was at home thinking about the man that she loved. He was a strange man who had come to her from the future. He came from the year 1985. But did not talk about it very much. She knew that he was afraid that they would do something to the space-time continuum that he was always mentioning to her. She knew that he knew things about the future, and sometimes she was tempted to ask him something. His answers, she would learn them through the natural course of time. Sometimes that made her mad. She just wanted to know certain things, not everything. She loved him with all her heart, and she wondered how they handled love in the 1980s. She was sure that there was still courting and love, but life must be very different there in the end of the next century. She loved his feel, his smell, and his strange way of doing things. She knew that he was working very hard at making another time machine and hoped that he would succeed at his attempts. She wanted to travel through time with him. It sounded like a lot of fun, and they could learn things about history that no one else would know. The Christmas season was upon them, and the people decorated their homes with candles. It was very dangerous, but although the electric light had now been invented by Edison, it was still not in use in most parts of the country. It was especially not used here in Hill Valley, and the doc wanted to convince the town that it is time to give those new electric lights and the telephone a chance. There was to be a town meeting in January, and the doc was going to bring it up. The two inventions would greatly help him with his work of making the time machine. So he and Clara spent most of their time at the schoolhouse, where it was nice and warm. When the days got very cold, some of the townspeople would actually come into town and sleep at the schoolhouse. It was a safe place for them. As the doc and Clara sat on one of the benches and looked out the telescope that she loved so much, they held each other's hands. Emmett had never even kissed her. Clara thought, do men no kiss in the 1980s? He was so nice and such a gentleman. She was not sure what to do. She loved him and wanted to have his children, but he had not asked for her hand in marriage. It was not her place to make the first move, but she was starting to get desperate. She put her head on his shoulders as he looked through the telescope, and he responded by putting his arm around her shoulders. He held her close and looked right into her eyes and smiled at her. But then he went back to gazing at the stars. That year the winter came early, and many times the children of the village could not make it into school. Christmas was coming in just 1 week. And she had been trying to help her students make their parents a present. The snow was deep, and some of the students got stuck at the school. One night, they were safe and warm at the schoolhouse, and she and Emmett made sure that they were fed and warm. The parents had been told that if the weather got too bad, she would keep them in town for their safety, and she worried that the parents were not worried. That evening the two of them worked together and she brought the children to her home. She had a warm hearth thanks to Emmett, and there they would have a bed to lie on. The benches were not comfortable. Then Christmas came and the caroling and the celebration at the church. Clara and Emmett went once more to the McFly farm and spent Christmas with them. William was growing so fast and was now walking and starting to talk. Emmett thought of his friend Marty and how this little boy was his great-grandfather. Seamus and Maggie were his great-great-grandparents and reminded Emmett of Marty somewhat. That evening Doc brought Clara home and asked if he could come in. Clara could not believe that he wanted to come in. He had never been inside without someone with him, but she did let him in this time. He looked nervous and she asked him to take a seat at the table. As she sat down he got down on his knees and asked her, "Would you follow me through time as my wife?" She couldn't believe it, he did ask her. She replied yes, and with that for the first time Emmett reached over and gave her a kiss. It was not a passionate kiss, but it was a kind kiss, one that she would expect to get from him. He left a few minutes later so that the people of the town would not talk and went back home. The following days were fun and great for Clara and the Doc. They told all of their friends about their engagement and all in town congratulated them. The wedding was to take place on Valentine's Day, February 14th, and neither one of them could wait. Emmett was from the 20th century and he had forgotten that in this previous time women were not allowed to work once they were married. They would have to find a place to live. Clara would not have her home, and the stables was not the type of place that a lady would want to stay. The one thing that Emmett had was plenty of money. He had brought all kinds of money with him as he traveled through time. He and Clara started to look around Hill Valley for a home. There was a home where Widow Lawrence had once lived. She was now in her 70s and had gone to live with her son and wife. They looked at the home and both were pleased with it. The home had 2 bedrooms and a loft. It had a large barn and the train tracks went right through the land that the property had. This would make it easier for Emmett to make his time machine. The house was out on the outskirts but not too far from town. Emmett could make it to the stables in less than 10 minutes on horseback. The house came furnished and so it was settled. They now had a place to live. Chapter 2. Time was a consistent thing. For while the Doc was in the year 1885, Marty was living in the year 1985. He had picked up Jennifer and had gone to the site where the DeLorean had been destroyed. He and Jennifer were at the tracks when they had met Clara and the Doc once more at the tracks. It had been a few years in the Doc's life, for now he and Clara had married and they had 2 children, Jules and Vern. Marty remembered what had happened to he and the Doc as they had gone through time together and knew all about the danger. However, the chance to travel through time once again. He had the Doc's own instructions and he had a feeling that he knew where the car was hidden. He was going to go and get the car out of the abandoned mine if it was still there. But he would need the help of his girlfriend. He could not do the work himself. Jennifer was a whiz with electronics and he was hoping that, with her knowledge and the Doc's own plans, they could be successful in making their own time machine. Jennifer came over to see him that morning and Marty approached her with his plans. "Jennifer, I want to go back and see the Doc and Clara once more. I want to travel through time with you and see the world as it was and as it will be," he told her as he put his arm around her shoulder. Jennifer loved Marty with all of her heart and did not know what to do. She wanted to help him, but the Doc had warned them that time travel was dangerous. On the other hand, he had told them that life was going to be for them what they made of it. "I will see what I can do, Marty, but I am not as smart as the Doc, you know that," she told him in a worried tone. That afternoon Marty and Jennifer went out to the old abandoned mine and looked for the time machine. There, untouched as Marty had hoped. It was sitting just one door from where he had found the original one with the Doc. The time machine had been disassembled by the Doc in the year 1885 in order for him to make the other machine, but the car was usable and Marty had great hopes. Both Marty and Jennifer knew that the car was going to have to moved. They could not work on the car in the mine. Jennifer thought that perhaps she could have some help from her father. Her father was a big fan of the DeLorean, and if she told him that they had bought one that wasn't working, maybe he would help them work on the mechanical parts in his garage. Jennifer and Marty walked into the Parker home and saw her father sitting in front of the television. Jennifer smiled at her dad and said, "Dad, can Marty and I talk to you?" She put her arms around her dad and smiled. John Parker looked at his daughter and smiled. "All right, what do the two of you want this time?" and he started to take out his wallet. "Oh no, Dad, we don't want any money. We want a favor, a big favor from you," Jennifer told him. John Parker looked at his daughter and Marty and took a deep breath. They had never come to him for a big favor before. "All right, give it out. What do you want?" he asked them with a smile. Marty spoke up and told him, "I bought a DeLorean today. It needs work though, and we don't have a garage. My dad isn't very good at working on cars either. We wanted to know if we could keep the DeLorean here while we work on it. Also, we hoped that you could give us some advice on how to fix it," Marty told him nervously. John Parker could hardly hold back his excitement. He had wanted to get a DeLorean but had not found one that he could afford. Those cars were very expensive and nearly impossible to get. "Yes, you can use my garage. When would you bring the car here?" he asked them. "We are going to go talk to Clark and have him tow the car here. The car does not run and is in bad condition. It belonged to our friend Doc Brown. And while he is gone, he said we can use it," Marty told him. Marty and Jennifer had the keys to the Doc's home, so they had access to all of the information on the time machine. His tools and everything were there along with the rest of the plutonium. Unless Mr. Fusion was working, they were going to need that until they spoke to the Doc once they got back to the year 1985. Marty and Jennifer were thrilled that Jennifer's father was going to allow them to work on the car at his house. They both knew that Jennifer's father was a good mechanic and that he could get the car running once again for them. The worry was about getting the time circuits to work so that they could travel through time. Marty's friend Clark was intrigued when he got the call asking him to bring the tow truck up to where the old Boot Hill Cemetery was. No one went up there except young couples who would park there. Word was that it was haunted and he had never been there himself. Marty, Clark and Jennifer went up to the cemetery, and then Marty told him where the car was. But Marty was his best friend, and between the three of them they somehow managed to get the car out of the mine. They pushed it to the opening, and Clark then pulled it up on the tow bed. The car looked as if it had been in the mine for 100 years, and Clark wondered how Marty had known about the car and how it had been left there. He did not ask his friend. If Marty wanted to tell him, he would. Soon the car was in the Parker garage, and Jennifer's father went over to take a look at it. John Parker was shocked at the condition of the car. There was dirt all over the outside, and the inside had wires pulled out of the dashboard. It looked like there were many parts missing from the car too. It was going to be a big project. Marty and Jennifer took the flux capacitor out and brought it to the Doc's house. They would need to keep it there while they worked on it. All of the papers that Doc had on the time circuit 9TS were at his home, and Marty found them right away. Jennifer took a look at the many wires and the pages and pages of instructions. She would not be able to do all of this work without taking months to do so. It did give step-by-step instructions on how to build it, but there were many parts that were going to be expensive and they would need at least $2,000 to repair the time circuits. But every project starts with the first step, and she started with inventorying what she did have and what she would need to get. Meanwhile, John Parker took a look at the car and winced. It was in terrible shape and he was going to need some help with the repairs. He had his friend Al who liked to work on cars also, so he gave him a call. The first thing that he had noticed were the many modifications that had been done to the car. What was Mr. Fusion, and there were many wires attached to other wires that went to nowhere. He needed to talk to his daughter about this. He hoped that Marty and Jennifer had not spent very much money on the car. It was going to be costly to fix. When Jennifer got home that night, she saw by the lights in the garage that her dad was in there working. She saw that her father's friend Al was there also. She knew that her father must have called him to help him with the car. Jennifer went in the garage and was met by the two people, her dad and Al, who were busy under the hood. John looked over and spoke to his daughter. Jennifer, the gas in the engine and tank is no good, and some of these parts have signs that they have been exposed for a long time. The car is under the condition I would expect to find a car in that had been left untouched for many years, and this car is brand new. Do you have an explanation for this? He asked her. The car belongs to Doc Brown, he bought it just this year. I don't know what happened. He is not in town now and I can't ask him, she told her father and his friend Al. The car was a mess, but she could see that the two men were in all their glory. For the next few weeks Jennifer and Marty worked on the circuits. Marty took a job at the local Burger King to help pay for the parts. But 2 weeks had gone by and it looked like Jennifer had made little or no progress. He went to the doc's house that night after work and found Jennifer in near tears. Nothing was working the way it should and she needed a break. The work was very difficult. Marty thought of his brother Dave. Dave was a computer whiz as Jennifer was, and perhaps he would be willing to help him. He needed to talk to Jennifer about this because it would mean telling his brother the truth. Things at home had not been easy for Marty. Nothing was as it was before he had gone back in time. Not only was his family different, his home were different. Even the drapes on the window in his room had changed. They were now a family that was well known and liked in the town, and both his brother and his sister had good jobs with boyfriends and girlfriends. When he had gone back in time, the family had all been in shambles and his brother and sister were without many friends and no boyfriends or girlfriends whatsoever. Wherever Marty went he was treated very differently than the way he had been treated before. Even Mr. Strickland now liked him and his band was going to be playing at the dance that weekend. Before he and his band had been denied and told that they were too loud. Even Jennifer and her parents had changed. Before, although they tolerated Marty, he had always felt as though they did not quite approve of their daughter dating him. Whenever he came around they encouraged him to leave, and now he was treated as though he was their favorite person. They seemed genuinely glad that he was dating their daughter. Marty looked down at Jennifer and gave her a big hug. I am sorry that I left you with all of this work. At the time that I asked you about repairing the time circuits, I had no idea how damaged they were. What if I ask my brother Dave to come over here and help us? Jennifer wanted to do the work, but she knew it was going to take her months, maybe years, before the work would be done by herself. She knew that what they were doing had to be kept secret. But Marty was right. Yes, I think that we should ask Dave to help us. Marty and Jennifer went over to Marty's house. They wanted to talk to Dave and were glad to see that he was home alone. They knew that if everyone came home at the time that they usually did, they would have about a half an hour before everyone started to come home. Dave smiled at his brother and Jennifer as they came in and was surprised when they told him that they wanted to talk to him. They had very serious faces, and he thought that maybe he was going to be an uncle. But what they were to tell him was even more shocking. Marty was the one that did the talking, and what he said put Dave into a dilemma. Dave, I have done something that you are going to find unbelievable, but it is true. Doc Brown invented a time machine. I have been back and forth through time 3 times now. But the time machine has been damaged beyond what Jennifer and I can do to fix it. We are going to need your electronics knowledge. Can you help us? Marty asked him. Dave nearly laughed in their faces. If they hadn't had such serious faces he would have, but something told him that Marty and Jennifer were telling him the truth. He spoke slowly and told them, suppose I do believe you. Where would I work on these electronics? Everything is at the doc's house. Do you want to come over and see what we have? By this point curiosity was killing him, and Dave agreed to go with them to the doc's house. It was there that he found out that Jennifer and Marty are telling the truth. There is a mechanism that is clearly marked a time mechanism, but the work was unbelievable. No wonder poor Jennifer was overwhelmed by the job. He looked at everything and smiled. All I can do is promise that I will do my best. Between Jennifer and me we should be able to get this back to working condition, but there is a major problem here. This is a nuclear-powered item. Dave told him. Marty smiled at his brother and said, that is the easy part, I have the plutonium here, and he showed him the capsules. OMG, be careful of that stuff. It can blow up the whole town probably. Dave told him. I know. The machine hooks into a DeLorean, and once it works, when you reach 88 miles an hour you can go back and forth through time. Marty told him. But he had gone unheard. Dave was already busy at work on the machine. Each and every day Marty worked at Burger King, and he would go to the doc's house when he was done. The time mechanism was starting to look like it was coming together, and Dave had even loaned him some money to purchase some of the much-needed items. Jennifer was in a much better mood, also with someone to help her with the project. She and Dave worked good together. Meanwhile, Joe Parker and his friend Al had been successful in cleaning out the car and getting it ready for the first test drive. It had not started as of yet, but it would be ready soon. They had to do almost the whole car from end to end, and he was going to ask Marty about the arrowhead that they had found in the gas tank. But Clara had other things on her mind. She was the wife of one of the nicest men, and she was very happy. Every day she fed the chickens and milked the cow. Emmett went to work at the stables and came home every night at 6 o'clock. The stables made them a good living, and she was happy. Emmett told her every night how much he loved her. This night she was by the stove cooking dinner when Emmett came home. She had not been feeling right for the past couple of weeks and wondered what was going on. As the doc walked into the room, Clara almost fainted. He ran over to his wife and held her in his arms. He loved her more than anything in the world and did not know what to think. Clara was helped to the kitchen table by Emmett, and as she sat down she thought for a moment. She was sure that she had not had her period in the past 2 months. Yes, she was sure of it. She was pregnant, that's why she felt faint and sick all the time. She smiled up at the doc and told him, don't worry, everything is going to be okay, I just stood near the heat for too long. The doc looked at his wife and gave her a big hug and a kiss. You sit there, Clara, I will finish dinner, and with a whistle and a smile he did make dinner that night. The next morning Clara went into town and stopped at the doctor's. The doctor was a very young man just out of medical school. He had a kind face, though, and the people of the town liked him. His name was Dr. Cameron. He liked to be called by either Doc or Steve, his first name. When Clara went in and told him why she was there, he had her lie down on a table. He gave her a thorough examination and told her that she could expect to give birth sometime around the first of the year. She was just about 3 months along and everything appeared to be fine. This was the best news that a new bride could give her husband. She knew that Emmett wanted children, and so did she. She had become a school teacher because she thought that she might not ever marry. Before Emmett she had been without many dates. She was too smart and it scared a lot of the men away. She had hoped that one day she would meet someone but did not know if she ever would. Then came Dr. Emmett Brown. He came to her from another time and saved her life. He and Marty were the reason why she was alive and well in this time period, and now they were expecting a baby. That evening she fixed Emmett's favorite dish. As they sat down to dinner she smiled at him and told him that she had a surprise for him. I hope that you like what I have to say. I went to the doctor's today and found out that we are going to have a baby around the first of the year, she told him with excitement in her voice. Emmett Brown could not believe his ears. He was going to be a father in just 6 months. He could not wait. His son or daughter was going to have the best that he could offer them and all the love that they would ever need. But the medicine was so backwards, he had to fix the time machine so that his child could be brought into the world in a safer environment. He kissed and hugged Clara and told her, "Oh honey, this is the best news that I have ever gotten. There soon will be a little Brown roaming the house. From now on I don't want you doing anything that will tire you out or injure you or the baby. If the item weighs more than 5 pounds, let me do the lifting," he told her. Clara smiled and held Emmett close to her. "This baby will be fine and I cannot wait. But you can't keep me from doing anything. Lying around is not good for the baby either." I promise to be careful, she told him. That summer was a very hot one and Clara felt every bit of the heat. She still did not show and it was now turning to fall. The leaves on the trees were starting to turn and she could hear the school bell. The new teacher stood outside of the school that had once been Clara's and rang her bell, letting the children know that school was about to be in session. She missed the time when she was the teacher, but that was now a part of her past. Her baby and Emmett were her future and she was happy knowing that. The time machine was almost done. Doc had been working on the machine for a year now. There were a few problems but he knew that the time machine would be ready for a trial run in another 2 weeks. He was going to do what he had done the first time. He was going to use his dog to ride in the time machine. If everything was all right then he would try it out. Clara worked with Emmett every night and could feel the tension growing. She knew that Emmett was just going over his figures and all of the things that he needed to do before going through time once again. Clara was seated at the table cutting potatoes when she first felt the baby kick. It felt like a flutter that went right across her stomach. She went out to the barn and told Emmett. I felt the baby move just a few minutes ago. Put your hand here, she told him. Emmett put his hand where Clara told him to and in just a few minutes he felt the baby go from one side to the other. It was a quick movement, but something was moving around in her stomach. He took Clara in his arms and kissed her passionately. I love you, he told her. Clara and Maggie were now the best of friends and Maggie had given her some of the things that little William no longer needed. Once Clara's baby got too big for the clothes she was to bring them back, of course. But Clara was very thankful. The blanket that had been in Willem's cradle and most of the clothes were all handmade and they were beautiful. Clara sewed and knitted every day getting ready for the baby and she could not wait. The days were getting very short and the month of October was coming. Doc wanted to make his first test drive of this time machine in October as he had done in 1985. He thought that it would be good to have both experiments done in the same month. But to what time period did he want to travel? This was a hard decision. He had gone forward in time once and had helped Marty fix things in his life. The results had been a disaster. The space and time continuum had been changed and he had almost lost everything that he had ever worked for. If it had not been for that trip, though, he would have never ended up in 1885. He would never have met his beloved Clara and there would not have been any child on the way. No, the trip had been worth the trouble. He wanted Clara to be there with him at his side, but what about the pregnancy? Would it be too much stress on her and the baby? He had traveled through time and had not had any ill effects. If it was done correctly, he was sure that she and his baby would be all right. The doc knew that Clara wanted very much to travel through time with him. They would talk about it. The next night Doc approached Clara about the prospects of travel. I want to take some special precautions for you and the baby. So I have set up a sturdy belt for you to wear around you when we travel. This belt will be stapled to the floor so that if there is a rough ride on our way in and out of time you won't move or fall. I have made it so that the belt goes around your shoulder and upper chest. This will make it better for you and the baby. If we stop quick, with the belt only being in your lap, you might still lunge forward, the doc told Clara. He then bent down and gave her a kiss. He loved her so much. Clara smiled at Emmett as she agreed to all of the terms. She knew that he had her and the baby's best interest at heart. That night the doc got the train ready for a trial run. He put his dog in the train and turned on some kind of controller. With the controller he sent their dog 1 minute into the future. Clara and Emmett watched with amazement as in a flash of light the dog disappeared. Clara did not know what to do. This was their dog. Her favorite dog. But the dog told her to wait. In 1 minute the train reappeared and their dog was fine. It was time for Clara and the dog to try out their own adventure in time. Chapter 5. The time test had been successful and now it was time for the Browns, Clara and Dr. Emmett Brown, to head into the future. It was a decision that they discussed over and over. It was decided that they would go to the year 2085. Emmett had never been into the future that far and Clara had never traveled through time at all. Doc was sure that everyone would be flying through the time in their machines, so he wanted to make sure that he was careful as they entered the new time. As they turned the time machine on and placed the time and place, he thought that it would be safer to enter the time zone over the water. In this new machine, he could choose where he landed also. The machine could fly for about 70 miles, so he put the machine 30 miles out onto the ocean and reached the required 88 miles per hour. Clara was seated in her chair and nervously waited for the train to arrive in the 22nd century. She felt the train pick up speed, and with a flash that reminded her of a lightning strike and a large boom, they went through time. When the train came to the time that had been selected, things were very rocky and the Emmett had all he could do to control the train. They both looked out of the windows to see if they could see anything, and there was nothing in their view but the ocean. As they approached the city of Hill Valley, life changed. There were the people and the buildings, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The timer machine drew some attention from the people, but not as much as the Doc had expected. As he parked the car just outside of a store, no one even looked at him or Clara. They were dressed a little odd, but that was all. As Clara and the Doc looked around, they realized that a change of clothes was going to be the first thing that they did. With the clothes that they were wearing, they stood out no matter where they went. They saw a store around the corner and headed into it. There at the store they were met by a young woman who looked at them with a question. The Doc explained that they were doing a play and needed to purchase some clothes. The Doc had money from the time period, as he had traveled into the future before. They each stood on a pod, and this measured them totally. Within a few moments a set of clothes came down for them, and they were both assigned a fitting room. The clothes did indeed fit, and Clara laughed at herself as she looked in the camera to see what she looked like. The clothes were not bad and they were very comfortable. She met Emmett a few minutes later, and as they shook their heads to each other they laughed once again. The lady took the money, and the Doc asked her if she was from Hill Valley all her life. She told them that she was born here in 2055 and that she had always lived there. He then asked her if she knew anyone with the last name of McFly. With that she smiled. "I am Constance McFly." There had been a rumor in her family that her great-great-grandfather Martin McFly had been known to travel through time. Was this man and woman the Doc and Clara that she had heard about? Constance had to know. She had always been told that she was to bring anyone who matched their description right to their home. "I am going to put up the sign saying that I will be gone a few minutes and we will go to my home. There you will find that my family will welcome you and you can explain some things to them." Constance had them stand in the pod once again and she hit some buttons on the side. Within just a few moments they found themselves standing in a living room from the future. The chairs were very different, and as you took a seat they conformed to your body immediately. Emmett and Clara took seats and waited for one of the McFlys to enter the room. Clara looked around and saw that things certainly had changed since her time. There was something flying around the room, and on it was a camera of some sort. The camera allowed her and Emmett to speak to another person in another part of the house. The man on the side of the camera was a very old Marty Jr. He had met both Marty and Jennifer when they had traveled through time. He also remembered the Doc. He had not met Clara and welcomed the two of them into his room on the second floor. He was now 90 years old and he preferred to see people in the upstairs family room. As Emmett and Clara reached the stairs, the carpet flattened and with a slow motion the rug started to take them up the stairs. The carpet stopped slowly and they disembarked onto a normal carpeted floor. As they went into the family room they were pleased to see Marty Jr. sitting there. The Doc and Clara had so many questions that they wanted to know, but they had to be careful of too much information. They had learned that the hard way. The world had indeed changed. With the government shutdown of the year 2017, the United States was now known as the Canadian-Mexican States. The entire Northern Hemisphere was now one country. The people were sick of an antiquated election system that once more had elected a president that the people had not voted in, and in January of 2017 the president had refused to turn over the country. After the Civil War the three countries were united and the Obama family became the matriarchs and are now known as either a king or queen. Christianity is discouraged on all fronts, as all religions are. It is the thought of our government that most wars have been as a result of religious beliefs. The practice is not forbidden but is discouraged. All churches now pay an 80% tax on all income. This is regardless of what religion the person practices. Marty stopped talking and allowed the things to sink in. Women and men are paid equally, and to not do so results in the immediate removal of a license to run your business. There is little problem with the races, because people have finally learned to live with each other. Marty watched his company's eyes and went on. There is now a legislature, but it has little power. The king controls everything through the chip that is placed under your skin at birth. The world was now very peaceful, but the world was no longer free here in Hill Valley. As more and more of the older people die, fewer and fewer of us remember how it once was. I am afraid that in just 2 more generations all will be lost. Marty told him. The best thing from this time is that there has been no major wars for over 30 years. Europe is now one country, as is Africa, and Russia and China have now joined together to become just one country. South America is still several small countries, and some other countries have not united together, but there are fewer countries here on Earth than there were in your time. The United Nations has the most power now and stop any problems before they start if it can. Are you happy here in this time, was all that Clara could say. Marty thought for a moment and said yes. I miss the old times, but life has been good to me. I have only one regret, and that is that in less than 10 years I will turn 100 years old, and the law says that to control the population I must be put to sleep. It is like out to pasture. They say that you just fall asleep and that you never wake up, but I am starting to worry about that. Doc Brown looked at Marty and asked him, is that what happened to your father and mother? Marty Jr. looked down at his lap and told them. No. My dad got sick and died before he was 100. My mom, she lived to be 100, and the law did not take effect until after she died at the age of 105. Marty missed his parents, and he did not like the new law that had taken effect in the year 2080. But the world was getting very crowded with nearly no sickness anywhere anymore. The guarantee of free medical care that they received had eventually ended nearly all diseases, and unless you were involved in some sort of accident, most people were living to 100 or more years old now. The doc and Clara decided to take a walk down to the center of Hill Valley. They would be careful to do nothing that would draw attention to them, and they took a long look around. The biggest difference that Clara could see was the way the houses were set up now. They appeared for the most part to have a port for their cars to park on, but they were located in the air. The bedrooms were now on the first floor of the homes, and the kitchen and living rooms for the most part were on the second or third floor. The businesses certainly were open on the first floor, but they all had that strange moving stairway that took you to the main part of the store. There was the clock tower. It stood there in the center of town as it had for the past 200 years. As the doc and Clara heard the chimes of the clock, they both smiled. Things were not totally different. It was then that Clara spotted the schoolhouse. The schoolhouse was very small, and she was surprised to see just a handful of students attending. They were all seated at desks and were looking at a strange contraption that seemed to have writing on it. The children interacted with the machine. This was the new way that the children were learning. It was a fascinating approach. Over in the corner sat a teacher who was watching a screen which told her what her students were doing. As the lady realized that Clara had come up to her, she looked away from the screen and smiled. "May I help you?" she asked. "I was a school teacher once, and I was just interested in seeing what the Hill Valley schools looked like today." Clara told her. "Well, as you know, most of the children are now taught from the home. If they do well, they do not have to come here. But, of course, if there is a problem, the student is welcome here," she smiled. Clara walked around and looked at everything. It was indeed very different, but the students were learning and seemed quite content. She was glad to have a chance to the schoolroom of the future and thanked the teacher as she left. The people nodded and smiled as they walked by. The doc realized that they were sometimes each talking a different language, but seemed to be having no trouble understanding each other. They must have with them some kind of translator. The doc found that very interesting. But it had been a very eventful day, and it was time for Clara and the doc to go back to their own time. 1885. Chapter 6. For the doc, this time traveling experiment had come as a shock. He knew that nothing was ever constant and that at any time can change. This was not the future that he had come upon before. Clara and he were discovering how different things can be each time that they traveled through time. As the Doc and Clara climbed back into the train and headed back to their own year 1885. Here they found everything the way that they had left it. As a check to make sure nothing had changed, Clara had left a flower in a vase on the kitchen table. It was good to come back to their own farmhouse here in Hill Valley, California. Clara liked the idea of traveling through time and finding out what will happen to mankind, but wanted to come back home nearly as soon as she had arrived in the other time. No matter what happened or what was said, this was her time and her home. She was lucky that she had a husband that loved her and a baby on the way. Doc Brown went to work on the time machine immediately after arriving back at his farm in the year 1885. The train had worked well, but the ride had been a little rough. The next trip that he hoped to make would be for the birth of Clara and his child. 1885 was a little behind in medical needs and childbirth was still an at-home affair. He wanted his child to be born in the right year. The Doc thought and thought about what date would be the best for he and his Clara could go back into the future and have their child. Once the child was born, they would go back to 1885. He thought about the house that he owned in the year 1985. He knew that he had left that house on October 26, 1985, so he thought that the best day to come back would be on the 27th of October. Some people might think it was strange that he was married, but he did not care. But he must talk to Clara first. The Doc went into the house and found Clara standing by the stove cooking. He knew that they would soon need to leave for the year 1985. Clara was now 3 months pregnant and needed prenatal care by a doctor from the 20th century. Clara turned around and smiled at her husband. "Go ahead, Emmett, and get your hands washed. Dinner is almost ready," she told him as the two of them embraced. The Doc kissed her gently and went over to the sink to wash his hands. As the two of them took a seat at the table, Emmett approached Clara about the subject. "Clara, I love you more than I love life itself, and I want what is best for our baby. This time is way behind my time in the care of women and their children. In the year 1985 I have left Hill Valley not to return unless I return in time. It is my wish that you and I go into the future until the baby is born. Once the baby is born and you are ready, we can return here and report the birth to the town clerk here in this time. They will think that you had the baby at home alone with me. They do know me as Doc Brown," he told her. Clara thought about it for a minute. Emmett was right, of course. The baby should be born in his time where the medical hospital can better care for her and the baby. She looked up at her husband's concerned face and smiled. "You are right, of course. If it is better for the baby, then I will go and see what your time is like," she told him. "Once we have finished dinner, we can head right out to Hill Valley. When I get there I will purchase you some appropriate clothes for my time. Marty's sister Linda owns a boutique. She will help me choose out an outfit for you," he told her. Clara looked around and wondered if she would ever get to live in this farmhouse that she and Emmett had purchased, or was she going to spend the rest of her life traveling through time. But it was her husband's wishes and she had known what she was getting into when they had gotten married. "That is okay with me, but give me a chance to clean up and pack a couple of things," she told him. Once again the Doc and Clara found themselves in the time machine on their way to Hill Valley, but another time. This time the Doc had them arrive at his old home. He landed the train right behind his home and with some maneuvering managed to get the train into his large garage. As they got off of the train, the Doc looked around. It did not look like anything had been touched since he had left, and took Clara's hand. Together he took her around the house and showed her the place that he had once called home. It seemed as though it had been years since he had been there, but in actuality it had been only about a year. Clara looked around at the house that her husband had called home at one time. The house was not very fancy, but there were all kinds of things in the home that she did not recognize. She walked around and admired the running water that was both hot and cold, and the electric stove and refrigerator that was in the kitchen. Cooking had been made much easier, she noted. But the best thing was the washer and dryer. She would just put clothes into the washer, and then when the machine stopped she could put the clothes into the other machine. When the machines were done, her clothes would be ready to be worn. In the living room area was something they called a television. She found it hard to believe that someone talking from another country could be seen right there in the living room. This was the most amazing thing that Emmett showed her as he took her around the home. That night, try as she might, Clara had a hard time going to sleep. The bed was basically the same as the bed that she and Emmett slept on in 1885, so she should have been able to sleep, but she was just nervous. She hoped that she could fit in with the people of 1985 and that the doctor that she was going to see would not ask her too many questions. She did not want to appear to be a fool in this time. Doc knew that he was going to have to get some appropriate clothes for his wife. He asked her to give him her measurements and he placed a call to Linda McFly at her boutique. Clara talked to Linda, who volunteered to bring some clothes right over. She liked Marty and hoped that his sister Linda and her could become friends. As Linda came in, she smiled at the lady who had married Doc Brown. She knew that the doc was a friend of her brother Marty, but did not know he was married. The doc told her that she had been at her mother's house taking care of her for the last few months, that was why she had not seen her around. Linda thought it a little strange, and the clothes that the lady had on looked as if they had come from 100 years before. Clara looked at the clothes that Linda had brought and shook her head. They were pants with a pair of shoes that looked like nothing she had ever seen. The shirt was a button-down, but the pants were a little wild. The outfit would do, but it would not be Clara's idea of what she wanted to wear. As Clara came out of the bedroom wearing her new clothes, the doc smiled at her. She looked totally different, but still looked very good to him. Linda smiled down at her and helped to straighten out the clothes. It was almost like this woman had no idea how the clothes were supposed to look. After Clara had been straightened out, Linda and the doc smiled at her. She looked very different in 20th century clothes, but she was still the wonderful woman that the doc had married, and he loved her with all of his heart. He knew that the time change would be hard on her as the time change had been hard on him. But this time was much better for her and the baby. Clara looked in the mirror and smiled. She sure did look different. She turned to Linda and told her, "I will be coming into your shop sometime this week to choose out some more clothes." "Do you carry maternity?" she asked. Linda smiled with pleasure. So the doc was going to have a baby. "Of course I carry maternity clothes." "When is the baby due?" she asked. "I think the baby is coming in about 7 months." Clara told her with a smile. "Well, that is some of the best news that I can hear. Come on over to my boutique and I will take right care of you. There are several different choices that I can help you with. We'll make it a girls' day," Linda told her with a smile. After Linda left, Emmett smiled at her. "I am going to call Marty and ask him and Jennifer to come on over. Jennifer can show you some things around town if you want. I am going to visit with Marty and then start going through all of my papers. Here in my time I can purchase some much needed parts for the time machine. I also have my own home here and can work from here unnoticed. You see, here I am thought to be a little strange and people leave me alone for the most part," Emmett told his wife with a devilish grin. Marty and Jennifer came right over when they got the call from the doc. In their time they had not made it as of yet to their wedding, so they were surprised to find out that they were married. The doc and Clara were not going to appear to them on the train for another 3 days. Of course Marty knew Clara, but Jennifer did not. Clara did know Jennifer, and it was a little odd talking to her as though they had just met. But the doc had told her that it was very important that she know nothing about her own future. The year 1985 was very different from the year 1885, but Clara knew with friends like Marty, Jennifer and Linda things would work out and she could be happy anywhere with her Emmett. The weekend was a weekend of adjustment for both the doc and Clara, and Monday morning the doc made a call to the doctor to have Clara and the baby checked out. It turned out that the following day was the day that the doctor saw all new patients, and they asked him to bring his wife and a first morning urine to the office. As Clara and the doc headed over to the doctor's office, Clara looked through the window at the New Hill Valley. The city had changed much since her time, and the thing that they called a car was all over the place. As she rode in the car, Clara noticed just how fast they were traveling the streets of the city. As they approached the doctor's office, she looked at the large cement building. The building looked like a factory to her more than a doctor's office. As they took a seat and filled out all of the papers, Clara smiled to herself. Date of birth, if she put that down she would be 130 years old. Nah, better change the date. Place of birth, can they check that? Date of last menstrual period, that had to be changed too. She decided to keep everything the same but just change the year, yes, that would work, she thought to herself. When they went into the room, a nurse asked Clara to lie down on the small bed. She did, and then the nurse said that they were going to see if they could hear the baby's heartbeat. She put something cold on Clara's stomach and then put something down on her stomach that was about the size of a fist. In just a few moments' time, all of a sudden you could hear a beating sound. It was a strange sound, and the nurse smiled up at her. Yes, it is a baby. That is his or her heartbeat that you are hearing. Clara and Emmett could not believe that they were listening to the beating heart of their baby. The nurse said that the heartbeat sounded good and that the doctor would be in shortly. Clara could not believe that the doctor now had such a machine that could hear the baby's heartbeat when the baby was so small. After a few minutes, a young man came in and smiled. He had Clara put her feet into something they called stirrups, and he then proceeded to check her out 20th century style. When he was finished, he told her that she appeared to be about 3 months pregnant, but they wanted something that they called an ultrasound done on her and the baby to make sure of the due date. The doc explained to Clara that an ultrasound was a way to take a picture of the baby while it is still inside. They can sometimes even tell if it is a girl or a boy. But, they would know for sure when the baby was due. Clara lied down on another bed and they put something cold against her stomach once again. But this time through a machine she got to see her baby. The baby looked so little, but it was moving, and the nurse showed them the heart and how it was beating. Clara and Emmett could feel the tears welling up in their eyes, but they were happy eyes. The nurse handed them 2 pictures of the baby and then they went back in to see the doctor once more. The doctor came in with a smile and told them that she was about 11 weeks along and that the baby would be on May 3rd. Clara could not wait, and either could the doc. Chapter 7. Clara was used to the quiet of the 19th century. Everyone in this century was in such a hurry to go no place. They traveled, she heard, from one end of the country, a country that now consisted of 50 states, in 3 hours. That was from California to New York. How could you see the sights at such a pace? No, she did not like it. Everywhere she turned was something amazing for her to see. The telephone was something else. You could talk to anywhere in the world without even talking to an operator. The electric lights she was used to, but now there were computers. People had not changed, and Marty's family was wonderful. She was welcomed at his home anytime, and his mother was heaven sent. She showed Clara how to do so many things. Lorraine McFly watched her new friend, the wife of Doc Brown. There was something very strange about her. She had no clue how to even turn on an oven. When she had shown her things, she seemed surprised and unfamiliar with them. These were all common things: a doorbell, a television, a radio, a washer and dryer, so many things. It was as if Clara was from another time. That sent Lorraine to thinking once again of the young man that she had met when she was in high school. His name had been Marty, and her youngest son was the spitting image of him. Her Marty even sounded the same. What was going on? Had the doc invented some sort of time machine, she wondered. She would talk to George. Now she and the doc were going to have a baby in about 29 weeks, and she could not wait. In her time the doctor would tell them spring or a season. She carried the picture that they had given her and the doc of the baby with her everywhere. She held it close to her heart. The doc was always busy working on perfecting other aspects of the time machine, so Clara found herself with a lot of time on her hands. She walked the streets of Hill Valley and was starting to get used to the new city. She was getting to know Marty's sister Linda and had been to her shop many times. The biggest surprise had been when she came to the school. The high school was so large that Marty and Jennifer attended. The city had grown so much that in the 4 grades there were now over 1,000 students alone. She had gone into the school and applied for a job as a teacher's assistant. The doc was good friends with the principal and he was glad to have Clara. She was a very nice lady. Clara had heard so many times from the other teachers how poor their pay was. She was expecting a small check of about $1. She almost fainted when her first check was for over $200. She made less than that as a teacher in a year a century ago. Each day Clara walked to the school and got to meet the students. Although the students' clothing had changed and their hair certainly was different, she found that their hopes and dreams were the same of the students that she had a century before. This made teaching in the 20th century as rewarding to her as it had been in the 19th century. In this time it did not matter that she was pregnant and married, she was welcome as a teacher until she could not work any longer. Then once the baby was born she was welcome to come back. She was a little sorry knowing that once the baby was born she and the doc would be leaving that time once again. As the weeks passed, Clara and the doc settled down and become quite comfortable in this time. The doc thought about perhaps making this his home time, but knew that was not a good idea. There were too many things in this time that might cause them to find out. Clara kept every appointment with the doctor, and just after New Year's she and the doc found out that they were going to have a little boy. They both were so excited. Because of their favorite author, they decided his name was going to be Jules. The doc had immediately started looking for things for a little boy. He and Clara could not wait for the day that he was born. The doc had been very nervous when Marty's father had started hinting that they suspected that he might have invented a time machine. He had convinced him otherwise, but the doc knew that George and his wife suspected what was going on and eventually he would have to admit it. Marty and Jennifer remained their best friends and came over almost every day. They were going to be graduating from high school just after the baby was born. The couple were so sweet, and if it hadn't been for them Clara might have made a real fool of herself more than once in this time. Clara was starting to feel like she was getting very big and thought that maybe the little boy would come early. But every week she would wait and nothing would happen. She now wore maternity clothes everywhere. How strange that a woman pregnant can now walk the streets of town without her husband. She saw the ladies pushing strollers with their babies, some even doing it alone. Time certainly had changed from her time. It was a warm spring day and Clara had not been feeling all that well. She had gone to work and had almost gone home. She had a terrible backache and figured that the baby was getting ready to be born. The little boy was not due for 4 days. But as she got up from the chair in the living room her water broke and she knew that the baby was on the way. Clara called out to the doc who was busy at his computer. Doc knew that Clara was getting close to her delivery date and had not liked being away from her. She had insisted on keeping on working, but today she seemed to be very tired. He came into the living room and he knew it was time. He picked up the phone and called the doctor. He then grabbed the bag that Clara had packed and they headed to the hospital. Jules was on his way. Chapter 8. This was going to be an exciting day for Clara and the doc. They were going to be having a little boy that they were going to name Jules. He was being named after their favorite character Jules Verne. As the doc maneuvered, the doc was nervous, but he was ready for the birth. As the two of them arrived at the hospital, Clara took a long look around. She had been there with Emmett just a few weeks ago on a tour, but she was still amazed at the types of equipment the hospital now had. She was brought into a room and the doc was welcomed to join her. She lay down on a comfortable bed and was questioned by a nurse. They took some blood and hooked the baby up to a monitor. Clara and Emmett could hear the baby's heartbeat and watch it as the heartbeat went across the screen. She had packed a suitcase with an outfit for Jules and was starting to have some hard labor. The nurse checked her and told her that she was going to be in labor for a while, but everything looked good. The doc called Marty and Jennifer to tell them the good news. They both said that they would be waiting by the phone and to call when the baby was born. She settled in for a long day of waiting and the doc just sat there and held her hand. The nurse offered her something for the pain and she was very grateful. She had been told that it was painful giving birth but she didn't know it would hurt that bad. Meanwhile Marty and Jennifer stayed home that day. Neither one of them could concentrate on anything anyways. This was a big day for them also. Clara and the doc were their best friends and baby Jules was going to be born soon. As everyone in the McFly family started to come home, they became eager too. Linda had gotten to know Clara very well as had the whole family and they could not wait for Jules to come. Back at Hill Valley Hospital things were starting to pick up and it was time for baby Jules' appearance. Clara listened carefully to what the doctor told her what to do and with just 1 hour of pushing baby Jules entered the world. He weighed in 7 pounds 3 ounces and was 20 inches long. When Clara and Emmett heard the sound of the baby's cry they both breathed a sigh of relief. Emmett was offered the chance to cut the umbilical cord and jumped at the chance. He cut it nervously and then Jules was officially there. Jules had Emmett's nose and eyes and Clara's hair and chin. As the nurse handed him to Clara she could feel the tears in her eyes. He was beautiful and would grow to be a big strong brilliant man like his father. As he had promised, the doc called Marty and Jennifer and the two of them came right over to the hospital. As Marty and Jennifer walked into the room, they saw the baby in Clara's arms. He was so little, but Clara and the doc were both smiling from ear to ear and the baby looked healthy to them. There were pictures and Marty and Jennifer both got to hold Jules. But then it was time for quiet and Marty and Jennifer went home. The baby and Clara would go home sometime the next day and they would have plenty of time together then. Emmett could see that both Clara and Jules were tired and so he went over to his side of the double bed that the hospital provided and let Clara and Jules sleep. He just sat there and watched them. He had a son and he couldn't be happier. Early the next afternoon the Brown family went home to start a new life together. When they got home, Jennifer and Linda had cleaned the house from top to bottom and everything had been done for them. Neither one of them could stop thanking everyone, and as they left, Clara went back to take a nap with her son. Emmett went out to work on the time machine once again. Linda McFly was halfway home when she realized that she had left her purse at the doc's house. The purse had little money in it, but it had her credit cards and house keys. She could not get into the house if no one was home, so she turned around to go back to the doc's house. When she went up to the front door, she heard nothing inside. She called gently but got no answer. She knew that she left the purse on the kitchen table, so she thought that she could quietly go in and get it without disturbing the baby or Clara. But as she went into the kitchen, she saw the doc out in the garage. He was working on something that looked like a train. She could not help but stare at it. That was when the doc saw her. Doc Brown climbed down from the ladder that he was working from and said, "Linda, what are you doing here?" He shut the door to the garage, but it was too late. She had seen the time machine and he knew it. "I am sorry, I left my purse on the kitchen table. I thought that everyone might be resting, so I thought that it would be all right for me to just go in and get my purse. Without it I can't get into the house, it has my house keys in it," Linda told him. "Oh, that's fine, Linda. I know that you saw the project that I have been working on. Please don't mention it to anyone. I want to keep it a secret for now," he asked her. "No problem, I will not mention it." "What is it, a train?" Linda asked. "Yes, but it's some very special equipment on it," the doc told her as he walked her out of the house. "I need to be more careful about locking the doors to the house," he thought to himself. But now what to do? Jules had been born and within a few days he and Clara would be returning to 1885 together. They both wanted Jules to be raised in the 1885s when time was much easier on people. When Jules got old enough he could make the choice of what time he would want to live in. But for now the doc thought that the best time for him and Clara would be the 1885s. As Linda had come into the garage, he had been busy making final preparations for the trip that he and Clara and Jules would be making through time. He wanted everything ready. The next day when Clara woke up, the doc told her that the time machine was ready for them to return to the year 1885. Clara picked up her things and the babies and started to go into the train. Marty and Jennifer both came to say goodbye to their friends and to wish them luck. The doc had seen to it that his two time-traveling friends were all set. He had sold them the house and contents for the sum of $1. All the two of them had to do was to keep the garage empty at all times. For they would not know when the doc and his family might return. As the doc drove the train back to Clara's time, he was a proud man. He was now a father and he had the most wonderful wife in the world. Clara were back in the 1800s and all was well for Clara. She was happy to be back in her own time and raising her son Jules. She missed being a teacher, but she kept herself busy with the baby. Doc was not satisfied staying in one time though. He loved Clara with all of his heart, but the call of time travel was way too strong and he was already making the next time travel plans. There were things that he wanted to see through his own eyes and the decision was made. He wanted to go back in time to the Alamo and see the men and learn the real story. He knew that everything was not as the history books told people. There were a lot of different sides to the story and he wanted to hear both sides. He would start in the country of Mexico. Texas was part of Mexico during the time of the Alamo, not the United States, and Santa Anna had felt that the people at the Alamo were traitors and illegal immigrants. In the country of Mexico, slavery had been made illegal years before, and these people from the United States insisted on keeping slaves. They blatantly ignored the laws of Mexico. Many of the people who were at the Alamo had refused to become members of the Catholic faith even though they had profited well from the Mexican land. The men of the Alamo were trouble, Santa Anna thought, and he made it his job to get rid of the disease that they were spreading. Because the Alamo had not occurred but 50 years before, in this time there were still survivors in the area of San Antonio. But one day when the doc was in town, he met a very old man. It turned out that at the age of 19 he had been among the men under Santa Anna. It was from this man that the doc learned more about the outlay of the countryside at the time. The time machine would stand out during this time, but if the doc and Clara went straight to the fort, 10 days before the arrival of Santa Anna, he thought that they would be safe and they could meet all of the men from that time who would be famous in his time. As the doc thought about Jules, his little boy, he thought that it would be best not to take the young baby on this trip. The Alamo was going to be in the middle of one of the most famous battles of all time, so as he approached Clara with his proposal, he thought of their friends Seamus and Maggie. After all, if everything worked the way that Emmett planned, they would be back within 5 minutes. No one would even know that they had left. As he went into the house to eat his supper, the doc watched Clara from the doorway. Clara knew that the call of time travel was once again bothering her husband. Emmett would never be satisfied living in one time period. He had spent a good part of life perfecting time travel and he wanted to enjoy it. She did too, but it made her nervous with the baby and all. As Clara turned to give her husband a kiss, she could see that something was on his mind that evening. She asked him, "Do you wish to take a trip in the time machine again?" "Where are you thinking of going?" she asked. "Well, ever since I met the old man Juan, my curiosity has been challenged. He was there at the Battle of the Alamo and I would like to go there myself and meet the men who were to become the famous defenders. I was thinking that if you and I came 10 days prior to the battle, we should have enough time to meet all of the men and leave before Santa Anna becomes a threat," he told her. "I don't know, Emmett, about this. Jules is way too young to face such danger," Clara told him. "That is why I was thinking that you possibly ask Maggie to watch him for a short time. We will be back in less than 5 minutes of our time, you know," Emmett offered. Clara thought about it for a moment. He was right, they would be gone days in their time, but here in her own time they would only be gone a few minutes. She did not particularly like leaving Jules, but she would follow Emmett anywhere, and she told him, "Yes, I will go with you." The next few days were busy ones for the Brown family. There was going to have to be some clothing made, as the clothes from the 1830s were not quite the same as they were in the 1880s. Clara asked Maggie to watch Jules and the doc checked and rechecked the time machine. They were ready to go through time once more. The two of them took a seat in the train and the doc put the name of the city and the time that he wanted to take them to. He had chosen the best place that he could to land the train and was pleased to find that he had indeed chosen a good spot. When they landed they could see the Alamo off in the distance, about 3 miles away. The train could be driven much like a car, and as they drove to a good spot where they could hide it, the doc breathed a sigh of relief. This time with them they had taken his sturdy horse Kendall, and that way they could both ride into town. As Clara and the doc arrived in the fort, their first impression was not good. The smell was terrible. Some of the men looked as if they had not bathed in months. The men were busy stacking guns, and as the doc and Clara came into town, people stopped and looked at them. The doc was a welcomed sight to the men at the Alamo. He was a much-needed person, as they needed any man who was capable of fighting to join them. Colonel Travis had been sending out flyers asking for men to come to his aid, and he thought that was why the doc had arrived in town. Colonel Travis and David Crockett were both standing there in the square, and as the doc had hoped, he was given a place for him and Clara to stay. Clara went to stay with some more of the men's wives, and the doc was welcome to come and join in with David Crockett and Colonel Bowie. Travis had gone upstairs to his home and did not seem interested in getting to know the strange man who had just arrived at his fort. As Davy and Jim Bowie introduced the doc to some of the men, they assumed the doc was a doctor. Actually, because Doc Brown came from the 20th century, he did have more medical knowledge than most of the men who were now stationed here. A doctor was a welcomed guest, and he was introduced to the man that they called Doc. As the doc went to the place where the injured would be brought, it was all he could do to not throw up. There was blood everywhere and nothing was clean. All the doctor had there was whiskey for the pain and a saw for amputations. He had little in the way of bandages or anything to help the inured man. The men in the hospital at the time were at the very most being helped a little. But in reality the men were just about on their own. The doctor was a kind man, but he had nothing to help the men out with. Dr. Pollard just had nothing to help his men with, and every day someone else got sick. Sanitation and the lack of good food was making the men sick. But as a doctor, Doc Brown was respected by the other men and Clara and he were accepted immediately. Colonel Travis was a very young man who could spin a good yarn. He was not being upfront with the men at all about the amount of men who were heading towards the Alamo and made light of the news that the men were receiving. Jim Bowie himself was quick with his knife and the men feared him the most. He was smart, educated and a Mexican citizen who had married a Mexican girl. He loved his wife very much, that was apparent. He had sent her up north to safety because of everything that was happening here and was looking forward to meeting up with her soon. David Crockett was a politician. He was there to make a profit and he made no qualms about it. He saw this battle as a do-or-die situation, but was not afraid. He and his men were rough and very tough. It was plain to see that he would be a force to be reckoned with no matter what happened. As the doc went around and met each and every soldier, he was impressed. They had a huge arsenal of weapons, and enough supplies to last the men at least 30 days. But the Mexican army was getting closer and closer and the people were leaving the fort every day. Clara had a chance to meet with the women who were with their husbands at the fort. She had a rare opportunity to hear what their side of the story was. History had not kept much information on the women, as most of them would leave before the battle began. Many of the women were Mexican and had married the Americans to satisfy their family. Many were very afraid of what was going to happen with their husbands and many did not care. Once they left the compound, they were going back to their homes and as widows would be accepted back into the Mexican community and they would marry another man. Many of the women did not even know their husbands, never mind loving them. But Santa Anna's men were coming and getting closer. When some of his men came to the fort, they read a proclamation telling the people to surrender or be taken over by the army. All non-combatants were going to be allowed to leave and go untouched by Santa Anna or any of his men. But Colonel Travis had answered the men with a blast of the cannon. It angered Santa Anna and he then raised the flag of no prisoner. That evening the women and children left by the cartload and the doc and Clara made the decision to leave with them. The doc felt sorry for the men who did not want to see the doctor leave, but he had to go back to his own time. He had seen enough. As the doc and Clara left, they breathed a sigh of relief. They could see the army and knew that the siege was about to begin. This is where the doc made the decision to watch the fighting from his super-sensitive binoculars. The glasses were centuries ahead of this time and he was going to have a bird's-eye view of the battle. He and Clara could watch the battle from the safety of the time machine. If danger approached, they would escape through time. As the doc and Clara sat in the safety of the time machine, they watched the constant bombardment of the fort. The cannonballs flew and the gunfire, although somewhat intermittent, was being exchanged. They could hear the yells of the men inside the Alamo as well as the yells of the Mexicans. The fires that burned inside the Alamo and the constant sound of the cannon would have made it impossible for anyone to sleep. The following days were loud and worrisome, and as the doc and Clara watched in horror, they knew what the men in the fort must have been going through. Then, the bombing stopped. It was quiet, very quiet. The doc knew that the final battle was to begin in the morning. Clara and the doc both slept lightly until they saw the beginning of the dawn. As they watched, Santa Anna and his men began approaching the Alamo. Each group of Mexican soldiers approached all four sides of the fort. They watched as time and time again the Mexicans fell to the gunfire of the Texicans. But the sheer volume of Santa Anna's men sealed the fate of the men at the Alamo. With the use of the binoculars and the ability to see with such clarity, the doc and Clara both watched in horror as the men used sabers and rifles to end the lives of so many young men. As the men scaled the walls of the fort and more Mexican soldiers got inside, they watched as the men of the Alamo blew up what they had left of ammunition. As the doc zoomed in on the goings-on in the fort itself, he did his best to see and record the last moments of the battle. As the great Santa Anna came into the fort, there indeed was David Crockett and 2 of his men. The Doc and Clara would have to look up in history who the 2 other men were, but they were alive. As Santa Anna came over to them, Crockett spit on him. With the swiftness of a madman, Santa Anna decapitated him with his saber. The Doc and Clara watched this in horror, and they were ready to go back to the 1880s. The Doc set the circuits, and within moments they found themselves back in the barn at their farm. They had been gone just 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Chapter 10. As the Doc and Clara arrived back in the year 1886, they were glad to see that their barn was still there. As they looked around, everything appeared to be the same. The time on the machine told them that had been gone less than 5 minutes. All was fine. Emmett and Clara went straight over to the McFly farm and picked up their son Jules. He was fine and did not even know that his mother and father had been gone. In the Doc and Clara's life, a week had gone by. Seamus was surprised to see his friends coming back so soon. He smiled at them and said, "You could not stay away from your son for long." "It is all right, I feel the same way. 1 hour without my wife and family feels like a week," and with that the 3 of them walked into the home. Maggie was busy making the 2 boys something to eat, and she too was surprised to see Emmett and Clara back so soon. She had hardly had a chance to let the boys play for a very short time together. Although they were a year apart, she hoped that they would be best friends. Life in the 1880s was hard, and the Doc sometimes had to put in 14-hour days 6 days a week. If there was someone in need of help, he was the one that the townspeople had come to trust. Emmett and Clara were well liked, and the blacksmith shop was doing very well. Each day Jules grew, and so did their love. Emmett had thought that he was going to live the life of a scientist and never know what love was, but he had been wrong. Clara had been everything that he could have ever wanted. She was a great mother also. That was when Clara told the Doc about another baby that was on its way. She was sure this time and wanted to go back to the year 1985 to give birth. This time though, they needed to give a good excuse for why they would be gone for a period of over 6 months. The last time they had waited until Clara had been further along, and there were still some looks from the townspeople when they had come into town with Jules. So the Doc found a man to help him out at the blacksmith shop, and he spread the word that Clara and him were going east to help with the care of an gaining aunt. He promised that they would be back as soon as everything was taken care of, and Clara and the Doc made plans to return to the year 1985. They would have to set the time on the time machine for 8 months after they had left. Clara would never be able to fool a doctor from the 20th century, and tell him that she was less along than she was. She was now about 3 months pregnant, and that would put his 2 sons just about exactly a year apart. That time frame will work, the Doc thought to himself. As Clara got Jules ready for the trip through time, she smiled. He was now just a little over 6 months old now and was starting to sit up on his own. He was holding things in his hands now and could smile and laugh at his mommy and daddy. Life at the Brown house was wonderful, and the family could not be happier. The Doc had made an agreement with Marty and Jennifer that a certain part of his garage would never be used. As he never knew what time he would arrive in his home of the 20th century, the train needed a safe place to land. Jennifer had been in the living room working on some improvements to the time circuits when she heard the familiar sound of the time machine arriving. The time machine made a very distinct noise, and there was never any doubt when it arrived. She opened the garage door to see the smiling faces of Doc Brown, Clara and little Jules. Jules was so big, she just wanted to take him in her arms and hold him. Clara handed him to her, and Jennifer started talking baby talk to him. He smiled at her and her heart melted. As Clara and Emmett came into the house, Jennifer told them that Marty had just gone to the store to get some parts and that she expected him home soon. The Doc could see that they had been working on the time circuits as they were on the table and had been taken completely apart. He smiled. "Have you had any luck improving my work?" he asked her. "As a matter of fact, I have. As the electronics get better, so do the circuits. I do my best to keep up with the new inventions and apply them to the works. I have hopefully stopped some of the bumps that we feel as the machine goes through time. I am working on a camera that will be able to transmit to the car a few minutes before you land, letting you know if it is safe to do so or not," she told him. "I am impressed. That is a great idea. If we can somehow send a small camera ahead in time by just a few minutes, and then have it appear in the time machine with the results, the landing might be less dangerous. An example of the danger was when Marty arrived on the train tracks. The car got hit by the train as it went down the tracks. Marty could have easily been killed that day, the doc told her. Clara had been busy with Jules and had set up the playpen so that he could sit in the room and watch everyone without G getting hurt. She felt as though she was at her second home, and it was good to see Jennifer. As they all took a seat, the door opened and Marty walked in. Marty was all smiles and shook the hand of the doc and gave Clara a hug. He went over to the baby in the playpen and looked at Clara and the document. Is this Jules? He is so big, he told them with a big smile. The doc smiled widely as he told him, that's my boy. Marty took a look at the doc and Clara and told them, don't get me wrong, doc, I am thrilled to see you again. But why did you pick today to appear? He asked them. We are expecting a second baby, the doc announced. Both Marty and Jennifer were thrilled for them and knew that it meant that they were going to have their friends with them for a while. Clara didn't look pregnant yet. As the four friends celebrated the time that they were going to get to spend together, Jules sat and laughed and giggled. It was going to be a good time with the doc and Clara, both Jennifer and Marty thought. Chapter 11. Life had been good for Clara and Emmett Brown. They had once again come back to the year 1985 so that Clara could give birth to another child. The doc felt more comfortable in this time, and Clara loved living in his time. She had gotten to know all of Marty's family and some of Emmett's friends. Jennifer and the doc had been working hard on perfecting a camera that would allow them to see where they were going to be arriving before they landed. If the landing place was not safe, they would just send the camera back to the time period that they wanted to go to another location. This could be repeated until they were sure that the landing would be a safe one. The doc remembered that when Marty had landed in 1985, he had nearly been killed by a train that arrived shortly after he did. Because of what had happened, the original car had been destroyed along with all of the time circuits. It had represented hundreds of hours of work for the doc, and they did not want it to happen again. Time travel was dangerous enough, and he was going to make it as safe as it could be. Finally, the day came that the camera was ready for a test. The doc and Jennifer sent the camera back in time just 10 minutes, programmed it to stay in the time period for 1 minute, and then waited for it to reappear. The camera reappeared at precisely the correct time. It was with shaking hands that Jennifer opened the box containing the strange camera that the doc had taken from the future. As they watched the film that the camera had taken, both of them were delighted to see that the camera had done its job. They could see the two of them in the garage and hear the entire conversation. The best thing was that neither one of them had any idea that the camera was watching them. The camera was very small and ran silent, and it seemed to work nicely. Doc and Jennifer came into the living room wearing big smiles. Clara and Marty turned around and knew that they had finished the test. By the look on their faces, they could see that the test was successful. It was now safe for them to go back in time once again. Marty knew that his mother and father had been dying to take Jules, and when he gave them a call, his mother jumped at the chance. She and his father were home, and Dave and Linda were due to be home soon. For a short time? Why, you can leave him with us as long as you wish, his mother told him. As Doc and Clara left Jules alone, they were a little nervous. It was a rare occasion that they left Jules with anyone, and it was ironic that they were now leaving him with Seamus's great-grandson. Life was odd sometimes. As the four of them piled into the car, the doc sent the camera ahead in time. He set it to return to them in 10 seconds. The 10 seconds seemed to be longer than 10 seconds to the four occupants of the car, but the camera showed up, and as the doc looked at the scenery to where they were headed, he found a good spot for them to land in. The ride had been improved, and as they landed safely, the doc hid the car carefully. They got out and checked everyone to make sure that things were all right. The date was October 24, 1901, and a boat was to tow Annie Taylor and her cat in a barrel to the falls. The four of them walked towards the falls and found a large crowd. Annie was not due to go over the falls for a few hours, but she had managed to attract a good-sized crowd, and she posed next to the barrel. Marty took out his camera and snapped several photos of her and the cat. They actually got a chance to speak to the lady who had chosen this to be the day to try the jump. It was her 63rd birthday. They were amazed at the bravery of the woman. Marty thought she was a little stupid, and even though he knew that she would survive, thought that it was going to be one of the most scariest things that he ever saw. But it was finally 3:30 and the boat that was going to take the lady to the falls was getting ready to take off with the lady in tow. As the four friends watched at just about 4:30 as history stated, they spotted the barrel. The doc took out his camera and started to film. Of course, his camera was from over 100 years in the future and he would not be able to show anyone the photos, but he had to get this on film. The barrel bounced and then started to go down the falls. The four of them watched and the doc filmed as it banged and slapped hard. As the crowd ran down to the barrel that had been caught in the rocks, they took more photos. As she emerged from the barrel, they clapped and cheered. Indeed, the lady was alive and well. The doc went over and talked to the lady, who seemed a little confused. But, as she was brought up the steep hill to the safety of the town, she smiled and waved to the crowd. The four of them went over to the safely hidden. They smiled as they all got in and turned the time circuits on. They were on their way back to the year 1985. It was as though they had only been gone 5 minutes. Marty's family was a little disappointed that Clara and the doc came back so soon. But they had a great time with the baby and promised that they would love to take him another time. Clara and the doc thanked them and said yes, there would be another chance, they were sure of that. Chapter 12. As the four friends arrived back at Doc Brown's house, they celebrated with a nice relaxing evening together. It had only been 2 years since Marty and the doc had traveled through time and gone back to 1955. Now they had Clara and Jules and a little one on the way. Marty and Jennifer smiled at their friends and told them, "We have an announcement to make." He looked down at Jennifer and took her hand. "I have asked Jennifer for her hand in marriage and she said yes." Both Emmett and Clara jumped up and hugged their two friends. "Congratulations to both of you," they both told them. "When did this happen?" Clara asked. "Marty proposed to me at Niagara Falls. He said that it was known to be a place for honeymooners, and he wanted it to be romantic," Jennifer said with a smile as she showed them the ring. The rest of the evening was filled with laughter and fun, but Jennifer and Marty wanted to go to their parents' houses and let them know the news. The first place that they went to was Jennifer's house. John Parker was watching a football game and Jennifer's mom was in the kitchen talking to her brother Rick. Jennifer told her family that she had something that she wanted them to hear, and the three of them took a seat in the living room. As everyone sat down, Jennifer showed them the engagement ring. Her mother and father had been expecting this at some time, but still thought them a little young. But Rick was thrilled and shook Marty's hand heartily. Her parents smiled and hugged them both. Her mother smiled and asked, "Will this be a long engagement, or will you be getting married soon?" Jennifer smiled and told them, "We have not thought about a time yet. But I want to get married in the Chapel of Love," she said as she took Marty's hand. Good, John Parker thought to himself. This meant that she was in no hurry to get married. The Chapel of Love was booked for months. But out loud he said, "That sounds great, sweetheart. We will be happy to help you with anything to do with the wedding." Marty was glad to find that the Parkers were happy at the marriage. He wanted their approval very badly, as it would make it so much better for Jennifer. As Jennifer and Marty pulled up to the McFly house, they saw that everyone was home there, also. As they went into the large living room, they were greeted by the family. Jennifer went to take a seat when Linda let out a little yelp. She saw the ring on Jennifer's finger. That night there was much celebration at the McFly home. Everyone loved Jennifer and were glad that she would be soon joining their family. Each and every day from then on went to doing some work on the upcoming wedding. Jennifer called the Chapel of Love, and did indeed find that it was booked until that September. The weather in Hill Valley was good until the middle of September, and September 5th was available. It was decided that they would get married on September 5th, 2987. This would be a Saturday, and they could invite all of their family and friends to attend the wedding. The wedding reception would be just 2 miles down the street, and Marty and Jennifer made the decision to be taken to the reception in a carriage with a white horse pulling it. Jennifer found the perfect wedding dress and she asked Clara to be her bridesmaid. Linda was her maid of honor and Dave was Marty's best man. Rick was asked to be the usher. As the day approached, Jennifer got very nervous. Clara was now getting a larger stomach and would soon be outgrowing her gown. But everything was working out well. Emmett and Clara had come back to the year 1987 to give birth to another baby. Clara went to the same doctor as before and waited anxiously to find out what she was having. They went and heard the baby's heartbeat. Once again the baby had a strong and steady heartbeat. Just 1 month before the wedding, they found out that it was going to be another boy. Neither one of them could wait to see this little one. They carried the picture out with a big smile on their faces. But Marty and Jennifer were getting married and it was time for their celebration. The doc could not wait to attend the wedding and the day was finally here. The weather was wonderful and Jennifer and Marty shined as they stood for all the photographs. The doc had decided to allow his 2 friends to use the DeLorean. They could travel to any time, future or past, and Marty had thought hard and long about where he had wanted to take Jennifer on their honeymoon. Jennifer had no idea where Marty was going to take her. She hoped that it was going to be a beautiful place, where they would have privacy. She thought of the time that she and her family had gone to Carmel by the sea. It was beautiful up there and she hoped that Marty would consider going there. But Marty thought that perhaps they could go to Hollywood and see the actors of yesterday. There were so many people that he would have liked to see and thought of Harry Houdini and many others. That is where he would go. Hill Valley was not far from there and they could park at the doc's farm in Hill Valley. As Marty and Jennifer headed back in time, Jennifer saw that Marty was going back just 60 years and he was going back to Hill Valley. As they stepped out of the doc's garage, they were greeted by a young man of about 30. He recognized the 2 people who had come to his time and shook their hands. "My name is Vern Brown," he told them. Jennifer smiled at the young man. This was the baby that Clara was carrying and he was a young man. Vern smiled and said, "My mom and my wife have just gone into town for a while, they will be happy to see you." Clara had been coming up the street with her daughter-in-law Laura when she had heard the familiar sound of the time machine coming into their time. She had not heard the sound in quite a while and hoped that it was Jennifer and Marty. She had lost her beloved Emmett 10 years before at the age of 93. She was now 72 herself and was getting tired. As Marty and Jennifer saw Clara come into the house, they were saddened to not see their friend Doc Brown. Clara told them that he had lived a good long life and that he was at peace now. After a few hours of visiting, Clara gave Marty and Jennifer her car, and they headed to Hollywood to meet the stars of yesteryear. It was going to be a great honeymoon. Chapter 13. Marty and Jennifer went into the farmhouse where saw all of the pictures of Doc and the children as they had grown up. The farm had added another barn and Vern explained it to them. "When we travel back and forth through time, we were afraid that at some point 2 time machines would arrive at the barn, so we built another barn and that barn is used for my generation of Browns." Vern sounded just like his father when he spoke and had his spirit. There were signs all over the house that he was doing experiments and they were not surprised to find that his wife was a woman of science also. Jennifer went over to the baby and talked to him. His name was Albert, after Albert Einstein. Everyone had a nice visit and then they loaned Marty and Jennifer their car so that the 2 of them could go on their honeymoon. The car was a little old and Marty was not used to the way it drove, but he and Jennifer made the best of it and headed to the hills of Hollywood. They had both always been fans on the old films and the stars that had pioneered the movie industry. As they went to one of the studios, they went on one of the many tours. They got to see many of the old stars and took many pictures. The camera that they used was an old Brownie, because they could not use a newer type here in the 1920s. As the tour went to the cafeteria for lunch, they were thrilled to meet Mary Pickford in person. She actually allowed them to take some pictures with her and she signed an autograph for Marty and Jennifer. She had smiled and congratulated them when they told her that they were on their honeymoon. As Marty and Jennifer signed into one of the famous hotels of the day, they saw Gloria Swanson. She was a beautiful lady and she allowed them to take her photo too. The room that they had was large and it overlooked the gardens. As they enjoyed the time and the people, they both thought of what a nice time this was. Women finally had some rights and families were very important. The flappers and the carefree attitude was going to change soon when the stock market crashed. Soon things would not be as gay and they were lucky to know that they would not be around when that happened. They tried dancing to the music and doing the Charleston but they were not very good at it. Jennifer loved wearing the dress of the day, though, and they had a great night. The next day they did a tour of the homes of Hollywood. The homes were not close together as they were in their time, and the people were much friendlier. They stopped at many of the famous actors' and actresses' homes and took pictures. They took pictures of the large sign that still spelled out the words Hollywood Land, not just Hollywood, and made the trip up the mountainside and stood by the letters. But the longer they stay in another time, the more dangerous it becomes that something that they do could change history, and so it was now time for them to go back to the Brown family in Hill Valley. Marty and Jennifer drove the car to the farm and were pleased to find all of their old friends home. Vern had been working on some improvements on the time machine that he used. He preferred to use a 2017 Mustang for his travels. The Mustang was a naturally fast car, and the car did not draw much attention for many years. He kept it in the second barn and serviced it every day. The car had the capability of being invisible also. Marty was very excited to see this invention. The car could be anywhere and not be seen by anyone. This would make it much safer for him when they went to different time zones. The only problem with this was that it used up a lot of power and could not be used for any longer than 48 hours before the car would become visible. Marty and Jennifer looked over the blueprints for the invisibility factor and smiled. This was indeed a great invention and could be used on many of their trips. Vern made a copy of them and handed the prints to Jennifer. She placed them on the front seat of the car. Vern and Laura went into great detail as they explained to Marty and Jennifer how it worked, and then they took them to their own time machine. The Mustang was a good-looking car and had the capability of flying. Inside beside the time circuits was a large button. This button nearly had to be pushed once and the machine would become invisible. To make the car visible again, you needed to push the button on the other side. The way it was set up that way to prevent someone from making the mistake of hitting one of the buttons twice. They had used it on several occasions and it had worked well. Clara smiled as she thought of her time with Emmett and how they had spent 40 years together as husband and wife. He would be so proud of his children and his friends Marty and Jennifer. Somehow she knew that she was going to see him once again on one of his many travels. She was never sure how old he was when he had passed, because of all the time traveling. Sometimes they had stayed in other time periods for up to a month. But today was a night of celebration and she sat back to enjoy the time with her friends. That night the 5 friends sat around and ate a good dinner. It turned out that Laura was not only smart, she was a good cook. They enjoyed the time together, but it was time for Jennifer and Marty to return to their own time. As they hugged each other and wished each other the best of luck, they all agreed that they would meet again. Back in 1987, Emmett and Clara heard the familiar sound of the car returning from a trip in time and went to the back door to see their friends Jennifer and Marty once more home safe. The 4 of them waked into the house, and they showed them the pictures that they had taken. The doc had always been a big fan of the silent movie stars and was thrilled that Marty and Jennifer had managed to get some autographs and pictures. But the surprise was still to come. Jennifer took out the blueprints to the invention that was to be made, or was it that had been made by the doc's son and his wife? She knew that she could not tell him who had invented it. The doc took one look at them and said, "This is it. What a great idea. Who gave you this?" he asked. But Marty told him no one should know too much about their future doc. "Let's just say that this was invented by a mutual friend." The doc smiled at his friend and shook his head in agreement. Chapter 14. So with each passing of time things were being invented to make the time machine safer to use. This blueprint of a discovery that could make the time machine invisible was the best invention yet. Doc Brown and Jennifer worked on building the device for weeks. With each day Clara was getting closer and closer to her due date, and Doc wanted the discovery to be built and working by the time Clara had the baby. But Clara had met her halfway point through the pregnancy and it was time for her to have an ultrasound. With this ultrasound they would find out if they were having a boy or a girl. All they wanted at this point was for the baby to be healthy. As Clara laid down on the cot once again, she watched as the attendant ran the piece that would tell her what sex the baby was and saw her smile. "The baby is fine and is sucking their thumb. You said that you wanted to know what you were having, correct?" she asked. Both the doc and Clara smiled and shook their head yes. They watched as the lady checked their baby out carefully. The attendant smiled and told them, "You are having a little boy." This was what both of them had wanted. Jules would have a brother and a friend throughout his life. Both Clara and the doc hugged, and as the tears rolled down their cheeks, they took the picture that was given them of their little boy. As Clara and the doc arrived at home, they were greeted by Jennifer, who told them that the car was ready for a test. "I am sure that the device is in working order now." The doc smiled. This was indeed a great day. Marty would be coming to their house soon. He was supposed to get out of work at 4, so they decided to wait to test the new device and to tell anyone what they were having for a baby. Both Clara and Emmett knew that Marty was excited to hear the news. Clara had just finished giving Jules a snack and put him in his playpen when they heard the sound of Marty coming in the driveway. Marty had a long day and couldn't wait to find out if his friend the doc was having a boy or a girl. He also knew that Jennifer and the doc were going to have the device to make the time machine invisible ready either today or tomorrow for testing. As Marty came in the door, Jennifer met him and gave him a kiss. He went over to Jules, who was pointing at him as he stood up and walked around in his playpen. Marty talked to him for a moment and then looked up. He could see by the expression on their faces that they had something to tell him, so he took a seat on the couch. The doc and Clara smiled as they told their best friends the news. "We are having another boy in about 19 weeks. His name is going to be Vern," the doc told him. This brought a smile to both Marty and Jennifer's face. They had met Vern in the future. The man that they had met had turned out to be a good man, and both the doc and Clara were going to be proud of him. Marty and Jennifer both congratulated the couple and looked at the picture of the new baby. The babies looked so odd at this time. But they had seen Vern as an adult and he was fine. Jennifer smiled at her husband and told him, "There is just one more thing, Marty. We finished the device and it is ready for testing," she told him with a smile. "That's great. When are we going to test it?" Marty asked. The doc looked at the time and his son and said, "We will test it after supper. We can put Jules to bed and then run the test," he told them. Clara and Jennifer had dinner done within the hour. As the four of them sat down and ate, none of them could concentrate on the meal. Even little Jules didn't seem to be very interested in eating. But they managed, as good friends do, to eat. Clara and Jennifer got Jules ready for sleep, and Marty and the doc did the dishes and put away the food. It was almost 7:30 by the time they were ready to test the invisibility device. Fortunately, this test would not require them to do any time travel. Jennifer got into the car and set the device for a period of 1 minute. She and the doc had found a way to improve on the device by allowing a timer to be added to it. They now could keep it invisible for a certain amount of time. As Jennifer stood back, the four friends watched as the car got dim and then it was gone. The doc was watching his timer carefully, and at exactly 60 seconds from the time the car had disappeared, it reappeared. The car had no problems and everything worked fine. It was now time to test the car with one of them inside of it. Both Marty and the doc had been in the time machine when it had never been used, but Jennifer had not. She wanted to be the first one to be in the machine when it was invisible. This made Marty nervous, but she was right, and she had been the one that had done most of the building of it. It was Jennifer's turn. As Jennifer got into the car, she set the timer and waited. There didn't seem to be any difference at all. She could see everything as it was before, and she could see Marty and Clara and the doc standing there watching. She was about to get out of the car and tell them that it was not working when the timer said that she was visible again. As she opened the door, she was greeted by her friends, who wanted to know how she was. She had been invisible, but she could still see everyone and hear everything. It was strange, because they could neither see or hear her. The machine worked, and it worked well. The doc and Jennifer did a few adjustments and they felt that it would be ready for use in another day. With the ability to be invisible, they could now leave the car any place. They no longer had to fear that it would be found. Of course, there was always the possibility that someone might bump into it or something, but they could now watch things as they happen without being seen or heard by anyone. The doc thought of some of the mysteries, children who were kidnapped, murders, things like that. He could know what had really happened. But, the worst part is that he would not be able to tell anyone because he would be changing history. All three knew of this problem, but they still were hooked on the idea of time travel. The doc was already making plans for the next place that he wanted to go to. He wanted to go to Egypt and watch how the pyramids were built. Yes, that was going to be his next trip, he thought to himself. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. It was time for another trip. The Doc and Clara were due for a trip. Soon Clara would be too far along to safely travel through time. This time it would be her choice. Clara looked at Emmett and thought about where she would like to go. There was all the time in the world available to her and she thought about where she wanted to go. She had traveled to so many wonderful places. There was so much to see. But she was a school teacher and she thought that she would like to go back in time to the earliest of schools. She wanted to go to Boston and visit one of the school houses. This was not hard to do, but Doc Brown wanted to make sure that everything was planned out. He looked up to find the location of the first school and then went about coming up with money and clothes for the trip. Everything was ready and everything had been completely checked out within the next week and they were ready for their travel through time. As the Doc and Clara said goodbye to their friends Marty and Jennifer, they smiled. The machine went through time and landed in Boston. This would be the first time that they used the invisibility shield. They found the perfect place to park and hide it. It was just a few blocks from the school. They found an old barn and when they asked the owner for permission to rent it, he was thrilled. They put the car in the barn and no one would even know it was there. It was a perfect solution. As they left the barn together, they walked down the streets of Boston. This was before the Revolution and the British presence was evident. Also the anger and determination of the populace was evident also. The Pilgrims had only landed 16 years ago. But Boston was already a bustling town. Clara walked along the streets but was having some trouble with her shoes. They were so uncomfortable, and she could only walk a short way before she had to rest. As Clara and Emmett arrived at the South Grammar School, later to be known as the Boston Latin School, they walked into the building and was met by the schoolmaster. Emmett decided that the best way for them to be welcomed into school, he approached the man about the possibility of being a teacher there. The headmaster looked at the man and after speaking with him for a short time found him to be a brilliant man who would make a great teacher. He offered him a job and Clara was welcome on as an assistant. The classes were very small and the Doc and Clara got to know each one of them individually. Each student was well-mannered and eager to learn. At this point all of their learning had been done from the home. They could already speak a minimum of one other language and had been sent to this school to learn Latin. For the next few days the Doc and Clara got to study the ways that students were taught during this time. There was absolutely no tolerance for misbehavior and a teacher carried with him a pointer with a whip of sorts on the end. This was used to make a point or to teach a student a lesson. Each one of the students did their best to avoid getting hit by this. The students for the most part did not have any books and so they were shared. The school was cold and dark and of course had no indoor plumbing. There was a small wood stove for warmth in most of the rooms. Each student worked with a slate as they had no paper. Each one of the students were expected to sit still and listen intently. Each one of the students were treated well though. They were being given a good education and Clara was satisfied. As Clara and Emmett walked back to the car, they thanked the farmer for allowing them to use the barn for the day. The farmer shook his head and then shook hands with the Doc. As he watched the two walk into the barn, he waited and waited but they did not leave. The man walked over to the barn and opened the door. He couldn't believe it. The barn was empty. He looked high and low but there was no one in there. The Doc had set the time circuits and soon they found themselves back in 1985. As they stepped out of the car, they were met by Marty and Jennifer. Marty had Jules in his arms. It had been a good trip indeed. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. But life for the Doc and Clara was always changing. They had no real place in time. As the two of them traveled more and more often, they each lost their identity in the time that they were in. Clara was from 100 years before the time that Doc lived in. Sometimes the time did not matter, but sometimes the thought of people from another time were not the same as the thoughts of a person from the modern age of 1985. This was going to come true one day as Clara was getting ready to have their little boy. His name was going to be Vern. The names that Clara and the Doc had chosen were from the novels that they had both enjoyed as children. Jules Verne had been one of the most famous authors who wrote about such things as traveling to the stars and things. Jules was now getting a little older, and he was not listening. Clara tried to get him to listen, but he kicked her in the shin. This was not an accepted behavior and Clara slapped him across the buttocks and placed him in the playpen. Emmett had heard the screaming of Jules and had come into the house to find out what was going on. He was horrified to see his wife pick up Jules and slap him. This was the 1980s and no child should ever be hit at such a young age. For the first time in their marriage Emmett was angry at Clara. He swallowed hard and was surprised to see Clara smile at him as she turned around. Did she not see him come into the room? Did she think that slapping a small child on the butt was all right? Clara looked at her husband and thought for just a second that she saw anger in his eyes. She could not think of anything that she had done, so she looked at him and said, "Emmett, is something wrong?" Emmett could not understand why she was taking this so lightly. He had never understood child abuse, and although Clara had not hit Jules hard, he could tell that it was intentional and she saw nothing wrong with it. He asked her, "Did you just slap Jules?" This took Clara back. She had just given him a slap on the buttocks because he was misbehaving. She had not flogged the child. She looked at him and said, "Yes, I did. He was not respecting me and he kicked me. That kind of behavior is not acceptable. If you do not teach a child to behave at a young age, they will not know how to act when they are older." Emmett could not believe what she was saying. Jules was just a little over a year old and did not know any better. "I don't understand you, Clara, you seem to be such a nice loving mother, but you slap your children." He did not yell, but even he could hear the anger in his voice. Clara could not understand the doc. He was a logical and kind man and yet he did not believe in teaching a child right from wrong. This did not make any sense to her. She looked him square in the eye and said, "That is the way I was raised and so were my parents. We do not abuse each other, but when nothing else works, a slap has been known to be applied." "Clara, this is the 1980s and children are taught to behave by actions not reactions," the doc told her. "But when we got back to my time, children are taught to respect their elders. Now I know why when I go to the doctors and stores I see so many children who are misbehaving. They have not been taught to respect others. That is not working either, Emmett. You would never go into town and see children acting the way they do in this time. In my time, if they did they would find themselves out in the back in the woodshed with their father," she nearly yelled. Emmett was very upset with what he was hearing. Clara was right, in her time it was the norm to spank children. He had not thought about that aspect of child rearing. Their difference in time would make a big difference in the way that the children would be raised. Now there was another boy on the way and he was going to be raised in the 1880s. As a child he had been spanked and spanked hard sometimes. His father was a judge and he believed that if you spared the rod you would spoil the brat. The doc and Clara were having their first fight and it was a big one. Their marriage was a good one and they were both happy, but this was something that could eat at them if it was not resolved. Just as they were about to start a real argument there was a knock on the door. Clara went to answer the door and was glad to see Marty and Jennifer standing there. Jennifer and Marty had never been to the house when there was so much tension. For the first time they were sure that they had come to their home while the doc and Clara were in the middle of an argument. Marty went off with the doc and Jennifer sat down with Clara. After the men had left the room Clara broke into tears. "Today Jules was misbehaving and I slapped him on the butt. He didn't even cry when I slapped him, but Emmett saw me and he thinks I am terrible. He says that the year is 1985 and children do not get spanked anymore." Jennifer thought about the kind lady that sat next to her on the couch. She could not picture the lady slapping anyone hard. It was true that spanking was now frowned upon by many, but she had been slapped by her mother as had many of her friends. She understood Clara's thinking and she understood the doc's thinking too. "You and the doc will work this out. My father has never touched me and yet my mother has slapped me. I have survived as well, Jules," she told her as she took Clara's hands. As Marty and the doc went out to the garage Marty could see that something was bothering the doc. The doc had been his mentor and had helped him and Jennifer out so many times. But he was surprised when the doc turned and told him Clara slapped Jules today. Marty knew that the way of disciplining children had changed dramatically over the past 100 years. Times do change and he was wondering if the doc and Clara would ever have time troubles. This was the first and he didn't like seeing his friends unhappy. He looked at the doc and said, "She slapped Jules?" And? I mean, she didn't beat him or anything, right? The doc looked at his friend and said, no, of course not. She slapped him on the butt. Marty looked at him and said, that is what they did 100 years ago. Time will only tell which way is better. I don't see any problem here. She loves Jules and she is a school teacher, for God's sakes. You don't have to spank him. I mean, if she beat him or something you can say something, but this was just a slap, and that was the way of mothers in her time. The doc thought about that for a moment. He had married Clara knowing that some of her ideas would be considered old-fashioned. He loved her with all her heart and he knew that she loved him. He was going to have to accept her way of thinking, especially when they went back in time. As the doc and Marty went back into the room, the doc went over to Clara and hugged her. I am sorry for the way I overreacted. You are right, our two times are different, and although I will never raise a hand to my child, it is your decision how you discipline them, he told her tenderly. Clara leaned into her husband's shoulder and said, I will try to remember your way of raising children. We can work this out, I am sure, as she looked at her son who was playing quietly in the playpen. Chapter 17. Time was coming for little Vern to be showing up, and the doc and Clara were once more getting ready for the big day. The time machine had been used successfully with the new modifications and life had settled down. But Doc had the urge to make another trip through time. He had been on so many trips and there so many things that he could now witness from the car and not be seen. This time he had a plan that was going to require Marty and timing. It also was going to require some bravery and very careful planning. The doc wanted to go onto the Titanic as a passenger and see what had truly happened. His thoughts were that he would go back in time to 6 months before the maiden voyage and buy a first-class passenger ticket. He wanted to ask for a specific room because he knew when the ship sailed that suite was empty. The second problem was that the ship was going to sink in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. He knew that the time machine could easily fly while it was invisible, but he was going to have to work on exactly where he wanted to be when Marty or Jennifer would be picking him up. It would be very dangerous, but he knew what side of the ship had allowed men to go into the lifeboats if nothing else. Jennifer listened to the doc and his plan and said that she was working on extending the invisibility shield to everything that touched the car. If she did that, the most that someone would see would be the rope that was extended down to the dock, and it would only appear for a brief moment. With everything else that was happening on the ship, they thought that this might not be noticed or remembered. Each day the doc studied what had happened on that fateful night. The doc worked side by side with Jennifer and finally came up with an invisibility shield protection. This used even more power and could not be used for more than a period of more than 10 minutes. 3 weeks later the new extension was ready for a test. As the four friends stood there, they tested the device once again. It was a success and the time machine was ready once more. After much discussion it was decided that both Marty and the doc would board the Titanic first class and Jennifer would pick them up 1/2 hour before she sank. He would be picked up on the side where Murdoch and his men had not had a large crowd. They would be on the side where the lifeboats left nearly empty. It was the safest side. It was the doc's opinion that they would be in danger if they stayed any longer. Also they would be able to still be invisible from the air and watch as the ship sank. From the air they could also solve the mystery of the ship that did not answer the SOS call of the Titanic that night. Clara was very worried about the danger. She had heard of the great disaster and read all of the articles. Yes, indeed the trip would be a trip through the truth, but she worried. As the doc and Marty once more got into the time machine, they headed to 6 months before the ship made her maiden voyage. As they walked the streets of Belfast they saw the giant ship. It was a gem of the day. Everything that had been said about her was true. There were hundreds of men working on her as the two friends walked towards the ticket office. The tickets were very expensive, but even first-class men had a better chance of surviving the disaster than children. The doc signed them onto the Titanic as Dr. Emmett Brown and Assistant Marty McFly, and they now had first-class tickets to the worst sea disaster of all times, it was thought by many. That was when Jennifer then drove Marty and the doc to Southampton, England for their boarding of the great ship. She had all of the information and for her the time would only be a matter of moments. But to the doc and Marty the time would be 5.5 days, of which 2.5 hours would be very dangerous. The doc once more checked the escape ladder that he and Marty would be using, and Marty kissed his wife goodbye. They landed in Southampton and headed to the docks. Because they did not want to draw attention to themselves, the doc had purchased several suitcases and trunks and filled them with junk. They were sent to storage where they would be lost. They did bring plenty of clothes for the trip also. As first-class passengers, they would be expected to dress for every single occasion. As they entered the great ship, the first thing that Marty noticed was the smell. It smelled brand new, everything was spotless, and as the doc and he went down the luxurious hallway, they were shown to their rooms. Their rooms were large and had a private promenade. From here they were going to be able to see the iceberg as it went down the side of the ship. But not the doc, he wanted to be in the very front of the ship when it strikes, so that he could see the actual event from a bird's eye view. After the two friends went up on deck to wave to the people as they left, they noticed the dress and behavior of people. Everyone was excited and thrilled to be on the safest ship in the world. The brochures had called the great ship unsinkable, and they had believed it to be true. As they went to the dining room, they went down the grand staircase. It was every bit as beautiful as history had painted it. The first night they had the honor of being seated with John Jacob Astor IV and his very young wife. They were very friendly and quite interested in the doc, who was obviously a brilliant scientist, and his assistant. They were most welcome at the table. That evening, when they went with the other men to discuss business, they met Captain Smith and Thomas Andrews. The doc talked to them about many aspects of the ship, and they were both impressed by how much knowledge the man had of the ship. They then introduced him to Bruce Ismay. Neither one of them found Bruce Ismay to be anything but a snob with only his interests at heart. As the two friends walked the decks of the doomed ship, Marty took many pictures. The camera did not belong in that time. So, the doc had put a fake box around the camera that they were using. It gave the appearance that they were using one of the new Brownie cameras, and no one even noticed them. The weather was comfortable and the ride was first class all the way. They watched as some of the first-class passengers' dogs were walked by members of the crew, and each and every meal was served as a dinner would be served in a first-class restaurant. The doc saw Thomas Andrews and asked him why the ship was traveling at such a pace. The ice was out there. "Isn't that dangerous?" he had asked. But Thomas Andrews shrugged his questions off and said, "It is a sound ship, you have nothing to worry about, Emmett." Bruce Ismay had heard the question and had grunted at the man who was questioning the White Star Line and the safety of his ship. Bruce Ismay had turned to the doc and told him, "We have lit the last boiler. We will make the paper with this trip. Not only is the Titanic the most luxurious ship in the water, it is now going to be the fastest." At church that Sunday, the doc and Marty joined the others in prayers, and each said a special prayer for those who not survive until the morning. As they looked around the room, it was hard to believe that the ship was sailing into disaster. Everything was so well maintained and the crew vigilant at their job. But as the time came near to the disaster, the doc and Marty went over their plans once again. They wanted to stay aboard ship to see what actually occurred, but they wanted to get off of it before it became too dangerous. But it was now 11:15 at night, and it was time for the two men to go up on deck. The doc went forward as far as he could before he was stopped and waited for the signal from the lookout. Once the signal went off, he was going to go even further up front if he could. He had his camera and night vision on and was ready for the disaster. Marty had gone to the Marconi room, where he heard the radio operator swear as it received another ice warning from the Californian. He had blasted the man at the other end of the radio and had said with a smile that will teach him to bother the greatest ship on Earth. Marty then went back toward the middle of the ship. He was hoping that he could catch the sound of the iceberg as it cut through the metal. His camera had come from over 100 years in the future, 2085, and had the best sound system that he had ever heard. Then came the signal. The doc strained his eyes trying to see the iceberg, but could not see it. He raised his camera to his eyes and started filming. Then, like a giant hand, the iceberg appeared. It was much taller than the ship, and as the doc ran his camera, he could hear the horrible screeching of the ice against the ship. It was ripping a large hole in her, and soon the Titanic would be at the bottom of the ocean. The doc turned and filmed until he could no longer or see the iceberg or hear the horrible noise. He then went towards Marty. Marty had barely felt the bump from where he was standing, but had begun filming immediately. He had followed the iceberg with his camera until it had gone past the Titanic many yards. The mortality of the ship was soon to be evident, and now was for the truth. For several minutes things appeared to be quite normal. There was ice everywhere though. The Doc and Marty watched as some young men from third class played a game with some of the ice. They went towards their rooms and looked for any signs of danger, and found none. But, when they got up on deck, the crew were taking the covers off the lifeboats. Everything had begun. A steward came up to their door and told them to dress warm and come up on deck. They were now loading women into the lifeboats, and when they were done with the women, the men would go next. There is no danger. It is just a precaution. But the Doc had wanted to see what was going on the Marconi room. He had been there before and he wanted to see what was going on. There he found the two men desperately begging for someone to come to their aid. But they were refusing the service of one ship. It was a German ship, and Ismay had ordered that only English ships could be used. Unbelievable, the Doc thought to himself. The two men watched as the women and children got on the lifeboats along with many of the men from first class. Many men honored the women and children first rule, but many didn't. There did not seem to be any panic as of yet, and the people were still refusing to get into the lifeboats. The crew worked hard to get the people to safety, and they watched as the lifeboats were lowered. They both saw the rockets as they were fired over and over. The rockets were white though, and that was not the correct color that indicated a disaster. There was nothing in the rockets to indicate danger. Soon the ship was leaning, and it was starting to lean hard. The lights flickered a few times and the panic was starting to come. The Doc and Marty saw that the men loading the lifeboats now had loaded guns, and as the first gun was fired they decided that it was time for them to go to the other side. But on the other side, unlike the movies, the panic was starting to set in. There was only one boat left, and as they watched in horror, the first officer shot himself in front of the crowd. With that, Bruce Ismay let himself into one of the lifeboats. It was just 5 minutes from when Jennifer was going to be arriving, and Doc and Marty hid around the corner from behind the other men. As she appeared, they both quickly grabbed the ladder and disappeared into history. As they watched, neither one of them saw anyone notice them, and as the ladder was quickly retracted up to the flying car, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. From the air they watched in horror as the ship broke in half. The part that was still upright seemed to bob for just a few seconds, and then it disappeared into the depths of the ocean. As the three of them left for their own time, they could still hear the screams of the drowning. This would haunt each of them for the rest of their lives. When they arrived back home to Clara, it had only been 3 minutes. It had seemed like an eternity, but everyone was safe. As they watched the video footage of the ship and their trip, they each said a prayer for the people who had both survived and died that night. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Dr. Emmett Brown was getting nervous once again. His beloved Clara was getting close to her due date. They were having a baby boy and they were going to name him Vern. He was quite excited about the idea of being a father of two. If it had not been for his traveling through time, he would have never met his Clara. He thought of Clara and what had happened to her in her time. They had changed the space-time continuum when they had saved her from going over the cliff in a wagon. The gorge had at one time been named after her because she had been killed there when her horse had been spooked on her way to becoming a teacher in Hill Valley. But, life was hard for her here in the 1980s, and he knew it. She put on a happy face, but things had changed so much in the past 100 years, and sometimes she felt out of place. The Doc knew those feelings well, because when he was in her time he had the same problem. No matter what time he went to, people were the same, but their lifestyle was different. Everyone loved and wanted a better life for their family no matter what the time was, but the inventions made life very different. Clara and the Doc had chosen this time to be the time that their children would be born. In Clara's time, it was not uncommon for the birth of a child to be reported for several weeks. He was known as the Doc, and everyone thought that Emmett was a doctor. So the people of the town just assumed that he delivered the baby. Clara was in the kitchen getting a bottle ready for Jules. She was having a problem with one of these things that is called a blender. She forgot to tighten the cover and things had gone all over the place. She shook her head at herself and longed for her simple little kitchen back in her own time. Jules was in the living room watching television, and she wondered if he would miss that once they went back to the 1880s. Clara was starting to feel like a stuffed pig. She was so large now it was impossible for her to tie her own shoes barely. As she reached over to pick up Jules from the playpen, she could barely reach him and lift at the same time. Jules felt as though he weighed twice as much. The doc came into the living room and told her to take a seat. He didn't want her lifting anything too heavy now. She was due to have the baby in the next couple of weeks. He wanted her to rest. Jennifer and Marty came over for a visit and went to work on some new improvements on the time machine. The invisibility shield was taking too much power from the time machine than they felt was very safe. When they had gone and witnessed the sinking of the Titanic, the power level had gotten dangerously low. Of course they had made 2 different time travels during one trip, but the doc wanted to see what they could do to lower the drain on the fuel. Clara made them a dinner. She insisted on cooking. No one would let her do anything now. She was pregnant, not dead, and she couldn't stand just sitting around doing nothing. But Clara was an excellent cook and the dinner was delicious. The 4 friends sat around the table and enjoyed the time together. Jules sat there in his high chair laughing and was now eating more or less on his own. Of course, he was a mess when he was done, but Clara loved to watch him pick up his spoon with one hand and eat with the other. Jennifer and Marty invited Clara and the doc over for dinner the next night at his parents' house. They were happy to go and see George and Lorraine McFly. Dave and Linda were both friends of Clara and the doc too. The 2 of them gladly accepted the invitation and said that they would be there. The next day Jennifer and Linda along with Lorraine got the house ready for a surprise baby shower. The doc and Clara did not have many friends in Hill Valley, but they had met a few women at church and 2 of the girls that worked for Linda were going to be coming to the shower. There would be about 12 people there and they wanted the house decorated nice. Everyone came early and hid their cars down the street. The doc and Clara had no idea about the party and when they came in they were totally surprised. Linda and Jennifer had told everyone that the doc and Clara wanted a Victorian theme. The baby got many outfits and blankets, bottles, and diapers. There was going to be a big need for diapers in the 1880s and Clara and the doc were thrilled. The shower went very well and Clara couldn't have been more appreciative. She had thought that life in the 1980s was not for her many times, but she had found her own group of friends here and she was happy that she had gotten to know these people. The following Thursday Clara woke up about 3 in the morning not feeling well. She got up and walked around for a while. But she couldn't seem to get comfortable. She had a bad backache. The doc woke up to find Clara out of the bed and found her in the living room reading. "Is everything all right?" the doc asked. Clara smiled at her husband and said, "I am fine. I just have a backache." The doc stayed with her but the pain was getting worse. Clara walked around trying to relieve some of the pain. It helped a little, but the pain was still there. At about 8 that morning Clara's water broke. She was in labor, that was the backache. The doc called the hospital and the 2 of them made preparations to head to the hospital. They called Marty and Jennifer and told them the news and at 10 they headed out to the hospital. One of the things that Clara appreciated about this time was the pain medicine that they had for the labor pains. By 2 that afternoon she was in a lot of pain. The doctor told her that she should be delivering sometime in the next couple of hours, and she took a shot for the pain. That afternoon at 4:15 Clara and the doc had a little boy 6 pounds 9 ounces and 18 inches long. He was healthy and cried as soon as he was born. The doc and Clara were happy and Marty and Jennifer would be by later with Jules. Their family was once more complete. Chapter 19. The time was here and it was time for the doc and Clara to head back to the year 1887. Vern had been born and was healthy. The doc and Clara regretted that they would be leaving their best friends behind, but they did not belong in that time. The doc had been feeling poorly about what he had done. He had now fathered 2 boys who actually had no place in time. They were neither part of the 1980s or the 1880s. Yes, they would live most of their lives in the 19th century and then the 20th, but they actually were a product of 2 different centuries and would never really belong in either time. But they would have the wisdom of the ages and would travel to places that most people just dream of. They would not just read about history, they would live it and know firsthand what had happened on certain days at certain times. He would make sure that both of his sons made good use of the knowledge and that they would understand the importance of learning from the mistakes of time. As the family of four got into the time machine, they hugged and held Jennifer and Marty tight. They were all sure that they would meet again at another time. They just did not know when. With the new equipment, the time traveling had become a lot safer and less turbulent. As they came into the 1880s once again, Emmett and Clara took a sigh of relief. As they entered the home that they had in the 1880s, Clara was glad to find that everything was the same way that she and the doc had left it. They had told their friends Seamus and Maggie McFly that they were going to be gone for several weeks to cover for the birth of their son. Clara put the two boys into bed and sat down at her desk. She needed to take a much-needed break and decided to write her parents a letter. Her real father had died a few years ago and her mother had remarried. The man that she was now married to was a good man and Clara liked him. She had not seen them since she had moved to Hill Valley and hoped that someday they would come out to the west and meet the doc and their children. Of course, she and the doc could go out to see them at some time. They could take their train and be there in seconds just about. But that was for another time. Right now she felt like writing her family a letter. She sat down and wrote a long letter telling her mother and her stepfather about the birth of Vern. Inside she put a picture of the two boys along with her and the doc. Emmett had gone back out to the barn to check out the time machine. When he had seen that everything was all right, he went back into the house. There he had found Clara writing a letter. He took a seat on the couch and started to read the newspaper. He was already missing the television that was usually on blasting the news. But this was the 1880s and there was no such thing as television. Emmett checked the house very carefully, trying to make sure that nothing had changed. He had left a few items in odd places so that when he got back from the time traveling he could make sure that everything was the same. He was happy to report that nothing had changed and that everything was now all right. The next day Emmett went to the stables. Everything was the same and it felt good to get back to the Old West. Work was hard and he was expected to put in 12-hour days 6 days a week, but it had its rewards. The town was finally having electricity and telephone service put in and now was offering city sewage. The town hall had finally been completed that last spring and the town square was beginning to look more like it did when he was a child. The clock worked and rang every hour and half hour. He knew that would ring until it was struck by lightning in 1955. Soon there would be automobiles and all of the modern conveniences. The doc was a little sad thinking of the many changes that were coming to his little city. It was not long before his father would come to town. His father would be very instrumental in how Hill Valley would face the 20th century. He will become a judge, and somehow Emmett thought that he might live long enough to see him once again. It seemed strange that he might see himself as a young boy. After all, he was going to be born in just 32 years. He would be 102 years old, but he had gone to that place in the future where they had rejuvenated him and it was supposed to add another 20 to 30 years to his life. Right now, even though in reality he was 70 years old, he did not feel anywhere near that. Perhaps the treatment had worked. Emmett was thinking of this and his Clara. She was much younger than him, some 40 years, and would more than likely be alive to see him as a young child. She should get to know his parents too. Someday he was going to have to tell her about them. She needed to know so that she could know what not to say to them. He did not want them suspecting anything. His father had been a brilliant man. But now he was having a hard time thinking third dimension. His father was alive and a young boy now. He was born in 1882 and living on the East Coast. He would not come to Hill Valley until another 25 years, and his last name was Van Braun. There was so much that he needed to confide in Clara. His family was a good family and if possible, he wanted her to get to know them. Chapter 20. The weeks at the Brown household went fast and Vern was getting big. The family had adjusted to getting back into the 1880s and Doc had gotten better with his blacksmith shop. But, then the word came through, Buford Tannen and his men had escaped from jail and they were coming for him. The Doc did not want to panic, but he knew that this would mean trouble. He thought about protecting himself, but he and his family were now in extreme danger. What to do? This is when the time machine would indeed come in handy. He was going to go back in time to the day that Tannen escaped from jail. He was going to stop the escape. The advantage of going back in time just 1 week was that he did not have to hide his time machine and he could go wherever he wanted. If by chance he was seen by anyone, if they mentioned it to him, they would think that it was a case of mistaken identity or something. But he wanted to tell his beloved Clara. She deserved to know what he was doing. She was nervous as Emmett left for the week before in time. As he traveled through time and placed the time machine train on the tracks, he did not wish to run into his other self, so he went inside and told Clara where he was going and what he was doing. Clara was kind of in a big of a shock. She would never get used to this business of time travel. To see Emmett in their living room telling her that he had just come back in time for a short while to stop Buford Tannen from escaping from jail and posing a threat to her and the children. As Emmett headed out once more to the town where Buford Tannen and his men were being held, he looked around at how different the scenery was in this time as in comparison to the 1980s. He missed the modern times sometimes, but enjoyed the openness of the 1880s. This was his and Clara's time and he had a mission to accomplish. Buford Tannen had been planning his escape from jail for weeks. He knew that each Monday the jail was left with one of the deputies and that the chief would not be there for the entire day. The deputy was an idiot and he would use this to his advantage. He had managed to break some glass and would use the light from the one window in his cell to start a fire in his cell. He had saved every single piece of paper that he could find. This would be the diversion. Deputy Mike was nervous about being left alone with the Tannen gang. They were violent men who would think nothing of killing him if he got the chance. He had been sitting at his desk when he heard the laugh of Buford and his men. Thank goodness he was not alone, because these men spooked him. They had robbed a stagecoach and had been found guilty of murder. They had nothing to lose as they were scheduled for execution the following Saturday. The doc had a long ride ahead of him and had to camp out one night. As he finally arrived in the town where Buford Tannen and his men were, he went directly to the police station. There he found the deputy nervously guarding the jail by himself. He knew that at some time that day Buford and his men would be escaping and he wanted to be there to prevent it. The story that the doc had been told was that Buford had started a fire. He decided to tell the deputy about the men and their desire to start the fire. Mike entered into the back of the jail and held a gun out. The gun was loaded and he was fully ready to shoot if necessary. The doc made Buford move to the back of the cell and he demanded that he empty his pockets. The two men were being daunted by Buford and his men, but the doc and Deputy Mike held their own and with the use of the gun were able to get the glass and paper from him. Buford was swearing and threatening them as they left the jail. Doc knew that he was still a danger, but he knew that Buford needed light to light any paper that he had. The doc went outside and boarded up all of the windows that went to the jail. As he did that he could hear the swearing and threats that came from Buford Tannen and his men, but he smiled as he finished the work. The doc stayed with the deputy for the rest of the day and to his pleasure he found the men still locked in their cells on Tuesday morning. He smiled as he handed the men their meals. The doc could hear the sounds of the men building the gallows that Buford would be hanging from and thought that to protect his family he should make it his job to make sure that Buford and his men hung. The thought of the men being hung was not a pleasant thought to the doc. He did not approve of the practice, but if his family was going to be safe, he was going to need to make sure that Buford and his men were hung on the following Saturday. That Saturday came and the townspeople were there to see the spectacle of the death of Buford Tannen. He was well known in the area and had terrorized many of the people and their families. As the doc stood in the crowd he watched in horror as one by one each man was brought up to the gallows and hung. With each of the hangings the doc took their picture. Soon all of those men were dead. The doc shook his head as the people celebrated their deaths and headed back to his home. Here he returned to his own time. When he got there Clara was waiting for him. She knew what had happened and was in one way glad that she was safe and in another sad that another human being had died. But little did either of them know, Buford had a son who was going to haunt them. He was the young 8-year-old boy who had watched the doc and his camera that Saturday as his father was hung until he breathed no more. Chapter 21, Chapter 21. Buford Tannen was dead as were his gang members and the doc and his wife and children were no longer in danger. For just a moment he wondered about how this affect things in the future. Biff had been the teen who had terrified Marty's father in the 1950s, and now he would not be born. But he could not worry about that. He had other things on his mind. Sarah Gibson was a woman in trouble. She had been seeing Buford Tannen against her parents' wishes, and now she was sure that she was pregnant. She was beginning to show too, and she did not know what to do. She was just 16 and had no husband. Her love of her life, Buford Tannen, had been hung. She went into the bedroom and spoke to her mother. Her mother was devastated by the news. After a big battle, it was decided that the family would tell the story that their daughter was married to Buford Tannen. They knew that some of the townspeople would not believe them, but that was their best option. Sarah would continue to live at the farm but take the name of Sarah Tannen. She would give birth to a son in the fall of 1887, and the Tannen name was going to continue. Doc Brown heard of the story of Sarah with interest. So she had a little boy who had taken Buford's last name. More than likely that boy would be the grandfather of Biff, and things would remain the same as things had once been in the 1950s. It was not a good day for the people of Hill Valley, but it was a good day for the future. Things would go as they had once gone. Clara wondered if things went better for Sarah, the baby might turn out all right, but Emmett told her that things had to go the same way that they once had. She knew that changing the future was not a good alternative, and that things must be as they had once been, or the future could change for the worse. The Gibson family was a good family, but perhaps the genes from Buford were too strong and his son was going to be as his father had been. What concerned the doc was that now his sons Jules and Vern might be badly affected by the man. But that was to be seen. He knew that his boys would be going to school with him. But, for some reason, things had not been going well economically in Hill Valley that year. The summer season had been a short one, and the frost had caught many of the farmers by surprise. This resulted in many an honorable man coming to Emmett and asking for credit for the care of their horses. Emmett was now owed over $500, and the winter season, which was his slowest season, was on the way. Fortunately for Clara and the doc, he was not short on money. But one of his biggest fears that he had was that someone might figure out what he was doing or where he came from, and he had to make people think that he too was not a wealthy man. The first snow of the season came just after Thanksgiving that year, and Emmett and Clara found themselves snowbound for the next few weeks. Clara had canned and taken care of many of the vegetables from their large garden, and the doc had made a sleigh for them to get back and forth into town. But the snow that year came one after another, and the wood stove that they used for heat was getting dangerously low on wood. It was then that the doc made the decision to go into the future once more and get the much-needed supplies that his family needed. He knew that if he didn't do that shortly, he would not be able to take the time machine out, as it took a lot of power for it to run. It had been 6 months since the doc and Clara had seen Marty and Jennifer, and they had missed their friends. The doc took his family and loaded them into the time machine and headed back to the year 1986. As they arrived at the time, they were greeted by Jennifer, who had been out in the garage working on another project. As Clara and the doc went into the house, Clara could not help but notice the bump on her belly. Jennifer was pregnant. Clara and the doc both smiled as they took their seats. Jennifer could not believe the boys. It had been 6 months she had seen them, and they had grown so much. Little Vern was now sitting up, and Jules was now talking a blue streak. She smiled as she told them that she was almost 6 months pregnant with a little boy. They were going to name him Marty Jr. Marty is due home soon. "What brings you here at this time?" she asked them with a smile. "It has been a very harsh winter, and we are here to pick up supplies and visit with our friends," Clara told her. As the doc went about loading the time machine up with wood and food, Clara and Jennifer had a nice visit. Marty came home to find his friends visiting once more and was glad to see them. The friends stayed together for the next few hours, and the doc and Clara said that they would be there for the birth of the baby. They each now had their own time that they belonged in, and it was time to leave. As the 4 members of the Brown family got into the time machine once again, they waved goodbye. They landed back at their farm, and the doc unloaded the machine. For the first time, Jules wanted to help. He too was growing up. The Brown family found themselves at their home in their own time, and once the time machine was unloaded, sat back to relax and wait out the winter. Chapter 22. With the death of the Tannen gang, life settled down in the town of Hill Valley. The town was growing by leaps and bounds and was now getting ready for the 20th century. Even though the dock had been rejuvenated some time ago, he was starting to slow down. Jules and Vern were growing by leaps and bounds, and many things had been changed with the time machine. They now had a small machine that could stay in a certain time for many days without being seen. It was time for the Doc and Clara to travel through time once again. This time the machine was going to go into the future. The Doc had always wanted to go ahead in time and see where the human race had gone. He thought and came up with the year 2135. It was 150 years ahead of the time that he had come from. It sounded like a good year, and Clara agreed to the time. Jules and Vern were now 4 and 5 years old and ready to try time travel out. The first thing that the Doc wanted to do was go ahead to the year and observe the clothing and things that the people were now wearing so that they would not stick out in a crowd. As went ahead in time, he smiled. The clothes certainly were different, and Clara was going to have quite a time making outfits like these. But Hill Valley was still there, and the clock was now working, as he had heard it chime while he was there. As he returned to his own time, he showed Clara the pictures. Clara had loved the way things had been in the year 2085 and was interested in what would happen in the next 50 years. Marty and her family were both still part of the time, and the Doc had told her that the barn was still there where it was in their time. As he had used the binoculars to look, the Doc had seen that there was nothing inside of the barn. The barn was still there, waiting for anyone who would find themselves traveling through time. As the now family of 4 set the time circuits, Clara buckled up her 2 boys. The ride was a lot less rough than it had once been, and as they landed back in their own time, they parked the invisible car by the barn. Marty McFly V was in his house when he heard the familiar sound of a time machine arriving at his home. He never knew who was going to show up at his house and from what time they were coming from. He had not met the Doc or Clara yet and had hoped that someday he would. He had met his 5th great-grandparents a few years ago and had met both Jules and Vern several times. But he had met the children of the Doc and Clara as adults. As he watched the people come down from the time machine, Marty was thrilled to find himself looking into the faces of Doc Brown and his wife Clara. They had their 2 small children with them, Jules and Vern. How strange it is to see them as children, he thought. They were welcomed into the home, and as they took a seat on some of the most comfortable furniture that they had ever felt, they smiled at the man who was standing there. His name was Marty also. He did not resemble Marty much, the generations and time had changed him, but he sounded like him when he spoke. As the Doc and Clara looked around, they were amazed at the way the house was. Nothing was real. When it was not needed, things became miniature and were hidden. The house was no larger than a small room, and several people lived there. For privacy, you used an screen that protected you from being seen. Everything was done through what we would call virtual reality. Marty worked from his home using a computer that appeared upon his request. They were surprised to find that his wife Cassandra was there. When Marty called her, she appeared almost instantly. She was a friendly lady and showed them all of the things that they had. Nothing that you wanted or needed was more than an instant away. Both the Doc and Clara found this to be very confusing and, to be frank, frightening. The boys soon learned that all they had to do was ask and they could have anything. The streets were not busy as they looked out the window. It was rare that anyone ever left their home. They did not need to, because everything that they needed was at their fingertips. As they walked the streets of Hill Valley, all of the shops were gone. There was nothing but the old courthouse with the clock. The clock sounded lonely as it rang in the hour. The children now went to school at home, and there was no need for shopping. Life was very different. All food was made artificially almost. There were people who did fix the food for the wishes of the people, but almost all work was done by the computer. In this age, each household only was allowed 1 worker, and they only worked for a period of 15 hours a week. Disease and sickness was nearly unheard of, and life expectancy was now 125 years. But both the Doc and Clara noticed how boring their lives were. They wondered how people met each other. Life was very different in this time. There had not been a war for years, and the people of the planet now traveled through space as people of their time traveled through air. Space, that was where the Doc would want to go the next time that they went to the future. The Doc and Clara and the two boys took a picture of Marty and Cassandra and would show it to Marty the next time he saw him. As the time machine arrived back in the year 1891, both Clara and the Doc were glad to see that things were the same as it had been when they had left. Nothing had changed that either one of them could see.